to multiple segments like architectural, general industries, automobiles, and domestic appliances. Powder coatings are used to protect the surfaces of door frames, windows, car components, and much more. So, ladies and gentlemen, powder coating has been becoming more relevant day by day. And so is this conference, because we are here at the Industrial Front Presents Paint Vision Powder Coating Conclave 2022. Well, we are so happy and proud to say that we are co-powered by Tuyan Industries, AMP Pigments, Ningbo Weekend Chemicals, IDCC Global Private Limited, Sri Sham Global, Chemco Corporation. We are so thankful for all the unconditional support that you've all extended towards Paint Vision Powder Coating Conclave 2022. We'd also like to thank our silver partners, Rapid Coat Powder Coatings, Rainbow Powder Coatings, Bharat Coat Powder Coatings, Classic Solvents, Nivera Coatings, Metatech Plant and Machinery, Indian Chemical Corporation. We'd also like to thank our bronze partners, Micro Power Tech, Prominent Powders Private Limited, Durolec Paints, INC, Raj Scientific Company, Thermoplast, and Toriex. We'd like to thank each one of you. And now, are we ready to get started with the day? Yes? So let's get started. I would now invite on stage the very talented Ms. Kanish Malhotra, Editor, Industrial Front Paint Vision, to welcome our distinguished guest. Can I please have Ms. Kanish Malhotra on the stage? Let's welcome her, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause.
Hello. Is it working? Hello. To all our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. I feel extremely glad to welcome everyone to this much-awaited show of Paint Vision Powder Coatings Conclave 2022. It gives me immense pleasure to be standing in front of you all, that is amongst the most esteemed people of powder coatings. And before we kickstart this conference, I would like to express my gratitude towards the people who have sincerely contributed to this event. In today's conclave, our extremely knowledgeable speakers will share their technical outputs of the powder coating industry, and I hope we will result in a very productive day through this medium of the powder coatings conclave. And I strongly feel that acting collectively and uniting our industry can work wonders. So I'd like to thank all of you for your support in making this conclave a reality. In addition to providing with the information you seek for your industry, we hope that this conclave will help us celebrate the many ways we can benefit from each other. Thank you for making this possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Malhotra. And now let me call on stage one person who is the heart, the brain, the soul, as I say, behind Paint Vision. Let's now welcome on stage Mr. Manish Malhotra, CEO, Paint Vision. He's one person because of whom we all are here today. So let's hear it for him. Let's give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause on stage. Mr. Manish Malhotra, CEO, Paint Vision.
I feel immense pleasure for me that having you all beautiful people here. मैं आपके सिर्फ 2 मिनट इसलिए लेना चाहता हूँ कि पेंट विजन क्या है वो आपको बता सकूं. Paint Vision, we have started in May 2019. Started with a newspaper, and 2 years of COVID, we did number of webinars, technical webinars, in many things which helped coating industry to develop, to grow up. And इसके बाद लोगों के सुझाव आते रहे और हम लोग ये कोशिश करते रहे कि कोटिंग इंडस्ट्री को बेस्ट से बेस्ट हम क्या दे सकते हैं. And in the sequence, we had a conclave of liquid paint in May 2022, and this is our second event on powder coating. And I tell you one thing, this was not easy. To get in touch with new people, to get in touch with new companies, new relationship, this was very difficult. But I thank you from bottom of my heart कि आप सब लोगों ने पूरा साथ दिया, पूरा सहयोग दिया, और उसकी वजह से ये प्रोग्राम हम कर पाए. और आने वाले टाइम में पाउडर कोटिंग के अलावा और बहुत सारी चीज़ें, बहुत सारे इवेंट्स हम लोग कोटिंग इंडस्ट्री को देने वाले हैं. एंड आई होप कि आज के इस इवेंट के बाद जो प्योरली टेक्निकल बेस्ड है, मैं टेक्निकल बेस्ड इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ कि लास्ट प्रोग्राम हमारा टोटली गवर्नमेंट और इंडस्ट्री को मिलाने के ऊपर बेस था, जो लिक्विड पेंट के ऊपर था. अभी ये टोटली टेक्निकल बेस है. एंड होप कि आपको ये प्रोग्राम बहुत अच्छा लगेगा एंड यू विल एंजॉय द टेक्निकल सेशंस. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Well, that was Mr. Manish Malhotra, one proud and emotional person, because definitely it takes a lot of effort, hard work to put up something like this. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. And after this, it is now time that we welcome on stage the Conclave coordinator, Mr. Kuldeep Verma. Can I please have you on stage, sir? Our Conclave coordinator for the Powder Coating Conclave 2022, Mr. Kuldeep Verma. So these are the people who've been behind the stage, and they've, spent months in planning and making everything possible. If everything looks so flawless today, it is because of their efforts. So let's welcome with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Kuldeep Verma.
Thank you, friends. Getting for the day. आज से मे बी आई एम गेटिंग सम इमोशनल बिकॉज आज से 4 महीने पहले हम लोगों ने एक सपना देखा था और आज उसको सच होते हुए देख रहे हैं. मैडम पानी. सो थैंकफुल टू ऑल टू यू. So, this is a great moment to extend my warm wishes on behalf of Paint Vision and feel honored to welcome all the distinguished guests and delegates for taking keen part in this important event, Paint Vision Powder Coating Conclave. This is especially for the powder coating. It is an opportune moment to refurbish and debate upon the problems of our interest with our esteemed delegates from the powder coating industries. The conclave schedule brushes upon a spectrum of exciting and benefiting themes that discuss aspects of manufacturing, new developments, and raw material throughout the day. I would like to pay my bundle of thanks to Sri S.C. Jain ji, who is the first pillar who changed this industry because he started manufacturing indigenous machinery, and Mr. Ashish Agrawal ji also. So Mr. Jain guided me with his enriched experience to make me the route map of this conclave. I am thankful to Jain sir. And I'm thankful to all my sponsors, Rapid, Sharp Coating, Nivera, Bharat Coat, Rainbow Industries, Tunia Industries, Prominent Powders, and there are so many others. I cannot take all the names. I am sure that you will feel enriched with knowledge after the completion of this event. And I welcome you all once again to the Paint Vision Conclave. And hope that you will all have a great time. Now, अभी 3 लाइनें हैं जिसमें से हम, क्योंकि काफ़ी these lines are very emotional, ये तो 3 लाइनें हम बोलेंगे, 1 लाइन हम चाहते हैं कि आप लोग भी बोलिए मेरे साथ। ये गाने हैं, संतोष आनंद जी का लिखा हुआ है। तूफान को आना है, आकर चले जाना है, ये जिस हिसाब से हम लोगों ने अपना कॉन्क्लेव स्टार्ट किया था उस टाइम की लाइन है। बादल है कुछ पल का, छाकर ढल जाना है, परछाइयाँ रह जाती निशानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है। थैंक यू। अच्छा, अभी क्योंकि हमने 88 में अपना कैरियर स्टार्ट किया था, तो मेरे पास एक जो कंपनी ने पाउडर कोटिंग इंडिया में स्टार्ट किया था, उनके जो फर्स्ट टीम थी, उनके कुछ क्लिप्स हैं जो हम आपको दिखाएंगे। 5 मिनट का टाइम रहेगा। हाँ? अच्छा, ओके, चलिए बाद में दिखा देंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it from Mr. Kuldeep Verma, our conclave coordinator. Zindagi aur kuch bhi nahi, teri meri kahani hai. Yes, this is the line true for powder coating industry, because powder coating industry has flourished in exponential digits for last few years, except for the COVID period. And we are here to celebrate the power and magic of this wonderful powder coating industry. So आगे चलते हैं और मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी Mr. S.K. Vats, past president, ISPA, Indian Small Scale Paint Association. He's not here with us right now, so let's now have on stage our next speaker, Mr. Mayank Goyal from Sharp Coatings. Can I please have you on the stage, Mr. Mayank Goyal? Ladies and gentlemen, ये सन्नाटा बिल्कुल भी जायज़ नहीं है. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Can we please have Mr. Mayank Goyal on the stage from Sharp Coatings?
आप सबको तहे दिल से नमस्कार। ये सरप्राइज़ है मुझे बोलने का, सच पता नहीं था कि मुझे बोलना है। कोई टॉपिक भी नहीं दिया मनीष जी ने। तो इस इवेंट के बारे में बात कर लेते हैं। ये इवेंट क्यों हो रहा है और इसका सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है। आई थिंक जिस डबल डिजिट ग्रोथ से पाउडर कोटिंग इंडस्ट्री ग्रो हो रही है, तो एक लॉन्ग ड्यू इम्पोर्टेंस जो मिलनी चाहिए इस इंडस्ट्री को, वो शायद अब मिल रही है। पहले कभी भी स्पेशल इवेंट्स नहीं हुआ करते थे पाउडर कोटिंग्स के, जो अब होने स्टार्ट हो चुके हैं। हालांकि पाउडर्स एक बहुत छोटा सा सेगमेंट है टोटल पेंट इंडस्ट्री का। शायद अराउंड, अगर मेरे फैक्ट ठीक हो तो 2.5-3% का इसका शेयर है। इसका शेयर आप लोगों को जाता है। इतने अप्स एंड डाउन्स के बाद भी आप लोगों ने इस इंडस्ट्री को सर्वाइव किया। और स्टडीज़ हैं कि जो एमएसएमई सेक्टर पाउडर्स का है, वो बाकी अदर जो पेंट के सेगमेंट्स हैं, पाउडर्स का एमएसएमई सेक्टर ज़्यादा बेहतर आगे ग्रो करेगा। तो आप सबको शुभकामनाएं आगे आने वाले समय के लिए। और मैं ये चाहूँगा कि इस इवेंट से आप लोग जो टेक्निकल नो हाउ, सोशल एक मीटिंग्स जो भी आप लोग गैदर कर सकते हैं वो करें। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayank Goyal, for your wonderful words. And after this, it is now time to welcome on stage Mr. H.C. Satyanarayan, past president of Indian Small Scale Paint Association. Can we please have the industry veteran, the man himself, Mr. H.C. Satyanarayan? Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Already Goenka ji ने बताया अभी इंडियन पेंट इंडस्ट्री का सिचुएशन एंड मनीष जी ने 2 साल की पहले particularly especially in the time of this COVID first and COVID second time when a lot of requirements for paint industries a small program करवा के online पे किया है. That was very helpful to the most of the small scale industries. As you are all aware that total Indian paint market 21-22 is somewhere around 65,000 crore. Out of that 70% is belongs to big brothers and 30% is belong to we small sectors. In that 30%, if you take the percentage, powder manufacturing is around 14% in that 30%. The rest will be auto coat, industrial specialty product, coil coating and other items will come in that. But anyhow, my presentation is there. There 1 or 2 slides I am showing that also. My best wishes to all the powder manufacturer. This is a special occasion only for powder manufacturers. Thank you very much. And my special thanks to Mr. Manish ji and Mr. Verma ji. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful words. And now let's quickly welcome Mr. Sunil Kumar, past president ISPA. Can I please have Mr. Sunil Kumar here with us? He is the past president of Indian Small Scale Paint Association, and let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Morning, all delegates. And thanks to Manish Malhotra inviting for me here and my colleague and my institute person, Mr. Burma. He is the coordinator and really I appreciate his coordinating well. First of all thing, जो मनीष जी ने ये टॉपिक लिया है एक बहुत कम परसेंटेज को लेके और फिर भी इन्होंने इतना हाईलाइटेड किया है, ये बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है. और पाउडर कोटिंग मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के लिए सबको एक 1:1 इकट्ठा होना, अपनी प्रॉब्लम को शेयर करना एंड इसको पता होना कि कितना इंडस्ट्री में इसका पार्ट प्ले है और आगे फ्यूचर है. तो ये पॉइंट को रेज़ करना एक बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है और कहना बड़ा आसान होता है किसी कॉन्क्लेव को कहना कि हम कॉन्क्लेव करने जा रहे हैं, लेकिन उसको मेंटेन करना, उसको एक्टिव करना, उसके पीछे कितना हार्ड वर्क होता है वो वही लोग जानते हैं जो करते हैं इस चीज़ को. कहना बड़ा आसान होता है. यहाँ पर सारे डेलीगेट्स और मैन्युफैक्चरर्स इकट्ठे हुए हैं और इस स्टेज पे कॉन्क्लेव पे सबको यहाँ पे नॉलेज, डिफरेंट टाइप की नॉलेज जो है कई बार हम आउट ऑफ अपने उसमें रह जाते हैं. यहाँ पे सब लोग इकट्ठा होंगे तो एक दूसरे 1:1 मीटिंग होगी, कुछ टेक्निकल प्रेजेंटेशन होगा, इसके साथ चीज़ें शेयर होंगी और फ्यूचर में मैं तो यही समझूंगा कि सब लोगों को यही लगेगा कि ये रेगुलर मीटिंग होनी चाहिए और जिससे यहाँ से नॉलेज लेके जाएंगे सब लोग. और पेंट विजन के लिए ये मैं हमेशा यही कहूँगा, ये डिफरेंट टाइप के पहले लिक्विड का लिया, पाउडर कोटिंग के लिए डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ टॉपिक ये लेके चल रहे हैं. एक इंडस्ट्री के लिए बेनिफिट रहेगा. अल्टीमेटली किसी चीज़ को सक्सेस करने के लिए एक इंसान को पागलपन होना ही बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है. वो मनीष जी के अंदर है कि वो जो काम करते हैं लोग अपने इंटेलेक्चुअल उससे काम करते हैं, ये कि ये पागलपन होके काम करते हैं और पागलपन होके ही किसी ऊंचाई को पहुंचा जा सकता है. थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी. सब शेयर करें. राइट.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil Kumar. Well, मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता गया. ये कहानी है Powder Coating Conclave की, that this is the first edition and this couldn't have been possible, ladies and gentlemen, without the unconditional support from all of you. So once again, we're so thankful, so happy, and so delighted to have each one of you here with us, each one of you for your unconditional support towards the Paint Vision Powder Coating Conclave 2022. So it's now time to move on with the first technical session for the day. Our coordinator for this session would be Mr. Siva Annamalai. And before we get started, anybody sleepy? किसी को नींद आ रही है? Yes, no, maybe? Come on, you can be honest. Yes, no, maybe. Okay, चलिए कुछ नहीं कहने वाले आप लोग. चलिए एक छोटी सी चीज़ करते हैं. Before we get on to the first technical session, before we talk about the polyurethane coating, आप सभी अपना left hand उठाइए. Left hand? Okay. Everybody knows how to make a triangle. Triangle? Make a triangle with your left hand. Come on, everybody, people this side, make a triangle with your left hand. Now, make a circle with your right hand. Yes. अच्छा, triangle circles, triangle से easy था circle बनाना, सब circle सब बना रहे. Now, अब अपने left hand से triangle बनाइए, साथ ही साथ अपने right hand से circle भी बनाइए. एक साथ करना है. So somebody is making circles with both the hands. Try. Left hand से triangle और right hand से circle. Oh my God. ये नहीं हो रहा है. किसी ने मुझे बोल भी दिया कि ये नहीं हो रहा है. अच्छा, ये तो नहीं हो सकता, but जो हो सकता है मैं वो बता देती हूँ. You can raise both of your hands up in the air. Everybody? Okay. And now we can clap for the Powder Coating Conclave with our hands up in the air. Because trust me, it is not easy to bring up something like this. It is not easy to bring everybody to this wonderful platform create करना और उस platform पे सबको जोड़ना एक आसान काम बिल्कुल नहीं होता है दोस्तों और ये काम कर दिखाया है आज Paint Vision ने. So once again a very warm welcome to the Industrial Front presents Paint Vision Powder Coating Conclave 2022 and सबको मैं याद दिला देना चाहती हूँ that we are streaming live and exclusive on the Paint Vision YouTube platform and we are all set for the first technical session of the day. As we mentioned that this is going to be an enriching and engaging day for all of you where we have a lot of technical sessions. So polyurethane powder coatings is the first topic that we're going to discuss. Our first speaker is going to discuss in great detail polyurethane powder coatings, latest trends in technical solution for Indian market, recent technology for film transfer, sublimation formulations. So this is the first topic for the technical session. And our first speaker is going to join us virtually. And his name is Mr. Kevin Jia. As you can see, he is the Technical Director, Zhejiang Guanghua Technology Company Limited, Hua Polyester, China. So he's going to join us virtually. Mr. Kevin has more than 20 years of experience in powder coating, polyester resin synthesis and application. He was heading regional lab in China with DSM Polyester. Presently, he's working with Hua Polyester as Chief Technical Officer of Zhejiang Guanghua Technology Company Limited. He has a rich experience on polyester resin design and processing for powder coating application. He also has a vast experience in silicon-modified polyester, low-cure polyester system, alloy wheel system, PU system, and super durable system, etc. So our coordinator for this session is Mr. Siva Annamalai, and Mr. Kevin Jia is going to join us via Zoom on this virtual platform today. So let's put our hands together for the first technical session of the Powder Coating Conclave. Can we have the presentation, please?
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm going to share the screen, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Let me share the screen.
Kevin, can you share your screen, please?
Cannot share the screen.
Kevin?
Sorry, I cannot share my screen, right?
Yes, yes, but we are not able to see that. Can you please share your screen?
It was hosted disabled the attendance of the screen. Can somebody help with me for that?
Kevin, just
It's
wait.
okay now?
Yes, you start. They will share the screen. Can you share your screen, please? We are not able to see your screen. We can see your face.
Can see the presentation now?
No, it's not visible. Your presentation is not visible. You are supposed to share it. Or I have your presentation here. I can run through it. You can speak. That's fine. Kevin, I will share the screen here. Okay, I have your presentation. So we can share from here.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I will start.
Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah.
So, उसका एक presentation है, वो share करना। नहीं, मेरा ये दूसरा होगा, ये connect कीजिए।
First of all, thank you so much for have this opportunity to share the development of our company and our product. The first slide is a brief of our companies. We built the pot coating polyester resin industry in 2006. And after 16 years, we now are the second largest polyester resin supplier in China and the fourth one worldwide. Currently, our capacity is 220 kilotons. We have two sites. The new site will be on stream next month. And currently, we are using the, I think the biggest reactors, polyester reactor here is 45 cubic meter reactors. These three pictures are just bring you an image of how our company is. Next one is the main topic of today's discussion. The first part is about our product, about the OH functional product. The second one is something about the partners and the application tricks. Now we went to the slide of Huanghua hydroxyl functional polyester resin. Currently, we supplied to the market is this 10 different codes. The OH number from very low to from 30 to 300.
Just a minute, I'll just share what he's talking about. This is the slide he's talking about. Go ahead, go ahead.
First one is GH6601. It's a medium hydroxyl functional polyester resin, and it have very good solvent and chemical resistance. So normally it was the white board. It perform very good anti-gravity properties. Second one is GH6602. It's a resin especially designed for the wrinkle finish. And you can notice here the TG of the resin is relatively high, 67 degrees centigrade. That's because you use the hardness and the catalyst is liquid. So it will drop your TG of powder coating dramatically. So here you need a high TG polyester resin. And you can just adjust the formulation of the catalyst to have the different views of the structures. This one is for the one-shot matte of the above two product. You can also use these two products to make matte finish. Here you need some matting agent like the DT3329 and the special fillers, aluminum hydroxide. You can have the gloss level lower to 16 degrees. It's just the starting formulation here. And the next one is the GH6603. It's a medium hydroxy functional resins. It's for the general purpose and also have quite good durability here. Normally, you can use this for the high gloss finish for the heat transfer applications. This is for the high gloss finish for the 6602 and the 6603. This is just the starting formulation here, and the blue part is the film properties, like the film thickness. You can notice here it's marked with the orange is the TG of the powders. So for 6602, the powder TG is relatively high, so it will have very good storage stability, especially in warm area like India.
Kevin, I just add one point here. See what Kevin says.
Yeah.
What Kevin tried to say is, when you want to formulate PU powder formulations for India, the key point is a lumping tendency. Okay, powder easy to lump whenever you try to make PU powder. So for Indian climate, the PU resin should be customized. It should be tailor-made. So that's why he is just comparing two formulations. One is with 6602 and another one is 6603. The ones you made, in both formula, you get good mechanical, good gloss, good DOI. But if you look at the TG of the product, first one gives 58.3, which is more stable for Indian climate. The second one is a standard 80-20 formulation. The TG is 50. It is easy to lump. So he tries to say, whatever you want to develop, you understand your end user requirement, you understand your process requirement, then accordingly choose the resin. Because each resin has pros and cons. So his point is, there is a formulations, the mechanical property, everything looks good, including impact. If you see the pill flow is very good for 6602. So the most important point is the glass transition temperature, so that your PU powder does not get lumped. So this is a point he wants to make. Go ahead, Kevin. Kevin.
So, Siva, I will continue for this.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Let me. This one is the super durable grade 6604. You can use this resin single use, or you can mix it with FEVE for hyper durable. So further improve the durability of the powder coating. It can also reach the very good outdoor durability. and it has a very good compatibility with FEVE resins. So you can mix these two resins and cured with the B1530. Next one is 6605. It's a high OH number resin. The OH number is more than 200. So here you can use for some application need a very good chemical resistance and a very good solvent resistance. And the flow is also very good, and the film thickness is really, really high. Next one is similar to the further one. The only difference is 6605 is standard durability, and this 6606 is super durable grade. So you can also combine with 6604 for one-shot matte finish. It's also workable here. And the 6607 is the highest OH value resin we produce currently. It can be used together with next one, 6609, for PU one-shot matte finish. This is a starting formulation here. You can use different ratio of 6607 or 6609 to reach the gloss level lower to 4 degrees at 60 angles. And the film is very smooth, and the quality is really the high quality appearance here.
Kevin,
for our resin, you can use less high acid value, high OH value resins. That means you can use less 6607 mixed with more 6609 to reach equally level compared to the competitors. I will show the slide, next slide here.
Kevin, just I add one point. See,
yeah,
you can develop matte finish in PU, absolutely not a problem, you can choose. But it is a challenge to develop a clear matte finish in PU formulations. Only you need to import. Okay, nobody is producing in India, or nobody is so far capable of developing a PU clear matte that is used in automotive with high performance. Okay, many attempts were made, it's failed. So the point is, you try by yourself. You cannot make PU matte with a gloss of 10, 12, 15, PU clear matte. So this is be customized for these automotive segments where you can develop PU clear matte. So that is the most important point. But second most important point, the curing agent, what you choose, that's what Kevin mentioned. The curing agent is also equally important. You cannot go with a regular 1530 because that's a ECAP blocked IPDA, whereas this is a internally blocked IPDA. So that's why Kevin has rich experience in powder formulation as well. So these formulations basically, meet your demand of getting a clear matte. Go ahead, Kevin.
Okay. So this is just a small summary about the one-shot matte 6607 and 6609. You can reach quite a low gloss level with compared to the other systems. You can get a very fine and smooth finish, also a very high film hardness. So this the overall performance is you can see compared to the competitions. Our system will in two parts will be better. You mean the raw material cost, which means you use less hardness and less high OH value resins, so you can have some saving here. And for the gloss level, we can achieve even lower gloss level here. These two are the photos of the one-shot matte PU panels. You can see the surface is really smooth, and the bending properties all.
Please
So
go
the
ahead.
next product will be 6608. It's also designed for the wrinkle finish or the wood finish applications. The difference compared to 6602 is only the TG is a little bit 2 degree lower. So some customers need different structures of the wrinkles. So we developed two grade here. And the next one is 6609. I already introduced is combined with 6607 for one-shot metal finish. But the TG of this resin is a little bit lower, so you need to pay attention to the storage and stabilities here, especially in the warm area. The last product will be the 6610. It's you can see the OH value is even lower compared to 6602. That's because we want to use less hardness and less catalyst, which means the powder of this wrinkle finish powder, you have the better storage stability compared to 6602. Just a short conclusion for the polyester resin. For the high OH value one, you mainly will have the advantage like the solvent resistant, chemical resistant, and film hardness. But the things will bring you also like the film will be a little bit brittle. The storage stability will be a challenge, and the cost will be a little bit high. And for the low OH value resin, it's just the way around. The only part different here maybe is the durability will be better because the resin itself durability is a little bit better than the hardness. So use less hardness, you get better durability here. So this is the first part about our product introduction. Next part, we will went to the hardener and some troubleshooting system like the isocyanate here.
Kevin, just hold on.
This is just the reaction of the harness together with the OH functional resins. I think you can find here in many different books or papers here. We just want to show you. This slide is how to calculate the ratio of harness and the polyester resins here. So here I want to address here is you have so many different selections here about the harness, but many are supplied from the two suppliers, Evonik and Covastra. So you can notice here for the TG here is quite different. And for the blocking agent, you can also see there is some product has the blocking agent, but some product is blocking agent free. So if you really worry about the smoking issue or the VOC issues during curing, you can choose the self-blocked curing agent. And if you want to have a very good storage stability here, you need to select the high TG harness here. Then you can overcome these problems. So this is next slide is some characteristics based on our experience. SB 1530 normally shows quite good solvent resistant and chemical resistant compared to the other products. And the B 1400 is more suitable for the matte finish. And for the harness comes from Covastra NW5, normally perform quite better adhesion property to the substrate. So there's some advantages and key applications of the PU systems. I will want through it quickly. Later, Mr. Siva can share with you our presentation here. This is my challenge. We put it here. In the next several slides, you can find some suggestion or recommendation from our side. It's about lumping issues. I mentioned that you can use less hardness or use high TG hardness. You can overcome these problems. Yeah. And for the heavy smoke issues, you can use self-blocked IPDI, or you can use lower IPDI demand polyester resins. All this problem can be solved. And it's about wiring resistance. And this is about the cost optimization. And it's about the wiring resistance improvement. So low IPDI demand would lead to low cost here. Yeah. And this is about the mechanical properties. Next is about the formulations, about the texture effect.
Kevin, I just explained them on the troubleshooting, 2 minutes, okay?
So here's our presentations. Thanks a lot. Is there any question here?
Yeah, Kevin, just 1 minute. I just present 2 slides so that they can ask questions, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, see, some of the points you might not have understood clearly, so I thought of presenting it. Whenever you try to develop PU formulations, these are all the key challenges. Number 1 is our TG is low, lumping tendency is very high. That's a key problem. And the second one is, whenever you cure your PU formulations, your customers, the powder applicators, complain about heavy toxic smoke. So, toxic smoke aa raha hai, ye mera problem hai. Dusra, impact resistance is fail ho raha hai. Third one is weathering resistance fail हो रहा है. Formulation में texture नहीं बनते हैं. Glossy finish तो आता है, लेकिन PU texture इतना अच्छा नहीं है. Then fourth one is film. Whenever we do film transfer, the film is sticking to the surface. So ऐसा basic issues आता है. Then the key formulation suggestions what we are giving you. See, in case if you get the powder lumping issue, can I go ahead? So, in case if there is a powder lumping, the solutions what Kevin is proposing, either you must use high TG polyurethane resin or you use low IPDA demand resin. Because IPDA, if you choose high OH value polyester resin, then the lumping tendency would be very high. So, we recommend you try to use low IPDA demand resins, 8515 or 8020 is the second option. The first option should be 8614 or 8020 or 8515. This is better to avoid lumping. Then in case if you have some moisture lumping, we are recommending to use this combo additive, dry flow additive. It's not antioxidant, it's a dry flow additive. You know, everybody knows this additive, but I know hardly few people know about this additive. This is called a moisture scavenger. If PU powder cap absorb moisture easily, so it can, tend to lump very quickly. So that's the second one. And your milling temperature should be 10 to 14 degree, and your packing temperature should be less than 30 degrees centigrades. So these are all the key points you need to understand if you want to overcome powder lumping issue as far as PU formulation or processing is concerned. Second, if you want to minimize the smoke, try to use E-cap-free IPDA, not the regular IPDA. Try to use E-cap-free IPDA. That's the one. Second, low-demand IPDA. If you want to improve weathering, one of the wrong perceptions, हमारा powder coating में ऐसा है, PU का weathering best है. Actually ऐसा नहीं है. Unless you use super durable, you are not going to get good weathering resistance. मैंने ये brand का use किया, वो brand का use किया, कुछ फायदा नहीं है. क्योंकि liquid जैसा PU powder में नहीं होता है. So you must use super durable PU resins. In case if you want good durability, in case you want to give warranty. So कोई भी film transfer का warranty अगर देना चाहते हो, please ensure it's a super durable or not. Cost. So आप direct import कीजिए, low film thickness, these are all going to help you for cost. Second, mechanical properties. PU के लिए, if you want to use some catalyst, then the catalyst what we recommend is DBDL or DBTO. That's an old catalyst. And if you want tin-free catalyst, then you can use Octaflow, that is stannous oxide. These two are the our suggestion. Then, in case अगर आपको texture बनाना है PU में, then we recommend not to use one resin. Please go with combination of two resins. One should be OH value higher, another should be lower, so that you can get good texture effect. Finally, कुछ लोग बोलते हैं मेरे को PU में लो टेम्परेचर क्योर पाउडर बनाना है. इतना आसान नहीं है, क्योंकि PU में क्या होता है, IPD is blocked. Okay, unless the deblocking happens, curing won't happen. So वो resin से ज़्यादा नहीं होता है, curing agent से होता है. So you try to choose IPDA hardener that should be getting deblocked even at 120 or 140 degree. Commercial जो 1530 जो भी है, deblocking happens at 160 degree Celsius. अगर आपको 140, 130 चाहिए, the IPDA must be blocked with triazole or some other additives. Thanks, Kevin. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so in the interest of time, we can take only a couple of questions, or you can interact with Mr. Siva Annamalai one-on-one as well. If you have questions, I can come to you with the mic, or if you want to interact with him one-on-one, that's also possible.
I don't know if this question is relevant or not. I wanted to know something on the gasoline test. If a powder coating component is dipped into a bath full of petrol, 24 hours. Yeah, so the test is for 24 hours. So, sorry? Dip test. Dip test. So, what chemistry you recommend?
See, is it for exterior or interior application?
For interior. For interior.
For interior. See, in general, if you want good chemical or corrosion resistance, only two choice. If it is an interior, I recommend first choice should be epoxy. Okay, first choice. But otherwise, if you are okay to bear the formulation cost, go with a special PU. There are PU formulation, not the traditional PU formulations. Go with some special PU where you can have good resistance.
So my question was...
But, one more point. Sorry. In this formulation, always you try to ensure what makes you to give good property. The concept. The concept is as long as you increase the good cross-linking density, it will improve your property, particularly chemical resistance or corrosion resistance. What is dual curing? What is cross-linking mean? See, polyester reacts with TGC. This is called single curing. Or epoxy reacts with polyester, 70, 30 or 50. This is called single curing. But we call dual curing in the sense, if you are successfully able to do two cross-linking agents, okay, together in the same formula, then the cross-linking would be more stronger. So that could help you to get better results. So in your case, I suggest you have to go with a very customized PU formulations.
No.
Or
so pure epoxy or PU? Oh.
Interior mean, I recommend my first choice is epoxy. First choice is epoxy. Even epoxy, there are grades. We are using a conventional grades. Even in epoxy, there are grades. But my second thing is, in case if it is for automotive, some exterior application, some other high-end performance, then I recommend special customized PU formulations.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions for this topic? ऐसे ही मेरा presentation यही हाँ बोलो भाई
Good morning, Shiva.
Good morning.
See, our issues with certain PU powder is, as you told, lumping is the one issue. The major issue what we get, like when we go for the wood transfer, a lot of times same powders, one time films will come out very easily, and other times film will not come out. This is one of the major issue, and uneven texture effects. When they do the base coat, the texture effects are same all around. But when the film is getting transferred, there is some cases the textures will become flat. So we face these kind of issues. So how to come over these things with your suggestions or the formulations from Goa side.
Sorry, what is your first question?
My first question is like when we, on the film transfer, same powders, same things. Some places film comes out very easily, some places film get sticks.
I answer this first.
Yeah.
Okay, the films are two types, paper film, PE films.
PE.
Okay, so first of all, the basic concept is you can have multiple resins. Even hybrid resins can give you good film transfer property. So you decide your end user requirements. I don't know, whatever. But in general, you decide to go with PU. For example, if you decided to go with PU systems, first you customize the formulations. That is most important. It is rather than giving more of input, customize the formulations, choose right resins. In the sense, the polyester, what is suitable for high gloss may not be suitable for film transfer applications. In film transfer application, general rule of thumb is you must have a good cross-linking. Second, people say you should not use wax. But I say you can use wax very limited quantity. It will help you to, easy film removals. But if you use too much, then the image would not be, transferred efficiently. This is the first question. For texture, I recommend you to mix two polyesters.
Mr. Kevin. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Kevin Jia, for your wonderful presentation. Let's have a huge round of applause because they gave us an
Thank you so
insight
much.
on the...
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. If you're still there with us on the Zoom call, he gave us some wonderful insights on the formulations, its key properties, key challenges in PU coatings, and solutions to those problems. So we're so thankful to you, and I would also like to thank Mr. Siva Annamalai for coordinating it so well. Sir, can we please have you up the stage because we would like to felicitate Mr. Kevin Jia, and can I please request Mr. Ashish Agarwal from Ashish Polymers to felicitate Mr. Kevin Jia, and I would request Mr. Annamalai to receive the felicitation on his behalf. Mr. Ashish Agarwal from Ashish Polymers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first technical session, and after this, we have technical sessions on the, not on the virtual platform. This was the only virtual technical session that we had, and we will go ahead to the next speaker before we felicitate our speaker, our first speaker, Mr. Kevin Jia. So this is just the beginning of this enriching and engaging day. I'm sure there are a lot of technical details involved in each and every discussion that we're going to have today. And let's welcome Mr. Ashish Agarwal from Ashish Polymers. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. And I would now request you, sir, to felicitate Mr. Kevin Jia. I'd request Mr. Siva Annamalai to please accept this felicitation on Mr. Kevin's behalf. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal. Well, it is now time to move on to the next topic, but the same speaker, I should say. Well, it is now time that we talk about evaluating powder coating raw materials, pros and cons, and do's and don'ts. For this, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Siva Annamalai from Ningbo, Wecan Chemicals, China. He's a chemical engineering graduate. He also did MBA in international marketing, and he has been associated with the powder coating industry for last 21 years. He has worked with Indian companies and multinational companies in India and abroad. His various technical projects in India and overseas are particularly for automotives, architectural, and general industry segments. You've heard him already once, and it is now time to welcome him one more time. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and over to Mr. Siva Annamalai.
Thank you. Hope सबको नींद नहीं आएगा. So let me take you through this one. I am Shiva. I am a technical manager for Ningbo Wecan Chemical. So we are into manufacturing matte hardeners, curing agents, and additives for powder coating. We are the second biggest producer in China for matte hardeners, additives. Okay. So I'm going to talk about evaluating raw materials for powder coating. शायद आप सोचेगा इस पे क्या बड़ी बात है, मेरे को तो सब कुछ पता है, ठीक है, लेकिन मैंने कुछ पॉइंट्स ऐसा बताऊंगा, you might not have heard so far. So I request you to give some attentions. In case if you need these presentations, just write to me. I will share my presentations with you. Okay. So let's start. What do we plan to do? हम क्या करना चाहते हैं? I'm going to talk about technical concept of each raw material. Then ब्रांड के ऊपर ज़्यादा बात नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन कॉन्सेप्ट के ऊपर ज़्यादा बात करूंगा. सेकेंड, क्या की पॉइंट्स टू कंसिडर while choosing raw material for specific formulations, and do's and don'ts while choosing raw materials. So we pick up 5 raw materials, 2 for matte hardeners, 2 curing agents, and 1 leveling additives. Okay, so I'm going to talk about only these products now. मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ एक अच्छा सा सवाल सवाल की वजह से बहुत सारी टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो सकते हैं. वन गुड क्वेश्चन will resolve many of your problems. The power of good question is it will open your eyes. Okay, so this is what I always says. हमारे इंडस्ट्री में क्या प्रॉब्लम है ना, मेरे को 22 years experience है, but most of the time when I interact with my customers, basically they are powder coating technical people or powder coating manufacturers or maybe raw material supplier. Some standard replies, some typical answers आता है. वो आंसर्स क्या है? मेरे को सब कुछ पता है, मैं 30 साल से धंधा चला रहा हूँ, मैं हार्ट कैसल टाइम से हूँ, मैं आइंस्टीन से कुछ कमी नहीं हूँ, ऐसा ही जवाब है. लेकिन रियलिटी क्या है ना, ये टेक्नोलॉजी 80s 90s 2000 में ऐसा हमारा इंडियन ओल्ड बस टाइप का है, लेकिन आज का जो टेक्नोलॉजी है ना मल्टी एक्सल बेंच जैसा है. सो वी नीड टू अपडेट आवर सेल्फ इफ यू वांट टू सस्टेन, इफ यू वांट टू ग्रो in an efficient manner. So we need to have latest updates about these technologies. That's most important. Then the second problem है, कोई भी business owners, कोई भी कंपनी का owners अगर raw material supplier को और कोई technical आदमी को एक सवाल पूछेगा, लेकिन उनके जवाब सीधा नहीं रहता है. सवाल ऐसा होता है, भाई तुम मेरे पार्टी में शामिल होगा क्या? नहीं. लेकिन टेक्निकल बंदा हाँ भी बोलेगा नहीं, ना भी बोलेगा नहीं. टेक्निकल बंदे का जवाब ऐसा होता है. किसी को समझ में आता है? With the recompense, obeisance to your proponent, I will sedately ruminate on its efficacy and reciprocate proportionally. ये क्या बोल रहा है किसी को समझ में नहीं आएगा. ये हाँ बोल रहे ना बोल रहे, पार्टी में ज्वाइन करेगा ना करेगा हमको मालूम नहीं, लेकिन हमारा मालिक का ऐसा जवाब चाहिए तो हाँ बोल, नहीं तो ना बोल. So my aim is to simplify the technology, to simplify the concept, irrespective of whether I get business or not. Okay, most of you know me well, so our main motto is to simplify the technologies. Okay. So let's talk about one by one. So the first raw material is hydroxyl alkylamide, curing agents. So it is one of the potential alternate for TGIC and good for exterior applications. So everyone knows about it. Okay, some people call primide hardener. But what we don't know, primide is basically a reaction between 2 chemicals, diethanolamine and dimethyl adipamide. So this everyone knows that there are primide is basically a reaction product of these 2 chemicals. सबको पता है, लेकिन क्या नहीं पता है? The primide could be manufactured in 2 methods. One is wet method, another one is dry method. This very few people know this one. Okay, so wet method क्या? Dry method क्या? Wet method में अगर आप primide बनाया क्या फायदा है? If you make it in through dry method, what is the advantage? This was I am going to talk about. So in wet method, these 2 chemicals, dimethylamide, adipamide, diethanolamine, and some catalyst mixed. Then what happened? They are adding some solvents and they convert this into solid form. The disadvantage is it has a lot of methyl alcohol. Methanol is produced in this process. If this is not completely dried or evaporated, then you will have lumping issues, you will have yellowing resistance issues. But in dry method, same dimethyl adipamide, diethanolamine, put it into the reactor, but there is no catalyst, there is no solvent, but it is directly liquid, it is transformed to powder form by way of passing it through a conveyor. Okay, this is called dry method. In wet method, the residue of methyl alcohol is very high, whereas in dry method, it is absolutely dry, no methanol. So if methanol present in your primide, you will have more technical problems. Second, If the HAA produced through wet method, then you have more yellowing tendency and you have lumping problems. Whereas in dry method, this problem is overcome. Then third one, if the wet method have residue of methyl alcohol, then if your customer cure the powder, then they will get lot of smoke because methanol is coming out and it will react with your some gaseous product in the oven. Okay, so then naturally you will get lot of smoke, whereas in dry method, you will not get so. So the purity level of wet method is lower than dry method. Second, after removing methanol here, see once methanol, then the liquid they convert into powder form. So what they do, they add another solvent that's called acetone and they convert this into semi-bead form, semi-slurry form. Then they transform to a trace. They allow it to cool at room temperature or dry. Then they mill it. I will show the photos of manufacturing in the subsequent slide. So in this process, what happened? Your methanol, if it is not completely dried, you will get into poor solvent resistance, many other issues. Whereas in dry, there is no solvent. This is how wet method is produced. For example, the slurry is collected in the tray, then basically it is milled. This is wet method. This is also wet method, but advanced wet method. So what they do, they convert the material into another couple of chambers and they dry it completely. Okay. In wet method, they use potassium hydroxide that will interact with your powder coating layer. It will affect your durability and also corrosion resistance. Whereas in dry method, there is no catalyst. Economically, wet method is very cheaper, whereas dry method is costlier, 20 to 25%. Wet method, both सारी supplies available है, dry method के लिए supplies बहुत कम है. So this is, first one is there are two methods, wet and dry. The second one is there are two qualities of pyramid hardeners available. One is ethyl adipamide, another one is propyl adipamide. Okay, so the second one looks better, okay, because it can have good overbake resistance and microphenolling resistance. So we evaluated some many grades. So the first one is our grades. You can check the purity point. The purity is higher. Second, you check the volatile. This is talk about methanol content. It is lower. Then you can talk about yellowing tendency. The yellowness is very low in our product. Okay, if you ask me what is the regular problems we face with pyramid formulations, one is you should use customized polyester to get high gloss. Second, if you want the best result, you should choose pyramid that is produced through dry method. Third one, if you want to avoid microphenolling, you must use this material, either micronized wax or some special additives that can give you microphenol free, or you can use a special filler called aluminum hydroxide. If you want to avoid yellowing, you must use combo antioxidants. It can give you better resistance against gas oven performance. And one more problem, whenever pyramid formulation is used, when you move the trolley, the powder started falling down. Okay, this is purely because of moisture entrapment. Okay, if you want to avoid that, then you should either control the moisture or you can use special customized dry flow additive, alu oxide C or alu oxide. So this is about weathering. So hope I give some information about pyramid. Let's look at the second one. I think most of you know about TGAC. This is one of the potential curing agents. But ये भी हमको पता है, लेकिन हमको क्या नहीं पता है, वो मैं बताऊंगा. TGAC is manufactured in 8 stages. There are 8 stages. The key chemicals are cyanuric acids and epichlorohydrin, and they react, they add a catalyst, they filter it, they wash it, they remove the epichlorohydrin, finally they filter it. This is the process. This everybody knows. But what we may not know, there are 2 qualities of TGACs available. How many people are heard about it? There are 2 qualities of TGACs available in the market. The number one is called regular grade, which we use in powder coating. This is called regular grade TGAC, which we use in powder coating. The second one is called electronic grade TGAC. Electronic grade TGAC, we might not have heard about it, but it is still exists. What is the difference? First is used in powder coating. Second one is used in electronic ink or sealant applications. First one is good purity level, whereas electronic and regular grade. Because the difference is standard TGAC, what we use, the price level is whatever, then your electronic grade TGAC would be costlier by $2 to $3 per kilo. Third one, in a standard TGAC, the free chlorine content, minimum 4,000 RPM to 5,000 RPM, whereas In electronic grade, it is only 1000 RPM. So, sorry, not RPM, PPM. Okay, it means lower the level of chlorine, higher the weathering resistance, less toxic odor. This is more important. Second, in the regular grade, the methyl alcohol is high. It may influence on your weathering, whereas chlorine content is low, methanol content is low in electronic grade. Okay, so this is the difference between two grades of TGAC. For example, I just picked up two suppliers. This is their analysis. You just see there is a difference in the chlorine content. So you should choose a resin that should have a low chlorine content. So there are three problems happens whenever you choose TGAC for your formulation. Number one, toxic odor. What is the solution? You should use TGAC that should have very less quantity of methanol. Second one is low chlorine content and purity so that you can have good weathering resistance. More than that, the final stage, even TGAC, when they try to convert into granular form, there are two methods. One is called wet method prilling process, another one is called dry method prilling process. If you use dry method prilling process, your methanol content is very low and your weathering, purity, low smoke, all the problems could be solved. So third one is a matte harness going to talk about. We all know about this B68 matte harness. We are काफी हम use करता है. It was first patented by Hulse, Degussa, 10 years, then many Chinese versions have come up. But here also there are two qualities of B68 matte harness available in the market. Number one is PMA based, pyromellitic anhydride. Second one is PMDA, pyromellitic dianhydride. Okay, so क्या फर्क है? PMA based one is costlier, it is have a very good flow and longer gel time. So the gel time is very high and flow is very good, whereas the gel time of PMDA based product is very low, okay, and shorter gel time, and the flow level also less. Gloss stability is good. Gloss control part, PMA, PMDA based, both are same. The better yellowing resistance, overbake resistance with PMA based product, whereas in PMDA based product, it is slightly low. The price of PMA is higher, the price of PMDA is low. A good matte hardener should have at least 70% of PMA. But what happened? They mix up PMA with filler, with hydrogenated castor oil. They try to make it more competitive. But if the good formulation should have 70%. Second, the durian is the key raw material to produce this PMA. But its price went from 290 rupees to 1,050 rupees in the last 3 years, 2016 to 2018. 29 RMB mean 290 rupees approximately, and 105 RMB mean 1,050 rupees. So what happened? People either have to increase the price or they need to compromise the quality. So third one, B68 type is basically a mixture of three ingredients. One is PMA or PMDA, another one is cyclic amidine. Okay, so you ask any supplier how to calculate the PHR. Some people say, मेरा 10 PHR 10% में काम हो जाएगा. कुछ लोग बोलते हैं 8 में काम हो जाएगा, 7 में. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. If you go by the calculation method is same irrespective of the supplier. Because ऐसे 70% polyester must react with 30% epoxy. That's called 70-30. Correct? The same way, the PHR calculation should be same irrespective of the supplier unless they do some adulterations. Second, the B68 reacts only with epoxy. It's not going to react with your polyester. लेकिन हमारा perception था वो polyester के साथ भी react हो रहा है. ऐसा नहीं है. This is PMA based product formulation. This is PMDA. The formulation is same, but what you need to see, I use the same percentage of hardener, but check the gloss level is 3.5, gloss level is 3.6. But the same formulation, the gloss level same, but you see the gel time of 75 seconds and gel time of 36 seconds. Okay, your gel time in PMDA based product is always coming down, and that's not good if you want to develop a more stable product. Okay. Second is a non-yellow matte hardener. This is one of the another popular matte hardeners. So this hardener advantage is during the epoxy price were going up. So everybody started moving to this. They want low epoxy formulation, low epoxy matte formulations. So for that, this hardener is one of the ideal choice. But we need to know about the technical concept, how this matte hardener reacts. Because it is having a high impact resistance, it can give a very good flow, it can give a very good low temperature curing, all possible. But the point is, this matte hardener, two types. One is reactive type, another one is non-reactive type. You should go with the reactive type because reactive type means the matte hardener is basically combination of 4 or 5 chemicals. These chemicals started among reacting themselves. Then some of the ingredients started reacting with epoxy as well. That's why your matting happens. For example, in any matting, there should be 2 reactions. One should be at slow speed, another must be at high speed. Then only you can get matting. So one is happening at very slow speed, another one is high speed. This is called reactive matting agents. This is non-reactive. It means this matte hardener does not react with epoxy or polyester. It reacts among themselves. Okay. So people ask some questions. Why I don't get consistent gloss level? Why I don't get storage stability, lumping issues? Why the finish is getting changed? Everything. Okay. So how to solve this problem? In this hardener, the disadvantage is you must use low viscosity 50-50 polyester. All 50-50 polyester won't suit for this formulation. You must choose a polyester that should have a low melt viscosity. Then only you can get very good matting. Second, I recommend to choose this type of hardener, that is reactive type, not this type of hardener, because as long as it reacts with epoxy, your formulation is more stable. Then do not try this type of matte hardener for low-cost formulation. If you use 40%, 45%, 30% for resin in your formulation, please don't try this one. Final one, everybody knows about flow agent, leveling additive, सब कुछ पता है, but फिर भी मैं कुछ बताना चाहता हूँ. The usage of flow agent is it removes craters, it avoids pinholes, it gives you very good DOI, it gives you good flow, substrate wetting, everything. But liquid paint से powder coating का क्या फर्क है? Liquid, we should never compare liquid paint's flow characteristics with powder coating. Okay, liquid paint flow system rely on solvent, whereas in powder coating, 100% depends on your viscosity of your whole formulation systems. Okay. So for example, if powder is deposited, it starts melting and flow and cure like this. Okay, so this is a basic. There are 5 types of flow agents available for powder coating. But for customer, it is only 1. But technically, there are 5 types of leveling agents are available for powder coating. Number 1, 100% liquid. We cannot use it in powder. Okay, liquid flow agent, we cannot use it in powder. Type 2 is a master batch. So they take the liquid flow agent, they master batch in polyester. But if you check the TDS, they master batch it in OH group polyester. I mean hydroxyl group polyester. Why? Because it can give you good functional group. It is ideal for automotive formulation, particularly alloy wheel primer and all. The type 3 is what mostly we are all using. It's called single acrylic monomer leveling agent. This is called second generation leveling agents. So, iska matlab kya hai? They use one acrylic monomer, preferably butyl acrylate or 2-ethyl XL acrylate. The commercial grades are many suppliers are supplying this kind of leveling agents. So this we know, but what we need to look into this? You please check the active content. The activity for powder, it should be at least 66% minimum. If you go by type 3, the active content must be 66 minimum. It cannot be more than 72. Then the flow agent will be in the liquid form or slurry form. 66 is minimum. Second, high quality silica should be used. For example, silica available at 80 rupees, 100 rupees, 150 rupees. You can also available at 25 rupees. If you use low quality silica, you will get haze effect. Okay, you just check whether high quality silica is used. Third one, some people say, I am getting a haziness, so I want to remove this, I want to add some monomers. So if these monomers will help you to get better clarity. Okay. What is the disadvantage of this kind of flow agent? Compatibility. If you use one supplier, you change to another supplier, definitely you have some issues. How to check the quality of flow agent? You can check activity, everything is fine, but please take down these 4 properties or 5 properties you must check. First, you check the pill flow. The pill flow means longer the length of the flow, then it is better the quality. Second, check 20-degree gloss. Don't check 60-degree gloss. 20-degree gloss will give you insight about clarity of the coating. Then check the TG, whether this flow agent is reducing your lumping characteristics or not. Then check the wave scan to check the high R value. So if your smoothness is very good, you get a very good clarity. Then compatibility. Then gel time. These are all the key factors to understand about leveling agent. So type 4 leveling agents, some people might be using. What is the difference? It is having 2 monomers. Type 3 is having only 1 monomer, but type 4 is 2 monomers. What is this 2 monomers? This is called third generation flow agents. Commercial grades are available here. Here, 2 monomers are used, and these 2 monomers having a OH functional group. The advantage is, if you have more OH functional group, you will have better compatibility, easy cleaning process, but costlier than your regular flow agent. Type 5 is 100% activity. It means there is no mix of silica, there is no mix of extender, there is no mix of any kind of extenders. Okay, this is good for mirror like a clear finish. If you want to get a clear finish, okay, that should be like looking like a mirror. You should go with this kind of leveling agent. But what is the disadvantage? It is having highly contamination nature. So after this flow agent, if you try to process some other product, it may give you pinols. Okay, that is the biggest problem of this flow agents. So this is a study. Surface tension means the flow agent should basically work like this. Low surface tension to high surface tension, or the coating should move. So second generation, which is type 3, whatever I mentioned about all we use, it can have wetting property only this range. Whereas if you go the type 3 with the 2 monomer, it is having a better wetting. Naturally, the price is also little higher. Thank you. Any questions or boring?
So we still have approximately 2 minutes on the clock. If you have any questions, you can ask it on this forum, or you can connect with Sir one-on-one. You can connect with Mr. Siva Annamalai one-on-one also after his session. Okay, so I guess...
Thank you.
Yes, I guess it is now time to felicitate you for your wonderful presentation. I would request Mr. Sadashiv from Kansai Nerolac Paints to join us on the stage to felicitate our wonderful speaker, Mr. Siva Annamalai. Sir, it was a pleasure having you here, and he gave us some great details about the powder coating raw materials, methods, properties, insights, and leveling additives and more. Can we please have you on the stage? I'd request Mr. Sadashiv to felicitate Mr. Siva Annamalai, and I'd request the team to please bring up the felicitation. And with all the speakers, I would request all our audience members, you can connect to all our speakers one-on-one after their sessions as well. I request you to please bring up the felicitation. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd request you to be seated. Well, now, before we move further, I have a small question to all of you. यहाँ पे कितने लोग हैं जिनके पास smartphones हैं? How many of you have smartphones? आप लोग अपने smartphones को pocket में से निकाल लीजिए और मुझे दिखा दीजिए, because मेरे पास भी है. How many of you have smartphones? Come on, take it out from your pocket. People in the front row, yes. Okay, now all of you, those who have smartphones, I'm sure everybody has it. People at the end, everybody has a smartphone. Well, we are streaming live and exclusive on the Paint Vision YouTube channel. So go to YouTube and search Paint Vision. और अगर आपने subscribe नहीं किया इस channel को तो अब भी subscribe कर लीजिए, because ये जो सारा कुछ conference है, ये सारी conclave आप कभी भी अपने mobile phone पे देख सकते हैं. It will just be one click away. So if you've not subscribed to Paint Vision, please do it right away. And after this, it is now time to move on to our next presentation. Well, this was about raw materials. The next one is about emerging technologies in powder coating. Well, the next topic for presentation is emerging technologies in powder coating, unconventional substrates. And our speaker for this session is Dr. Gaurav Chandra Srivastav, TSN Manager, PCR, INSC, Allnex. Dr. Gaurav Chandra Srivastav studied chemistry and obtained a bachelor's and master's degree in chemistry from Kanpur University with over 17 years of prolific experience in the paints, coatings, and ink industry. Dr. Dr. Gaurav brings expertise in physical chemistry, chemical reactions, and reaction mechanisms with his role as new formulation developments, raw materials, and synthesis development. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Dr. Gaurav Chandra Srivastav. It is such an honor to have you here, and over to you for your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the presentation on the emerging technologies in powder coating, and especially on the unconventional substrates, which has been now introduced in powder coating industry, and there is a demand from the market for some kind of substrates like plastic, MDF, wood, nylon, PA6. These kinds of substrates are coming up, and powder coating is being used or coated on these kind of substrates. So this is the presentation all about the emerging technologies which we can use on these kind of substrates. So the whole agenda of this presentation is like, there is an overview of Ulnex resins, then the trends in the powder coating market, emerging technologies, what are the emerging technologies, what are the unconventional substrates, low bake, fast cure, LTC powder coating systems, then UV powder coating system, and this is a new one, ultra low bake ULB Accure novel powder coating system. This is a latest development in powder coating industry. So this is the overview of Ulnex. Most of the people, you might be using liquid or in powder form, the polyester resin, liquid resins from the Ulnex additives. So Ulnex is the leading producer of resins, additives, cross-linker for various industrial coating resin applications like liquid. In performance resins, we have radiation curable resins, cross-linkers, powder coating resins, and this is the whole complete portfolio. And we are the global player with 2.1 billion euro annual sales. And this is a very leading product profile from Ulnex. Ulnex is the global leader in industrial coating resins with R&D, sales, and support capabilities across the globe. As you can see, we have technical service centers, we have regional hubs all across the globe, formulation development centers and technical service areas for meeting the specific demand of those areas. Now, we have 23 technical centers across the globe, including joint ventures, and we have close to 400 scientists and researchers working on new development, whether it is a product development, this is a formulation development, or any kind of technical services. We have centralized research labs, regional development labs, technical service centers, and the good thing about the Ulnex is it has a strong analytical capabilities. Ulnex analyzes the problems from the market and develops the product according to those problems to solve the challenges which are coming in the market. So this is the market trend all about. So in powder coating or any coating, first and most thing is the performance enhancement, how you are going to enhance the performance. On the basis of that, any resin manufacturer or any kind of coating developer develops a kind of product. Second one is regulation and sustainability. Nowadays, we are talking more about the regulations, different kind of EU regulations, different type of REACH regulations, and the sustainability as well. Third one is the functionality. Functionality is most important part of the coating system. You have to develop certain kind of functionalities in the system. Now the cost reduction. This is the most interesting chapter for any coating development. Without increasing the cost, how you are going to reduce its, how you are going to reduce the cost without changing its performance. Now, this is the important thing, penetration versus liquid coating. This is especially for the powder coating segment. Liquid coating has a very vast application field, and powder coating slowly enters in those areas. So what are those areas, how we have to penetrate in those markets, and how we have to cater those kind of requirements which are coming from your customer base or the markets. So in enhanced performance, there are 5 features and different type of coating system. First one is architectural coating system. So there is a trend, or there is the requirement of this kind of coating system, that it should have good corrosion resistance, moisture resistance, scratch resistance, self-cleaning ability, flexibility, along with the super durable performance, means high weatherability. Now, second one is ACE application, yani agriculture and construction equipment application. Here, corrosion resistance, weather stability, durability, scratch resistance, multi-substrate adhesion, direct to metal, alkali resistance, and flexible super durables, because these products are out in the open area, always camps in the open area. Now, third one is the rail, resistance to cleaning agents, anti-gravity, erosion resistance, and self-healing. These are the features which is required if you are going for a rail coating application. Yeah, this is a general industrial market, including coil coating. So DTM, corrosion resistance, weathering, durability, flexibility versus mechanical, means it should have a good flexibility as well as high mechanical properties. Now the self-healing as well. So when we are talking about the regulation and the sustainability, so the demand is for low-bake, fast-cure system, bio-based raw materials, recyclable raw materials, reduced free TMA, tin-free systems, BPA-free or BPA-NI, means BPA-free means it may have some content of the BPA bisphenol A, and BPA-NI means intentionally bisphenol has not been added in any kind of product. So there is a 2 difference. Now the functionality, this is the important thing. When we are talking about for a development for a new coating system, functionality is the most important thing. The coating, what function coating will give to your customer or on any substrate. So special effects, haptics, means soft feel, conductive, anti-static, radar, lidar reflection, self-cleaning, self-healing, low IR absorption, anti-fingerprint, then low dirt pickup and high surface energy. Now when we are talking about the cost reduction, obviously, cost reduction is just not only from the raw material prices. It also includes the amount of coating that has been deposited on the system, on the substrate. Then second point is, what is the time taken during all these kind of activities, means from starting to the end of a production process, how much time it is taking. So thin layer, single layer versus multiple layers, broader application window means time, duration. Then affordable resins, obviously, affordable resins means here the cost of the resin should go down. Then process simplification, faster return to the service, reduce pre-treatment, easy to clean, easy to recoat, or easy to strip, or multi-substrate adhesion. Means you design a coating which gets adhesion on multiple substrates. Now penetration versus liquid, means where powder coating must penetrate, or what are the new areas that are coming for as a challenge for the powder coating against liquid coatings. So liquid coatings are widely used on MDF, solid wood, plastic, coil, and can. So these are the areas where we have to penetrate as a powder coating manufacturer to develop all these type of coatings for these kind of substrates. So MDF, solid wood, plastic, coil, and can. So till now, plastic and MDF has been done. Solid wood is still a challenge. So these are the emerging technologies. These are the new technologies which has come in the market over quite few years. So first one is low bake, fast cure, LTC powder coating. So these are the curing temperatures. A powder coating is defined on the basis of its curing temperature as well as on the chemistry that has been used in the system. So 160 degree, 10 minutes, 140 degree, 10 minutes, 130 degree, 10 minutes. All these are achievable in the powder coating as a low temperature cure system. Then second one is UV powder coating. This is the new one. UV powder coating, 100 to 30 degrees centigrade IR temperature is required for the melt and the flow of the powder. And that is only for 1 to 3 minutes. And post that, once the flow and level have achieved, we pass it through the UV EB cure lighting, means UV curing system. and within a few seconds your system has cured, means the film is cured. So it takes a very less time as compared to conventional powder coating system. Now this is the very interesting thing. This is a ultra low bake ULB powder coating. It is also called Accure technology nowadays. And with this coating, 100 degrees centigrade for 8 to 10 minutes is possible. This technology is IP protected. With this technology, we can reduce the curing temperature to 100 degrees centigrade. So this is a very, what I say, means it's a phenomenal jump in the coating curing system. Now the unconventional substrates. We know we usually do powder coating on metal substrates. So what are the unconventional substrates that has come in 5 years of span for powder coating? So first one is wood. In wood, MDF, solid wood and fiber boards. So these are engineer boards and solid woods. So till now, solid woods has not get that kind of finish as you are getting in liquid finish. But yes, for MDF, any kind of finish is possible for powder coating. We are still doing work on fiber boards as well, because fiber boards has a low charging tendency, so it accepts charge so we need a kind of conductive primer on the top of that, then we have to follow by the powder coating system on it. Now the second one is the plastic, nylon and PSX. These are the requirements from the automotive industries. And yes, we have got a success on this kind of system to achieve a very good finish. So why we require a low temperature cure powder coating? What is the requirement? Because we have thermally sensitive substrates, means the substrates which are very much prone for the distortion to higher level of, if you provide a higher level of thermal energy to the substrates. So simplified forces for the industrial wood, design freedom for the complex slab components in MDF and furniture and cabinetry, shift in the regulatory policy. This is most important thing. Nowadays, there are a regulation to shift from solvent-based system to high solid solvent-based system to powder coating. So there is a regulation to reduce the amount of VOC which we are supplying in the environment with liquid coating. So this is a very challenging and this is a very interesting thing, that nowadays we can have a powder coating which can give a very good glossy finish, matte finish, as well as texture finish on MDF board. So this is a very huge market where any powder coating manufacturer can penetrate and go with that. There are the substrates which are heat sensitive. There are metal sheets which are very thin in the thickness, means there are very few is available. So for that, if we provide a high amount of heat energy to that substrate, it may change its shape. So we require a low temperature curing system so that we should not get a 180 degree, 200 degree temperature to a substrate, rather than we can do this at a 130 degree centigrade. So this is, again, slow to heat components. There are components which have a thicker sheets of metal, means high thickness of metal is there. So they take energy very less. Heating is very less on the thermal profile. So on the top of the surface, you are getting the desired curing temperature at a very slow rate. So if you are using your normal coating system, means normal powder coating system, which cures at 160, 180 or 200 degree, so it will take time to get cured, because we require an optimum surface temperature for any kind of curing of powder coating. So LTC is required for that kind of coating system. By this, we can coat big machines, big components in one shot. So massive metal components which are slow to heat and take longer time to cure, and that's why they are consuming time and energy. So when we lower the curing temperature, it means these components can be coated faster, and we achieve a faster production cycle on this kind of, with the help of LTC. Now, lower coating temperature means LTC. LTC also improves the efficiency of the applicator. The coating side means now the production side is more efficient. It can produce more components in a day. And it also, there is one important point. It also saves the energy. Energy is one of the most important things. Nowadays, Europe is facing an energy crisis. So, the raw material prices and everything are now eventually get affected with all these kind of things. So, if you can give some sort of relief to your applicator on this part, it will be a great help for them. So, these are the challenges while you are designing or while any manufacturer of the resin designs a low curing temperature system. These are the challenges which he has to face. First one is the workability. The most important thing is the workability. In workability, we have to think over two main important parameters. One is the stable storage, means storageability. Means if we produce a powder, can this be stored at the normal temperature? Second one is safe extrusion. If we are giving you a low temperature cure resin, and while the time of extrusion, it gets partially cured in your extruder, then there is a problem in the finish of the final paint. So this is the most important thing which we have to work on. And yes, Alnex has done a very successful work on this. And now these systems are stable, storage stability is there at a normal temperature. Yeah, there are certain kind of products which have a lower TG system, so they require some sort of specific storage requirements, but more or less it is now stable. And extrusion wise also, so the reactivity has been adjusted accordingly so that it does not affect your extruder temperature. Now the second one is the curing cycle. Since we have, when you are having a LTC, that means you are giving a low temperature to any kind of powder coating. So when you are giving low temperature, it gets very less time for the reaction. So we have to increase the reactivity of the components. Second one is faster curing. When you increase the reactivity, it automatically faster cures. So we have to balance out workability with curing cycle to give a sustainable resin for our customers. Now the appearance. These two things affects on the appearance of the final product. So low viscosity, more flow. As you reduce the curing time, the flow of the resin system gets affected. So we have to maintain higher flow in the resin so that with the less temperature, less time, we get a maximum flow on the surface. Now, so these are the challenges while we are designing a resin system or formulating a resin for any of our customer or for the market. And these are also the same challenges you will be facing while you are designing a formulation for your customer. So these three parameters are most important parameters, whether that is for a resin manufacturer or that is for a powder coating manufacturer. Now, coming to, we have talked about the low temperature curing system. Now, this is the second part, UV powder coating. So, this is the comparison between UV powder versus conventional liquid paints. Because when we are going in the market and we are asking our customers that we can use UV powder coating system on your substrate, so they will ask, what is the advantage? So the advantages are easy handling of powder paints, no viscosity control, no dropping. That means powder is 100%, you did not need to reduce its viscosity for spray application or for curtain coating application. So at the time of curing, since powder melts and then flows, whereas liquid flows and then cures. So there is a difference, and we get a dropping effect on the bottom of or the corner of the or the edges of the substrate. Thick film coating is possible with one coat, because in powder coating we can give 80 microns, 100 microns, 120 microns, depending on the surface finish, what we need to achieve. Whereas in liquid coating systems, there is a restriction. We have to coat multi-layer, or we have to go for a high solid systems, which have their own advantages along with their disadvantages. Low curing shrinkage, wrapping is less likely to occur in powder coating. No solvent emission. This is the most important thing when we are using UV powder coating or any kind of powder coating, that no solvent is involved in it. So, less prone for any kind of fire hazard during manufacturing as well as at the time of application. In solvent-based system, typically around 50% of solvent is used at the time when we are applying that coating system on the substrate. In high solids, it is 20 to 35%. In water-based, it's around 10%. Then in powder, this is 0%. Water-based, there may be a debate on this because different type of water-based paints have different type of waters. But we are not talking about water here. We are talking about the solvents. So solvents is not more than 10% in any kind of water-based system. So with that no solvent emission, we get much less toxicity concern. There is no free monomers, no VOC, nothing is we are releasing in the atmosphere. So it is a 100% green technology as per the terms of VOC. Now, no solvent incinerator equipment is required. Means if you have a closed environment, then you require some kind of equipment, and if you are using certain thinners and this, so you need a certain kind of equipment to recover those solvents. So with the powder, there is no requirement. And even the biggest advantage is over-sprayed powder can be collected and used up to 85 to 90% in the next batches with some mixing with fresh powder and the over-sprayed powder. So the material efficiency is much more, curing cycle is much reduced and less energy consumed. So this is a new, we can say, a step in powder coating industry if we can move ahead towards the UV powder coating. So when we are talking about liquids, these are all the comparison with the liquids. Now we are having a comparison with the conventional powder paints, means UV powder paints versus conventional powder paints. So this is, if we are using convection over, curing temperature is 140 to 220 degrees centigrade, time is 15 to 30 minutes. This is the metal. The time may vary as per the thickness of the metal. The similar IR plus convection, the timing may reduce to 10 to 25 minutes, depend on the thickness of the system. Then IR, 160 to 250 degrees at 5 to 15 minutes. This is for the metal substrates. Now, when we are talking about the UV powders, most important thing, you require heating only for 1 to 3 minutes. And that is with the IR. So IR or in the convection, we require 1 to 2 minutes or maximum, in maximum case, 3 minutes of heating to melt the powder and flow on the substrate. Then when you pass it to the UV or EB light, it cures within the seconds. So now the total timing is somewhere around 2 to 3 minutes, not more than that. And that can be used on metals as well as on wood as well as on plastic. So multiple substrates are available here. So this is the biggest advantage over conventional powder to the UV powder system. So this is the same thing which I said, like a low temperature fast curing system. So means faster productivity, energy efficiency, reduced cycle time, high productivity, reduction in the energy consumption and CO2 emission, or you can say the solvent emission. Now, UV powder coating, potential application substrates. What are the substrates where we can use this kind of? So heat sensitive substrates, which are thermally stable up to 110 to 150 degrees centigrade. So because we require IR or the conventional heating system for 110 degrees centigrades to 1 to 3 minutes for melting the powder and flow on the surface. So any substrate which is stable at 100 to 150 degrees centigrade of the range, that can be used, means that can be coated with the UV powder. Like engineering woods, MDF is one of the examples. Plastic, nylon, PA6, there are some engineered PVC as well. Alloy. pre-assembled components which have heat-sensitive parts, like electrical wiring, rubber seals, etc. So there are components which we need to coat. So that can be coated with the UV system, because now you require heat at a lower temperature, 110 degree to 130 degree or 140 degree, depending on the heating system you are using, IR or convection oven. So this can be done. These are some examples of a large mass part, means bigger parts can be coated with this kind of coating system. And now this is the latest development in powder coating industry. This is a ULB Accure coating system. It has a 3-component system, component A, component B, and the catalyst package. All are available with the Alex. The binder part means all 3 part resin, its reactor, and the catalyst is available with the Alex. Now, what you have to do, you have just to prepare the coating. As per the requirements, you have more experience on pigments, fillers, additives. So we have to do extrusion, create a powder, and curing is possible at 100 to 110 degrees centigrade for 8 to 10 minutes. This is an IP protected system. So if you want to have more information on this, we can have a one-to-one discussion on it. So these are the features of this. Fast reactivity, we can tune the reactivity as per our requirement. Broad design options are available for different kind of substrates. And we have a favorable HSE profile, means there are no hazardous substance. So no leveling is required on this. So potential coating performance, which we will achieve with this low temperature fast cure system, 100 degree curing possible. You can tune this curing profile from 100 to 130 degrees centigrade as per your requirement. Workability is there. That means ease of extrusion is there without hampering your extrusion temperature or any kind of reaction. Then good storage stability at ambient room temperature. Coating performance, chemical resistance, weatherability, all are very good in this. And coating finish versatility, gloss, you can achieve any kind of gloss and any kind of special effects like texture, matte, whatever. With the same resin and coating system, you can achieve different kind of effects in that. So this is the application process for wood, low temperature curing. So furniture materials are these: solid hardwood, wood-based substrates, engineering wood, metal-based substrate, steel, aluminum, plastic, and others. So in wood-based substrates, we have solid wood, solid hardwood. This is, till date, it is not possible with the powder paint because of the porosity available in the system. Engineering wood, plywood, HDF, MDF, plastic board, black board oriented. So these all can be possible with the powder coating with some pros and cons in the surface finish. So most prominent we have most success on the MDF system. We have achieved a very good high gloss level, good matte level, texture finish, everything there. So the goal is to achieve all these WBS, means wood-based substrate with powder coating. We want to coat all wood-based substrate with the powder coating. So this is our ultimate goal. We till now have reached till MDF and HDF. This is a typical curing and preheat oven layout. So here you will load your MDF board. It will goes for a preheating. This is for LTC. Then this is a powder coating booth. It will get coated, cured, and cooled down, and it is wrapped, and you can supply it. So this is a industrial layout. What are the challenges in that? There are challenges while we are coating a MDF. So we need to understand this. Porosity of MDF. Different type of MDF have different type of porosity. We have to overcome that. Gas evaluation. When you heat any substrate, there is a gas evaluation, means the pore size will open and the gas will come out. Water resistance, adhesion, charging of the substrates. Different type of MDF have different type of charging tendency. Low heat conductivity, surface temperature retention, removal of formaldehyde, and edge cracking. These are the things which we have, which are the challenges in the system. So UV powder coating process, it can be done on MDF as well as on the plastic. So this is, you have applied on the substrate, IR radiation, 100 to 120 degrees centigrade for 1 to 3 minutes. UV curing and cured film. So this is a very simple process. You can go ahead with a very shorter span of production cycle. So this is eco-friendly, no solvent, low temperature cure. efficiency, it reduces the space and faster line speed. This is from the Alnex. We urge you to participate in the emerging technologies. So with the emerging technologies, it's time for a different step, different direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gaurav Chandra Srivastava. Very well said that it's time for a different direction. Well, I'll now call on stage Mr. Yasser Arafat from Berger, Bangladesh, to felicitate Dr. Gaurav Chandra Srivastava. Can I please have you up the stage, sir? Well, Dr. Gaurav, in his presentation, very rightly mentioned about the low bake, fast cure, UV powder coating, and ultra low bake. Thank you so much, sir, for getting us insights about the emerging technologies. I'd request you to felicitate Dr. Gaurav, sir. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'd request you to be seated. And after this, it is now time to welcome our next presenter. And now, as we mentioned earlier, that we're going to talk about different facets of powder coating. So it's now time to talk on the metallic pigments. So the next topic for presentation is technical presentation on metallic pigments for powder coating manufacturing. This is by Metapol Mexico, represented by IDCC Global Chem Private Limited, formerly known as India Dichem. And our next speaker would be Mr. Bharat Arora. He is the founder and managing director of IDCC Global Chem Private Limited. He has more than 51 years of experience of participation of the parent company in this industry. He started his journey in 1993 from Old Delhi Chemical Market, Tilak Bazaar, and as we speak, IDCC Chem represents 24 global companies and serves more than 2,500 customers pan-India. He has truly led his company in such a way to become one of the most prestigious distribution houses of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Bharat Arora on the stage. Please hear it for Mr. Bharat Arora. Come on, we can be more generous with our applause, can't we?
Actually requested for a mic, caller mic. I think probably he must be getting it.
Okay.
So please check, or otherwise I'll use the mic here.
Sure, okay, so can we have the caller mic, please?
From change the slide from here. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you all hear me? Am I audible, please? Okay, good, great. So it's 51 years for the parent company and not from my experience, just to correct that. Company's experience, certainly. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pain Vision, and thank you, Manishji, for having us here. Your grit and determination is always admired. Thank you so much. So, friends, we're going to speak about metallic pigments today as one of my presentation for the day. I hope you can all hear me, right? Am I audible, please? Right? Is that okay? Thanks. So, a little bit about what is metallic pigment. They are metal flakes of high quality obtained by grinding process that configure characteristics of particle distribution, flake time, opacity, and brightness. So different types of metallic pigments are there, which results into, which are done out of distribution, like the flake type, the opacities, and the brightness.
So these are the raw metals what used in manufacturing of metallic pigments, as you may be aware of. Electrolytic copper has got a purity about 99.99%. Zinc on plate is about 99.99%, which is quite the same. Aluminum foil has with a purity about 98% minimum, and atomized aluminum with the same purity or a similar purity, I should say, about 99%. So a little bit about metallic pigments properties. So there are four kinds of metallic pigments. One is in powder, the second one is in paste, the third one comes in a pelletized form, and the fourth is dispersion. So when we talk about, since this is the powder coating conclave, when we talk about powder coatings, it is generally the powder which is used, and to some extent pelletized pigments. Paste is generally used for liquid paints and for decorative paints and automotive applications, OEM and so on and so forth, and so do the dispersions. So there are two kinds of, to speak about aluminiums, there are two kinds of aluminiums which are there. One is the leafing and the other one is non-leafing. As you may all know, that leafing is meant for better orientation. It gives so if you wanted to have kind of an effect where you wanted to have a better orientation, an effect which should be very bright, then leafing is the one which is recommended for that. That's about flake geometry. That's an important slide. It is D50, so generally the particle sizes are measured by D50 mechanism and D97 mechanisms. D50 is generally the one which is well understood around the country, and so do in the global markets. So there are different curves. The lowest one is with the finest particle size, and the medium, and the top curve is for the coarsest particle size. So about Metapol. So Metapol is a company based out in Mexico. Right, 3 years from now, 4 years, 3 years from now, they complete about 50 years of presence in coating industry, in the gold bronze powder industry. The plant is in Mexico, and the operations is in Mexico only. Since 1971, they started to produce aluminum paste, which are for different application. But when we talk about gold bronze powders, it has been almost about 47 years they've been in gold bronze powders. The application, likewise, I mentioned that it is used in coatings, in specific powder coatings, decoratives, graphic arts inks, automotive paints, which are mentioned for top coats, even plastics, textiles, and so on. That's about the commitments on the quality, the on-time delivery. The price is very transparent. The deliveries are assured. In terms of newer business developments, so if in specific, if you wanted to develop a certain grade or a certain shade in metallic, they're quite open to hear about the business proposals, and they've been able to deliver most of the time, as in when we have the conversations on that. There are various certificates what they're nominated with me. You know it better than me. ISO 9000, 14001, 45001 certificate. So their presence in about 24 companies worldwide. India happens to be where we are participating with your support. 24 countries participation they have, and when it comes to India, it comes in our scope as a business responsibility to represent them exclusively for Indian market. So metallic pigments, so this is to say about what is metallic pigments for powder coatings. And now this is your expertise subject. I shouldn't be saying more about it. So it's a raw metal. You take raw metal, put it in a mixer load, in the raw metal, pre-mixing, extrusion, and then by the couple of other processes, you put that into a packaging. So this is about how the powder coating process is, and all of you, I believe that most of the audience would know about the process. That's a powder paint process. So as you know, that powder paint process is done out of dry blending and the bonding process. So dry blending is when we take an external dry mix where the resin and the aluminum pigments are placed. So what is very important in dry blending, when we're doing dry blending, it is advisable not to homogenize or mix the metallic powders, be it gold browns or aluminiums, vigorously. Don't put too much of energy into it, because once there is too much of energy added to it, the particle size will get break, and eventually we start to get a grayish effect or not bright metallic effect. So in dry blending, that's one of those things which are very important for us to take care of it. The second process is the bonding process, where the temperature is raised to the TG of the polymer. And here, in case of polymer, we're talking about the resins, what you're going to use in the formulation. So like polyester and epoxies. So you got to raise the TG to that level where the polymer or the resin gets melt, and it is bonded by the metallics. And then there is no exertion, or there is no over exertion which is given to the pigment, and it gives a very bright lustrous effect. So this is theoretically how the formulations looks like. 60 to 70% resin. So 60% can be, let's say if you're doing an outdoor application, you must be using pure polyesters for that matter, 60-70%. Loads is about the filler ratio, 20-30%. Additives about 2%, which is the flow and the other additives. And the pigments, which is about 2 to 4%, depending upon the kind of opacity you want, the brightness you want, the metallic effects, what is required as an end effect. So that's recommendations for use, which I mentioned earlier. It's homogeneous mixture of metallic pigment and powder paint. Mix at slow speeds, which is very important. If you mix it at high speeds, then particle gets broken up. And then, like as I mentioned, then the bright silver or bright gold will automatically, the brilliance or the brightness will come down. So it's very important to mix at low speeds. Like as I mentioned, 2 to 4%. By weight of maximum, that's something which is recommended as a starting point to add the pigment. So that's a little bit about products. That's a very important slide. It gives an insight about that when you use fine particle size, or when you use a medium particle size or the coarse particle size, what kind of effect you may get. We come across various questions from customers like, if you're going to have a fine effect, what particle size or what product we should use it. This slide says it all. So if you're looking for a good hiding power and smoothness, then we should use for finer particle size. When I'm saying for finer particle size, theoretically, anything which is less than 10 microns, so somewhere around 5 to 10 microns is considered to be a finer particle size. If you're talking about that if you wanted to have a brightness, then a medium particle size within the range of, let's say, 12 to 15, 17, anything less than 20 is supposed to give a brightness effect. The whiteness is also out of a medium particle size. So the brightness and whiteness comes from by the medium particle size, whereas if you wanted to have a coarse effect, which means a real silver kind of effect, we come across, companies or customers with different verticals, they come up and say that, we wanted to have a real silver effect. I'm not sure how much in the audience would like to have a real silver or a real chrome kind of effect. But if in case we wanted to have a real silver effect, so as in like the silver is chopped, made a powder out of it, and then you have made a powder coating thereon. And that's where the coarse particle size comes in. And besides having a coarse particle size, it's important to have a silver, a metallic, with round flakes. And if you take a cornflake type, which is more grayish, so it's not just about the particle size, it is also about the kind of flake what you're going to use. In our case, we provide silvers, which are going to give a real silver kind of effect. A coarser particle size, and likewise, in the fine, when we start to use, and we get even chrome effects. Okay, so that's the one which I was referring to, chrome effect. I'm not sure how many of you, because this is a very common request we get in the industry. People been looking at asking for a chrome finish. How much, I'm not sure. How many of you would be interested in a chrome finish in powder coatings? Great. 4007 PL is a grade to look for. 7 micron to give a chrome effect, steel kind of effect. Described in different words, but like pewter finish, chrome finish, I should stick to chrome finish, that's the right word. Chrome finish. 4007 PL is supposed to give ourselves a chrome finish. From 7 to 9 microns you go, then you get a slightly whitish effect, and 12, of course, takes you on a different platform of effect. This is how, these are 3 major products for powder. So when we say PL, it is powder leafing. That's PL. 4007, the last digit, or words describes as PL, which means powder leafing. Okay, so on the right is, it's one of those panels what we had it in our records. I'm sure that, with your expertise in the subject, you probably will be able to get a better effect than this one. There are a lot of factors behind it. One is, of course, which is the most contributing factor, which is the pigment. And second, of course, is your formulation. You know, how does your resin reach as, what kind of flow additive you add into it, as you all know. So that's the kind of chrome effect we're talking about. We could only capture as best as this one, but yes, I'm quite sure you will be able to get better than this one. And on the left is 12 microns. Just a comparison. So as you go from 7 to 12 microns, the visual appearance and the chrome effect also gets changed. Now the other series, which is an encapsulated pigment. So it's silica encapsulated pigment. As you can see in the type, it's encapsulated powders. Comes in different microns, like 55 microns, 44. So as the particle size, when we go higher on the number, we get the coarse effect. And when we get lower on the number, we get fine effect. So in this case, 55 is the highest, which means it's supposed to give a coarsest effect, sparkle, coarse effect, whereas 14 microns is the finest in the list. It's supposed to give a white, bright effect. And they're all encapsulated powder. When I say encapsulated powder, they don't oxidize. That's what I mean in encapsulation. So when it is silica encapsulation, they don't oxidize. It also have weather resistance. It is also chemical resistance. So these are the gold bronze powders, which is again encapsulated powder, and it gives very good stability and resistance. When we're talking of resistance, we're talking of acid resistance, chemical resistance, we're talking about gasoline resistance, weatherability, all of that. And like so in golds, there are various kinds of gold. I'm sure the ones who are using gold, they must be aware of it. There is pale gold, there is rich pale gold, there are coppers. We also have gone a little beyond that, where we have mandarin color, red color. The best part in these pigments are that when you go for encapsulations, you've been able to create a pigment which is done for now and probably done for years. The color doesn't change. So generally in the metal powders, there is a common, probably understanding, I should say. We think that golds oxidize, but when we take encapsulation, they don't oxidize. And to some extent, what we're thinking is correct, is because there's a conventional series which gets oxidized, but the encapsulated pigment doesn't get oxidized. Now these are few clips of panels of rich gold, pale gold, and rich gold with different microns. Of course, they don't look the same as it is. It's tinted through with black, but that's how it looks like. So that's also something what we picked up from one of our slides. And that's the best result we could capture upon. They look much more brighter in end result as what it is in the picture. Now, when I was talking about the conventional pigment, on the right is the conventional pigment, and I'm quite sure you must be aware of this. It has got long history in India, ending with 3. Last digit is 3. On the left is ours, on the right is theirs. You see, this is the conventional series. When I'm saying conventional series, I mean these are not encapsulated. But despite being not encapsulated, it gives a very bright effect as compared to the conventional pigment, which has been in the industry for a very long time. So the typical advantages of this is, one, of course, it is cost effective, but that's one of those advantages, which is about 15.55% as compared to competition. It's very bright. It has got an excellent hiding power and a clean tone. And of course, it can be used for powder coating and a lot of other applications too. So this is the silica encapsulated aluminum series, which I mentioned earlier, 55 micron, 44, 36, 10, and 23. A few panels, again, likewise, I mentioned about real silver kind of effect. So if you look at the bottom slide, that's the best effect what we would capture upon. I mean, that's how the pictures came through. But it has got a D55, 55 microns, and that's where I was referring to a real silver effect. I mean, kind of sparkle silver effect. Okay, so one of the things which I wanted to mention, this is for all of you, no matter whichever company's aluminum or golds you must be using, you'll be buying from. But from the safety perspective, it is always advisable to take anti-sparkle shovels to avoid any mishappening and to avoid any static charge. Aluminium has got static charge, which are not coated has got a static charge. The ones which are coated are less prone to risk, or to mishappenings, I should say. Okay. Okay, so that's the last point. Keep the drums and buckets closed after they've been used. So once you open it, it's advisable, whatever quantities you need it to batch it through, to produce it, please use that and then close the bucket, because once it goes in contact with the atmospheric condition, then the pigment starts to oxidize automatically without any heat, or because of moisture, because of direct or indirect contact with heat. So it's always advisable to keep the buckets closed in case of metallic pigments. That's about, so we mentioned, like, it was stated that we work with 24 companies worldwide. Few of our partners also work in a set of these products. Just a slide added for reference. Okay, so like as I mentioned in the earlier slide, we work with Metapol for India, for their metallic pigments. All of that, what we covered up in the previous slides. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate your time and your, for hearing me out. If you got any questions, please feel free to ask me. Sorry, say again. The blending speed, it has to be mixed, that's a very good question. It has to mix gently, and there are no clear defined minutes or time which is given in terms of blending, but it has to be done in a homogeneous, it just have to homogenize it and mix it very gently. So anything where we have like sharper blades should be avoided. In case of powder coating, you wouldn't have it probably. But it has to be used where the sharper blades are not going to be there. It has to be like something which is round blenders, so that it doesn't hit the particle size and start to break it through, and mix it just to homogenize it, through and through homogenization. That's all. Yes, please. Sorry, so if you can please repeat, yeah? If I heard it correctly,
Hello.
but you still repeat, please.
In leafing pigments, it is susceptible to oxidation, resulting blackness or losing of metallic luster. Okay. So in this case, in your product, is there any treatment is there so that the luster is lasting for some time?
Okay. So if I had it correctly, I repeat, you wanted to say that if you use a chrome effect, a leafing, then it tends to oxidize after a certain while. And if there is any other special treatment where we can retain the chrome effect. I hope that was the question. Okay, that's a very good question. Well, generally, unfortunately, there is no coated pigment in leafing chrome effect. However, if you wanted to retain that, it's going to be a two-coat process, which you must be aware of it. Doctor is already laughing on that. So that's rightly what you're thinking about. It's the same answer. You got to give a top coat. Yeah, I do understand. I respect there is a challenge behind it. Yes, yes. Well, that's how it is, doctor. I mean, unfortunately, it's pity that we don't have anything in the technology, but yes, what we can always look as an option is that we start to look at non-leafing 7 to 8 microns, which we also have in the range, and encapsulated pigment. But the question is that when you start comparing the chrome effect of a leafing versus non-leafing, it's not going to be the same. There's going to be a whole lot of difference in the visual effect, I should say. So it's worth trying it through, but it's not going to be close. So if you wanted to give it a try, wanted to give it a shot, you can always make a check on that. Since it is encapsulated, it takes care of the oxidation part where the question was coming in from. Right, I hope I answer your question, please. Thank you so much. All right, anything else, please? Yes, please.
Yes, we have one more question, and so I'll come to you with the mic.
It's good to see that I'm quite on time. I got still about another 5 minutes to go.
Yes.
The bells are not ringing.
Yeah, we have seen one particular problem in the metallic finishes.
Yes, please.
Once the metallic powder is mixed with the base material, we have seen many of the times the chargeability reduces. May I know the reason for it? Or you can call it as a shelf life or something similar to that.
Sorry, sir, if you can please repeat your question. I'm not being able to hear it.
When we add a metallic your powder into the main raw material along with the finished powder, the chargeability of the powder reduces. Maybe after a week or 10 days time, at the beginning we have seen a very good chargeability. Maybe after a week or 10 days time, the chargeability reduces.
Okay, very good. That's a very good
We
question.
know the reason for
Sure.
it.
Are you talking about leafing, non-leafing? Are you referring to aluminum or golds?
Both.
Or are you referring to encapsulated or conventional? If you're referring to conventional, then you may come across this challenge. So it's worth for trying it through encapsulated pigment, because encapsulated pigments has got a better chargeability, or supposed to have a better chargeability as compared to conventional series. When I say conventional, I'm talking about uncoated pigments. When I say encapsulated, I'm talking coated pigments. So the ones which are coated pigments are supposed to give us, theoretically they're supposed to give us better chargeability. Now the question is that how much and how far? That's something what we have to evaluate on the line, see that, where the differences are. So it is suggested to use a coated pigment in this case, please. So you can actually let us know whether you need rich gold, or rich pale gold with different particle size, and we can take the things forward. Right. So it was there by using so chargeability of pigment itself you're talking about, right? So like Veda said, yeah. Okay, so that's something what you have to check. I mean, if it is not related to metallic, then I may not know, sorry. But if it is related to metallic, then it is suggested to try encapsulated pigment in this case. All right.
So yes, we have another question answer session at the end of today's program. So I guess this is it for the moment, and indeed it was a power pack. Yes, we definitely need you there, and it is indeed a very, very power packed session from your side. Thank you so much, Mr. Bharat Arora, and ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Bharat Arora.
Thank you so much.
Can I please have on stage Mr. Ankit Goyal from Deep Polychem to felicitate Mr. Bharat Arora.
And I'm not going back anywhere. I'm coming back post-lunch to see you all, to deliver a very interesting session not to be missed, which is on high-performance pigments. And I'm quite sure, when we talk about weatherability, the chemical resistance, the outdoor exposures and all, there probably would be challenges for a pigment which gets stable under adverse conditions and weatherability and chemical resistance. So please don't miss the session. I'm coming back soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I'd request you to receive the felicitation. Well, Mr. Bharat Arora spoke about tech insights on metallic pigments, properties of metallic pigments, and safe handling of metallic pigments. Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful presentation. Thank you so much. And after this, it is now time, right before we break for lunch, it is now time to indulge in a power-packed discussion where we are going to talk about use of pearl in powder coating, addressing the challenges in metallic finish powder coating development. It is a technical discussion where we have Mr. Sunil Jindal from AMP Pigments, and this discussion is going to be moderated by the man himself, Mr. Manish Malhotra, CEO, Paint Vision. Can I please have the two of you up the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Sunil Jindal, AMP Pigments, and our moderator for the session, Mr. Manish Malhotra, CEO, Paint Vision. And can we have another cordless mic for the two of them? Thank you so much. I request both of you to please be seated, and can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this power-packed duo.
Hello. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. हम लोग ऐसा पिछली बार भी कर चुके हैं जो लिक्विड का हमारा शो हुआ था, एंड दिस इज अ पैनल डिस्कशन विद AMP पिगमेंट्स. मिस्टर सुनील जिंदल जी हमारे साथ हैं और काफ़ी समय से हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, पेंट विजन के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं. इनकी स्पेशलिटी तो खैर बहुत सारी चीज़ों में है, लेकिन अभी हम यहाँ पर जो बात करने वाले हैं पर्ल पिगमेंट के बारे में बात करने वाले हैं, एंड ही इज द सेकंड पर्सन आई थिंक हु इज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर्ल्स इन इंडिया. तो सुनील जी स्वागत है आपका बहुत बहुत.
धन्यवाद, थैंक यू.
सर कुछ अपनी कंपनी के बारे में बताएं. व्हाट इज AMP पिगमेंट? SP कलर्स भी इनका एक कंपनी है. AMP पिगमेंट दो कंपनीज के अंडर ये इनका चलता है. सर प्लीज.
बस पर्ल पिगमेंट्स बना रहे हैं हम लोग, और माइका बेस्ड है. माइका में भी कई तरह की माइकाज आती है, वो सब मिला जुला के फिर पिगमेंट्स बनाते हैं. अहमदाबाद में हम लोग, अहमदाबाद में यूनिट है हमारे पिगमेंट का, जो इपॉक्सी में काम आता है, वाटर बेस में काम आता है, फिर पॉलिस्टर में काम आता है. वो सब पिगमेंट इमल्शन भी बनाते हैं, पेस्ट भी बनाते हैं हम लोग.
तो मुझे जैसा आपसे बात हुई थी पता लगा था कि आप बेसिकली पीछे अहमदाबाद से.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
दिल्ली में कब आए सर?
98
में.
हाँ.
वेरी गुड. तो अभी फ्यूचर प्लानिंग AMP पिगमेंट की कहें तो क्या है?
अभी हम लोग उत्तराखंड में जा रहे हैं प्लांट लेके. अभी दिल्ली में है, अब हम बड़ा प्लांट डाल रहे हैं जिसमें हमारी प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी.
किस चीज़ का प्लांट?
पर्ल पिगमेंट्स का.
पर्ल पिगमेंट का, ओके.
जो 3 महीने में हमारा स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, उसकी प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी में काफ़ी बढ़ा रहे हैं.
ओके.
जैसे गवर्नमेंट ने अभी एंटी डंपिंग ड्यूटी लगाई है, तो उसका बेनिफिट हमें मिल रहा है कि हम कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव बन पा रहे हैं.
एंटी डंपिंग ड्यूटी जो पर्ल में लगाई है?
पर्ल में लगाई है.
यस, ओके.
उसकी वजह से हम प्रोडक्शन कैपेसिटी पे ध्यान दे पा रहे हैं. जो हम दिल्ली में भी थे तो बड़ी जगह और बड़ा सेटअप के लिए अलग जाना पड़ रहा है, दूर जाना पड़ रहा है. तो उत्तराखंड में हम इसको बनाने जा रहे हैं अभी.
ओके ओके. कौन कौन सी पर्ल बेसिकली आप बना रहे हैं?
तो पर्ल बेसिकली बहुत तरह की आती है. एक माइका बेस्ड आती है, जो नेचुरल माइका आती है, फिर सिंथेटिक बेस पे आती है, फिर बोरोसिलिकेट बेस आती है. तो कई तरह के बेस है इसके अंदर. अभी हम लोग सिंथेटिक तक पहुँचे हैं. बोरोसिलिकेट भी हम R&D चल रही है हमारी. माइका तो बना ही रहे हैं हम लोग, सिंथेटिक भी बना रहे हैं. इसके अलावा बोरोसिलिकेट भी हमारा जल्दी मुझे लगता है कामयाब हो जाएगा इसके अंदर.
और बेसिकली जो पर्ल है उसमें काफ़ी वेराइटीज़ भी आती हैं, सबको पता ही है. मैं अगर AMP पिगमेंट और पर्ल के रिलेशन में बात करूं तो फ्यूचर क्या है सर? मतलब क्या फ्यूचर आप पर्ल के अंदर लेके आने वाले हैं?
पर्ल का अभी एक्चुअली यूज़ बहुत कम है. अभी मैंने देखा है कि अभी पाउडर कोटिंग इंडस्ट्री में सिर्फ नॉर्मली सिल्वर या गोल्ड इसी तरह के पिगमेंट्स चल रहे हैं, और उसमें भी पर्टिकुलर एक साइज़ चल रहा है, 10 to 60 माइक्रोन चल रहे हैं ओनली, या 20 to 200 एक सिल्वर चल रहा है ओनली. इसमें अभी 2% पे अपने लोग, मेरे पास 100% चीज़ें हैं सारी, जिसमें सिंथेटिक बेस पे अलग अलग पार्टिकल साइज में रिजल्ट्स भी हैं. मैंने स्टॉल भी लगा रखा है, या मैं सब दिखा सकता हूँ कि मेरे पास क्या क्या है. फिर स्टील इफेक्ट पर्ल भी हैं. स्टील इफेक्ट पर्ल,
ओके.
फिर कैमलियन पर्ल हैं जो सिंथेटिक बेस पे भी है, ग्लास बेस पे भी आती है. फिर माइका बेस में भी कई तरह के पार्टिकल साइज आते हैं, बहुत तरह की चीज़ें आती हैं इसमें, फाइन पार्टिकल्स भी आ रहे हैं. तो मैंने कुछ रिजल्ट निकालने की कोशिश की है दिखाने के लिए कि पाउडर कोटिंग इंडस्ट्री में कुछ नया किया जाए, कुछ आए. फिर रेनबो इफेक्ट में कुछ निकाला है मैंने, रेनबो इफेक्ट. हाँ, रेनबो इफेक्ट, उसका अच्छा इफेक्ट आने वाला है.
सब प्राइसिंग की बात करें तो जो पर्ल आप दे रहे हैं वो मार्केट प्राइस या मार्केट की जो अलग अलग क्वालिटीज़ हैं उसके हिसाब से हम कहाँ स्टैंड करते हैं सर?
ऐसा है जी, इंडिया में जो फर्स्ट मैन्युफैक्चर हैं जो बना रहे हैं ऑलरेडी, उनके पास ये वेराइटीज़ है ही नहीं. इंपोर्ट हो रहा है. इंपोर्ट में प्राइसिंग बहुत हाई है. जो इसको डील कर रहे हैं वो जस्ट 5 टाइम ज़्यादा है मेरे प्राइस से. अगर मैं कोई चीज़ 5,000 की दे रहा हूँ तो मार्केट में इंपोर्ट करके जो मंगा रहे हैं वो 25,000 20,000 इसको मार्केटिंग कर रहे हैं.
इतना फर्क है?
इतना डिफरेंस है.
ओके. और जैसे पर्ल में आपसे बात मेरी हो रही थी तो कुछ नई चीज़ें भी आप लेके आ रहे हैं पर्ल?
नेचुरल पर्ल, जैसे पर्ल के अंदर टिटेनियम कोटिंग करने के, TiCl4 कोटिंग करने के बाद,
दोबारा बताएं.
TiCl कोटिंग करने के बाद माइका पे उसकी ओपेसिटी बढ़ जाती है। तो हमने लो टिटेनियम कोटिंग करके एक लाइट नेचुरल पर्ल टाइप का एक निकाला है। वो इस इंडस्ट्री में कैसे कामयाब होगा वो भी मुझे आपने सैम्पलिंग करा के देखना है मुझे। अदर इंडस्ट्री में हुआ है, जैसे पेंट इंडस्ट्री में हो गया है, इमल्शन पेंट जो बनते हैं उसके अंदर उसकी एक शिमर इफेक्ट जरूर आ रहा है, बट वो डेप्थ नहीं आ रही, तो वो एक उसका प्लस पॉइंट है और प्राइस इफेक्टिव है, तो वो भी लॉन्च किया हमने। दूसरा पार्टिकल साइज, वेरियस टाइप ऑफ पार्टिकल साइज हमने लॉन्च किए हैं इसके अंदर, जो दिखने में काफ़ी और निकल भी जाते हैं। आपके जो स्प्रे गन है उसमें भी निकल के देखे हमने, उसके पैनल मैंने बना रखे हैं।
पाउडर में?
हाँ पाउडर में।
ओके।
उसके मैंने पैनल बनाए हुए हैं, फिर कैमिलियन में निकाले हैं, स्टील में भी निकाले हुए हैं।
कैमिलियन थोड़ा सा डिटेल में बताएं सर।
कैमिलियन जो 3D इफेक्ट आता है ना, 3D इफेक्ट टाइप का, वो उस तरह की चीज़ें।
सैंपल्स रखे हुए आपने?
हाँ है मेरे पास, सब कुछ है, सैंपल भी है, पैनल भी है।
जितने पर्ल्स की आप बात कर रहे हैं,
हाँ
उनके सबके सैंपल्स आपको यहाँ रखे हुए हैं?
हाँ सब मेरे पास सैंपल्स भी हैं, पैनल्स भी हैं, मैं सब दिखा सकता हूँ यहाँ पे।
ये जो पैनल्स आपने बनाए हैं ये सारे पाउडर में हैं सर?
पाउडर में,
सारे पाउडर
सब पाउडर में टोटल।
मतलब जो आपके स्टॉल पे भी, मैं आपको बता दूं कि सुनील जी का एक स्टॉल भी है जिसमें जिस पर्ल की या जिन सैंपल्स की ये बात कर रहे हैं वो सभी सैंपल्स, वो सभी प्रोडक्ट कोटेड किए हुए पैनल्स के ऊपर पाउडर कोटिंग किए हुए, पाउडर कोटिंग किए हुए इनके सैंपल्स अवेलेबल हैं। अगर आप में से कोई भी जो ये पर्ल्स की बात कर रहे हैं, जो बात कर रहे हैं कि मार्केट में एक 20,000 पर केजी का पर्ल है, वो इनके पास 5,000 में अवेलेबल है, तो ये सब चीज़ें आप इनके स्टॉल पे जाके देख सकते हैं, आप उनको चेक कर सकते हैं।
फिर मेटल पिगमेंट्स भी है मेरे पास। मेटल पिगमेंट्स में मेरा हाई जो कोर्स आते हैं, इसमें कोर्स जो पिगमेंट आता है उसके अंदर पर्टिकुलर साइज जैसे 80 माइक्रोन्स है, तो 80 माइक्रोन ही है।
ओके।
ओनली 80 माइक्रोन, उसका एक अलग इफेक्ट आता है जो हाई टेम्परेचर है। जनरली जो मेटल पिगमेंट्स जो आ रहे हैं उसके टेम्परेचर इतना हाई नहीं होता, रेसिस्ट नहीं करता है, ये रेसिस्ट करेगा। और जितना उसको कोटिंग किया जाएगा प्रॉपरली, जितना हीट दिया जाएगा उतना वो निकल के बाहर उसकी शाइनिंग और बढ़ जाती है।
ओके।
उस टाइप की चीज़।
एक सैंपल आपने मेरे पास भेजा था जिसमें आप कह रहे थे कि इसको डालने के बाद शाइनिंग बढ़ जाती है।
वो मैंने आपको नेचुरल पर्ल पिगमेंट कहा था ना मैंने आपसे, जब भी बताया मैंने अभी।
ओके।
वो वाला है
तो वो पाउडर में यूज हो सकता है?
हाँ मेरे ख्याल से उसको ट्रायल किया जाना चाहिए।
ठीक है।
उसका टाइम
तो आप इसको भी ट्रायल करें, क्योंकि ग्लॉस का एक पाउडर के अंदर प्रॉब्लम रहता है थोड़ा सा। हाई ग्लॉस अगर ज्यादा जितनी ग्लॉस
हाई ग्लॉस नहीं देगा, एक शिमर इफेक्ट देगा लाइट, जिसमें कलर की डेप्थ खत्म नहीं होगी। जनरली पर्ल पिगमेंट डालने से कलर की डेप्थ, जैसे ब्लैक के अंदर डाला या रेड के अंदर डाला तो रेड थोड़ा पिंकिश चला जाता है, इसको डालने से वो पिंकिश की तरफ उतना नहीं जाएगा, रेड ही रहेगा।
मतलब कलर चेंज नहीं होगा?
कलर चेंज नहीं होगा, ओपेसिटी नहीं आने देगा ये, और थोड़ा शिमर इफेक्ट भी देगा।
ओके 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 ओके। अच्छा, एक पर्ल आते हैं कुछ सर, एनाटीज ग्रेड आता है, कुछ जो कोटेड होती है, रुटाइल ग्रेड कोटेड होता है एनाटीज, इसमें सर क्या डिफरेंस है सर? क्या
एनाटीज कोटिंग की लाइफ ज़्यादा नहीं है और उतना उसका वो इम्पैक्ट भी कम आएगा, उसका लस्टर भी थोड़ा कम आता है। रुटाइल कोटिंग की लाइफ भी ज़्यादा है और उसका रिजल्ट भी अच्छा आता है, शिमर भी अच्छा आता है उसका।
तो आप ये सारी कोटिंग्स बना रहे हैं इस समय?
रुटाइल ही कर रहे हैं, एनाटीज नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं।
रुटाइल कर रहे हैं?
ओनली रुटाइल।
ओके ओके ओके। रुटाइल कोटेड आप पर्ल्स जो है?
हाँ रुटाइल कोटिंग कर रहे हैं।
सुनील जी, पर्ल एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है जिसके अंदर मैं समझता हूँ कि पाउडर कोटिंग से अगर मैं रिलेट करूँ तो बहुत टिपिकल हो जाता है।
अच्छा।
इसमें कुछ बेस्ट ऑफ माई नॉलेज में इतना टेक्निकल नहीं हूँ, बट बेस्ट ऑफ माई नॉलेज इसमें कुछ इलेक्ट्रोस्टैटिक कुछ चार्जेस का भी कुछ रहता है। तो इसमें आपकी जो कंपनी है वो कैसे हेल्प कर सकती है, और पर्ल आपके पास से अगर कोई डिमांड करता है तो आपके पास उसको और देने के लिए क्या है?
जो इलेक्ट्रो चार्जेस बता रहे हैं आप, उसमें एक ही माइका है, ये नॉन कंडक्टिव होता है, तो चार्जिंग में प्रॉब्लम आती है। तो इसको 5% तक मैक्सिमम लोडिंग करें, 1% से 0.5% से लेकर 5% लोडिंग करो तो दिक्कत नहीं आती है, इसको किया जा सकता है। बट जो मेटल बेस जो बनाया हुआ है वो आप कर सकते हो जितना मर्जी, उसमें प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी आपको।
कुछ आप मुझे फ्लेक्स के बारे में बता रहे थे।
फ्लेक्स
कुछ पर्ल फ्लेक्स के बारे में कुछ आप रात को बात कर।
हाँ, ये प्लेट्स होती है ना, पर्ल बेसिकली प्लेट्स होती है।
ओके।
ये राउंड शेप नहीं होता, प्लेट्स फॉर्म में होता है। अगर आप कोटिंग करेंगे तो वो प्लेट्स उसकी सेटल भी हो सकती है उसके अंदर, तो कोर्स की जो प्रॉब्लम आती है वो आपका करने में उसके अंदर डिफरेंट दिक्कत आ सकती है उसके अंदर।
ओके सुनील जी, आपने बताया कि फ्यूचर में आप जो प्लांट लगाने जा रहे हैं,
हाँ,
क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कैपेसिटी अभी अपने प्लांट की आने वाले समय में?
प्लांट की अभी एक 5 टाइम इंक्रीज कर रहे हैं हम लोग।
ओके।
बट उसके बाद अगर थोड़ा अच्छा मार्केट मिलता है यहाँ पे तो और बढ़ाएंगे।
नहीं, वो तो जरूरी है सर।
करंट कैपेसिटी से उसको 5 टाइम कर रहे हैं
आप यहाँ पे आए हैं, हमारे साथ आप जुड़े हैं, और पाउडर कोटिंग इंडस्ट्री आपके साथ बैठी है, और जो पर्ल की बात कर रहे हैं, पाउडर कोटिंग इंडस्ट्री के अंदर पर्ल एक सब्जेक्ट ऐसा है कि जिसमें बहुत काम करना बाकी है।
हाँ, पर्ल में बहुत कम वेराइटी है नहीं भी, अभी कुछ भी नहीं है, सिंपली गोल्ड और सिल्वर, दैट्स इट, और कुछ नहीं चल रहा अभी।
तो आप और एक्स्ट्रा क्या दे रहे हैं सर, वो थोड़ा सा और आप
डबल इफेक्ट है, डबल इफेक्ट में डिफरेंट डिफरेंट पार्टिकल साइज है, हाई क्रोमा है, हाई लस्टर है, एकदम नजर आएगा रिजल्ट उसका देख के, इस टाइप की चीजें।
ओके 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 सर, और कुछ अपनी कंपनी बारे बताएं कि आपकी कंपनी में और क्या क्या पाउडर कोटिंग से रिलेटेड भी और कुछ अलग इंडस्ट्री, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मैं देख रहा हूँ कुछ लोग लिक्विड से रिलेटेड बैठे हैं।
अच्छा,
तो कुछ 10-5% अगर लिक्विड के बारे में भी आप अपनी जो कंपनी है उसमें जो पर्ल आप देते हो,
हाँ,
उसमें कुछ है क्या?
अब लिक्विड पर्ल के लिए, एनसी पेंट के लिए, अदर इंडस्ट्री के लिए मेरे पास डायमंड पर्ल्स हैं जो क्लियर होती है काफ़ी, उसके रिजल्ट्स काफ़ी, जैसे अगर ब्लैक में डालें उसको तो वो डायमंड इफेक्ट के साथ ब्लैकनेस ख़त्म नहीं करेगा, ऐसी पर्ल्स हैं, काफ़ी हाई रेंज की होती है ये, बट हमने काफ़ी मतलब मार्केट से 25% प्राइस में निकाला, लॉन्च किया उसको।
ओके।
फैन में, फ्रिजेस में, इसके अंदर ऑटोमेटिव इंडस्ट्री के अंदर, होम अप्लायंसेस के अंदर काफ़ी चल सकता है वो।
और पाउडर कोटिंग के लिए कुछ अलग से नया कुछ?
बहुत कुछ है, मैंने बताया ना आपको, जैसे कि हाई क्रोमा,
फॉर एग्जाम्पल
जैसे मैंने बताया कि आपको हाई क्रोमा मैंने वो निकाला है, जो डायमंड पर्ल निकाली है, वो काफ़ी चल सकती है इसके अंदर।
डायमंड पर्ल मतलब कैसी अपीयरेंस है, कैसा उसका वो?
ग्लास बेस होती है ये, अपने जैसे ब्लैक के अंदर अगर किसी डार्क कलर के अंदर डाल के आप उसको करेंगे तो कलर को कलर जैसा रहने देगा, ब्लैक को उसको फीका नहीं करेगा वो, लाइक उसको लाइट नहीं करेगा, क्योंकि टिटेनियम उसमें कोटिंग नहीं है एक तरीके की, और उसका इफेक्ट भी बहुत अच्छा आएगा। वो ग्लास बेस है, वो देखने से पता लग सकता है, अभी मैं आपको दिखाऊं उस स्टॉल पे तो आपको पता लगेगा देख के क्या चीज़ है।
अब एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन थोड़ा सा रिलेटेड है कि पाउडर कोटिंग इंडस्ट्री के लोग अगर आपके पास आते हैं और कुछ टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट के थ्रू पर्ल को रिलेशन में बात करते हुए आप उनकी कैसे हेल्प कर सकते हैं सर?
भाई जो समझ है उतना कर ही देंगे।
नहीं, कोई टेक्निकल आपने टीम बनाई हुई है या टेक्निकल लोग आपने रखे हुए हैं या टेक्निकल लोगों के साथ आपका कोई कोलैबोरेशन?
हाँ बिल्कुल है, मेरे साथ कई टेक्निकल बंदे जुड़े हुए हैं। अगर किसी को कोई प्रॉब्लम आती है पाउडर, पहले तो आएगी नहीं, क्योंकि हमें जितनी समझ है उसके हिसाब से पाउडर बहुत सिंपल सब्जेक्ट है, बट यूज़ करने वाला चाहिए, कोई बंदा उसके अंदर करने वाला चाहिए कि भी करे, कैसे यूज़ करना है, कैसे अप्लाई करना है, हम उसको गाइड कर देंगे, प्रॉपरली हो जाएगा,
गाइडेंस
100%।
तो चलिए जी, ये सुनील जी ने भी आपको पर्ल के बारे में कुछ जानकारी दी है। होप कि इनके स्टॉल पे जाकर आप सबको कुछ नया भी देखने को मिलेगा। और जैसा कि मेरा इनसे डिस्कशन रहा, जब भी मिलते हैं तो मुझे वाकई कुछ नया दिखाते हैं। रेनबो फिनिश, बाकी इन्होंने और जो पर्ल्स के बारे में जानकारियाँ दी हैं, आप इनके स्टॉल पर जाकर उन सभी सैम्पल्स को, उन सभी पर्ल्स को, उन सभी प्रोडक्ट्स को, इनके पैनल्स को जो कोटेड हैं पाउडर कोटिंग के साथ ही, वो आप देख सकते हैं। और सुनील जी के साथ हम कहेंगे कि आप सर हमारे साथ लंबा जुड़ें और आगे हमारे साथ चलते रहें। और इसी के साथ, क्योंकि ये कुछ हम चाहते थे कि सुनील जी जो काम कर रहे हैं वो हमारी पाउडर कोटिंग इंडस्ट्री को पता लगे। अभी तक ये लिक्विड में ज़्यादा थे, अभी रिसेंटली ही शायद पाउडर कोटिंग के अंदर आपने
फर्स्ट टाइम पाउडर कोटिंग,
फर्स्ट टाइम ये पाउडर कोटिंग में एंटर कर रहे हैं। तो मैं एक बार आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा, ज़ोरदार ताली बजा दीजिए सुनील जी के लिए, क्योंकि इनका जो एक्सपीरियंस रहा है पाउडर कोटिंग के लिए और जो ये अभी पर्ल्स की जो आपको जानकारियाँ दे रहे थे, आप सभी चीज़ें जितनी बातें सुनील जी ने बताई हैं वो आप इनके स्टॉल पे जाके इनसे मिल सकते हैं, इनके प्रोडक्ट के बारे में और डिटेल जानकारियाँ आप ले सकते हैं। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सुनील जी आपका, आपने अपना समय दिया। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
Thank you so much, Mr. सुनील जिंदल फ्रॉम AMP पिगमेंट्स। एंड एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए दोस्तों। और मैं गुजारिश करूंगी मिस्टर अमित गुप्ता फ्रॉम SM पॉलीमर्स से टू जॉइन अस ऑन द, कैन आई प्लीज हैव सुनील कुमार जी टू जॉइन मी ऑन द स्टेज टू फेलिसिटेट मिस्टर सुनील जिंदल। सर, इट इज अ प्लेजर एसोसिएटिंग विद यू, थैंक यू सो मच। I request you to felicitate him. Thank you so much. Please be seated. And now those who are hungry, you can raise one hand. जितने लोगों को भूख लगी है आप हाथ उठा सकते हैं और जिन्हें बहुत भूख लगी है वो दोनों हाथ उठा सकते हैं. Okay, which means it's now time to break for lunch. We here break for lunch for next 30 minutes. So we're going to see you on the other side of the lunch break at 3 o'clock in next 30 minutes. So please join us back after 30 minutes after having lunch. And please enjoy your lunch break because this is a perfect networking platform for all the fraternity people. So enjoy your lunch break, have your lunch. See us back in 30 minutes. Once again, I request all of you to please settle down, please be seated as we are starting now with the post-lunch session. So please be seated so that we can get started. Once again, a shout out to everyone. Please be seated because we are starting with the next session now. Okay. So a very warm good afternoon to one and all in the post-lunch session. I'm sure all of you had lunch. Yes, no, maybe? Okay, a few said yes there, a few said yes somewhere else. So yes, you all had lunch. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a perfect platform for networking amongst all of you because ऐसा मौका powder coating fraternity को रोज नहीं मिलता. ऐसा platform रोज नहीं मिलता जो आज मिला है in form of Industrial Front presents Paint Vision Powder Coating Conclave 2022. So once again, a very warm welcome to each one of you in the post-lunch session. Now, so once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our associates, all our sponsors, and once again, a very warm welcome to the post-lunch session of the Industrial Front presents Paint Vision Powder Coating Conclave 2022, co-powered by Toyan Industries, AMP Pigments, Ningbo, Wecan Chemicals, IDCC Global Private Limited, Shri Sham Global, Chemco Corporation. We'd also like to thank our silver sponsors, Rapid Coat Powder Coatings, Rainbow Powder Coatings, Bharat Coat Powder Coatings, Classic Solvents Private Limited, Nivera Coatings, Metatech Plant and Machinery, Indian Chemical Corporation. We would also like to thank our bronze partners, Micro Power Tech, Prominent Powders Private Limited, Durolac Paints Inc., Raj Scientific Company, Thermoplast, and Toriex. We'd like to thank each and everyone associated with this wonderful day of the Powder Coating Conclave. आप सभी का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहेंगे, थैंक यू कहना चाहेंगे। और अब एक छोटी सी चीज करते हैं बिफोर वी गेट स्टार्टेड विद द नेक्स्ट सेशन, बिफोर आई कॉल ऑन द नेक्स्ट स्पीकर ऑन द स्टेज, लेट्स डू जस्ट वन क्विक थिंग। वी ऑल नो हाउ टू वेव। हमें अपने दोनों हाथ उठाकर वेव करना आता है? ओके, सो अब एक छोटी सी चीज करेंगे। ऑन द काउंट ऑफ 3 वी विल रेज बोथ आवर हैंड्स एंड वेव, तो ताकि जो भी आपको नींद आ रही हो वो नींद आपकी चली जाए। लेट्स रेज बोथ आवर हैंड्स। एक बार दोनों हाथ हवा में उठाइए। कम ऑन एवरीबॉडी, दोनों हाथ हवा में उठाइए। Every one of you. Okay, perfect. We can do this together. Let's do this. On the count of 3, एक बार हाथ हवा में उठा के रखिए। 3, 2, 1, wave. So this day is all about networking, meeting each other, and circulating positive energy. Well, I'm sure all of you have been thinking कि ये powder coating, अगर नहीं सोचा है तो सोचिए, ये powder coating शुरू कहाँ से हुई? Where did it all start from? Well, if you don't know it, our next speaker is going to tell you all that story. अगर आपको आपके दिल में भी मेरी तरह यही सवाल आता है, where did it all start from? Then you're going to get all your answers, because our next speaker is Mr. Kuldeep Verma. He's a powder coating consultant. He has more than 30 years of experience in powder manufacturing, technical and administrative positions. He's worked with companies like Rapid Coat, Paramount Powder Inc., Sharp Coatings, United Coating Industries. He has also received the Udyog Bharti Award in the year 2007, Quality Achievement Award in 2010 from Delhi government. He's currently running his own consultancy firm, Sai Consultancy, since the year 2013, and he's serving more than 50 big organizations. Well, now he's going to talk on the testing of raw material for powder coating, special testing. But before that, he's going to tell us all about the history of powder coating in India. He's going to tell us how and where did it all start from. ये शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई, कैसे हुई, ये सारी कहानी हमें सुनाने वाले हैं none other than Mr. Kuldeep Verma. He's a powder coating consultant, and let's hear it for Mr. Kuldeep Verma. Can we have a huge round of applause for him?
जीवन चलने का नाम, चलते रहो सुबह शाम। भाई आप लोगों ने अभी लंच किया है, और हमारा टॉपिक इसलिए इस टाइम रखा गया है कि आप लोगों को नींद नहीं आए। ठीक है, अगर लेंदी कोई टॉपिक होता आप लोग को नींद आ जाती, इसलिए हमारा ऐसा रखा है। अभी सबसे पहले हम पाउडर कोटिंग 83 में इंडिया में कैसे स्टार्ट हुआ वो पहले बताएंगे। This is the person, Mr. Tony Jatia. He was the owner of Hardcastle Wood. Yes, actually, his father started, Mr. N.M. Jatia. Tony Jatia is brother of, Amit Jatia, the owner of McDonald's in India. He is the brother. Slides in there. Today, actually, I'm missing my technical guru, Mr. Jagmal Singh. He is no more. So, if he would be here, I would enjoy much more. These are the 3 persons in Sarigam unit. Now it is with Asian Paint. In 2006, Asian Paint has taken over this unit. Jagmal Singh ji, the Nishish Sharma ji, he was the production in charge, and the works manager, Mr. Abhay Jain ji. He is the first person, Mr. K.S. Nair, who sold the powder coating in India, the first kg of powder coating. This is the person from the powder coating team you know well. This is the person from Delhi. Without remembering him, this cannot be complete. He is the person, Mr. Uday Malhotra. He was the first person to use powder coating in India. This is one clip, and Mr. Nishish Sharma, because I joined Hardcastle in '88, and Nishish Sharma was there in...
ex-employee of Hardcastle and Ward Manufacturing Company Limited, who have been the pioneers in introducing powder coating to Indian market. It was around 1983 that the powder coating started being manufactured in India. Being the only one to produce it, we were supplying it to all the OEMs. At that time, Mr. Kantilal M. Shah was the first production in charge of powder coatings. There was an unfortunate accident in 1985 which resulted in incapacitating Mr. Shah, so he could not attend to his duties. At that time, Mr. Jayant L. Shanbag and myself were introduced to control the powder coatings, both R&D as well as manufacturing units. We expanded after that to Sarigam near Vapi, where a fresh production line from APV Machines, England, was brought in to improve the production quality. By that time, our R&D as well as QC was being controlled by Mr. Jagmal Singh and Mr. T.K. Sharma and Mr. Kuldeep Verma in a very perfect way. That was a time of new challenges as well as new learning methods for us and for everybody in India. In 1993, the company sponsored me to go and have a learning and training session in our licensors unit at Belgium for a month, where we were shown their production and quality control methods, as well as we were given a sample of what new technologies they are making for us. In 1995, we added another line of production of powder coatings in Kalyan itself. By that time, new companies like Marpol, Goodlast Nerolac, and other units were coming up who were also manufacturing powder coatings, and the competition started to rise again. I left Hardcastle in 1998 and moved on to another line in mining area. This is a brief history of Hardcastle and Ward productions from the beginning. It is the great effort of Mr. Kuldeep Verma to bring the things in your knowledge. I thank him for giving me the opportunity to tell the original setup that was there. I would like to welcome all the delegates to the paint vision, and hope you all will enjoy it and get a very good knowledge that can be implemented in your production lines, and which will improve your qualities, as well as new products will be available in the market. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, friend. So now अब अपने पे टॉपिक पे आते हैं. देखिए, यहाँ पर मैक्सिमम तो पाउडर कोटिंग मैन्युफैक्चर हैं. पाउडर की टेस्टिंग हम नहीं बताएंगे, वो ऑल नो. बट कुछ रॉ मटेरियल की टेस्टिंग हम यहाँ ले रहे हैं, जो शायद हमारे जो MSME या स्मॉल स्केल पर अभी लोग काम कर रहे हैं, उनके मतलब की होगी, प्लस शायद एक दो टेस्टिंग ऐसी होंगी जो आप लोगों के भी मतलब की है। This is my basic introduction. वो चार्ट कन्वर्जन में सेकंड वाला देखिए, एसिड वैल्यू पॉलिस्टर रेजिन की हम लोग करते हैं टेस्टिंग, और क्यों करते हैं? क्योंकि सबको पता है इपॉक्सी एंड पॉलिस्टर को 50-50, 70-30, 60-40, 80-20, बट ये क्यों होता है? बिकॉज इपॉक्सी का इपॉक्सी इक्विवेलेंट वेट एंड पॉलिस्टर का एसिड वैल्यू, ये पॉलिस्टर एसिड वैल्यू हम कर रहे हैं हाइब्रिड सिस्टम के लिए, बिकॉज जब हम हाइब्रिड या पीपी के बाद में पीयू पे जाएंगे वहाँ पर हाइड्रोक्सिल वैल्यू आएगा। सो नहीं, थर्ड करिए, हाँ ठीक है। ये देखिए हमने एक छोटा सा बनाया हुआ है कि अगर इपॉक्सी का इक्विवेलेंट वेट 750 है, नॉर्मली इपॉक्सी का इक्विवेलेंट वेट हम लिखते हैं 750 प्लस माइनस 50, मीन्स 700 to 800, इसका पूरा रेंज है। तो वहाँ पर गैप बहुत है, इसलिए हमने एवरेज 750 लिया। बट अगर हम पॉलिस्टर की बात करें तो 50-50 के लिए पॉलिस्टर रेजिन की एसिड वैल्यू 75 प्लस माइनस 2 होना चाहिए, और अगर हम बात करते हैं 70-30, 60-40, तो इनके लिए 25 से 35 ऐसा रहता है। तो देखिए हम अगर इसमें चेंज करेंगे, सपोज पॉलिस्टर 70 लिया है और 33 एसिड वैल्यू है, तो इसलिए आप देख रहे होंगे 70-30 ऑलमोस्ट आया है। बट आप सभी लोग जानते हैं जब आप लोग पॉलिस्टर यानी पाउडर बनाते हैं तो कोई बैच आपका बढ़िया आ जाता है, कोई बैच में कुछ मैनिपुलेशन करना पड़ता है, बिकॉज उसका एसिड वैल्यू हर टाइम 33 नहीं होगा। ये हम चेंज करके दिखाते हैं, 33 को 20 कर दीजिए, वैल्यू चेंज करिए बस। वो पॉलिस्टर रेजिन एसिड वैल्यू है ना, उसको 20 कर दीजिए। हाँ, इसको 20 कर दीजिए, या 28 कर दिए, 28 करिए। देखिए अगर ये 28 क्या, एंटर मारे, एंटर, हाँ अब देखिए इपॉक्सी रिक्वायर्ड चेंज हो गया। सो एसिड वैल्यू इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, यानी अगर आप ये मान के चल रहे हैं कि 70-30 एवरी टाइम एसिड वैल्यू 33 होगा तो वो नहीं होगा। ये पॉलिस्टर मैन्युफैक्चरर भी जानते हैं, बट इसीलिए आपको कभी कभी रेशियो में चेंज करेंगे तो रिजल्ट आएगा, या आपको ऐसा लगता है कि क्यूरिंग नहीं हो रहा है या मैकेनिकल पूरा पास नहीं हो रहा है, क्योंकि उसका स्टोइकोमेट्रिक रेशियो जो है वो पूरा नहीं हो रहा है, तो क्यूरिंग नहीं हो रहा है। तो ये फॉर्मूला आप नोट कर सकते हो, नहीं तो यूट्यूब पे भी रहेगा सर। सेकंड स्लाइड, इसी में फोर्थ ये एक फॉर्मूला भी आगे काम आएगा, जो कि पाउडर मैन्युफैक्चरर से ज़्यादा पाउडर एप्लीकेशन के लिए ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। इसमें जो हम लोग बात करते हैं कि अगर कोई भी आपका कस्टमर होगा, वो पूछता है कि भाई 1 किलो में कितना स्क्वायर मीटर कवर होगा। सो दिस इज थ्योरेटिकल कवरेज। सो ये डिपेंड करता है कि एसिड स्पेसिफिक ग्रेविटी एंड थिकनेस के ऊपर। अभी हमने एवरेज लिया हुआ है, सो आई विल चेंज स्पेसिफिक ग्रेविटी, ये जो 1.5 है उसको 2 कर दीजिए। हाँ, नाउ देखिए एरिया ऑफ कवरेज चेंज फ्रॉम 12 स्क्वायर मीटर टू 8.9 स्क्वायर मीटर। सो ये हमने फॉर्मूला इसलिए दिखाया कि आपको स्पेसिफिक ग्रेविटी चेक करना बहुत जरूरी है। अब मेन टॉपिक, मेन लाइन पे दिस इज एक्टिव कंटेंट. एक्टिव कंटेंट्स मीन्स इसको हम ये बात करते हैं जैसे सपोज फ्लो एडिटिव है आपका. फ्लो एक्टिव में रॉ मटेरियल सप्लायर आपसे बात करता है कि मेरे में फ्लो एक्टिव कंटेंट ज़्यादा है. सो इसके लिए आप दो मेथड है. या तो फ्लो एडिटिव कंटेंट जो फ्लो एडिटिव है उसको क्रूसिबल में रखिए. क्रूसिबल को आप 800 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड तक हॉट कर दीजिए. सो उसमें जो भी पहले मटेरियल चार होगा, चार के बाद में जो भी उसमें कार्बन पार्टिकल्स हैं वो बिल्कुल वाइट ऐश में कन्वर्ट हो जाने चाहिए. सो यानी आपका जो ऑर्गेनिक कंपाउंड है वो सब बर्न हो चुका है. सो वेट डिफरेंस से आप उसमें एक्टिव कंटेंट यानी क्योंकि जो आपका रेसिड्यू है दैट इज एब्जॉर्ब सिलिका ओनली. सो बाय डिफरेंस यू कैन कैलकुलेट कि हमारा एक्टिव कंटेंट कितना था. बहुत सिंपल है. या अगर आप क्रूसिबल में नहीं करना चाहते हैं सो आप उसको किसी सॉल्वेंट पे कर लीजिए. सॉल्वेंट पे करने सेंट्रीफ्यूज में रखना पड़ेगा और वहाँ पर जब आप उसको हाई स्पीड से सर्कुलेट करेंगे तो वो डिज़ोल्व हो जाएगा. अगेन फिर वही सिलिका बचेगा आपको. या दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग सर. शायद आपके जो पाउडर मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं उनके या किसी डीलर ने भी ऐसा क्वेश्चन किया होगा कि आपका पाउडर समझो रखा हुआ है हमारा तो वो इपॉक्सी है या प्योर पॉलिस्टर है, कैसे जानेंगे? क्योंकि बीच में इपॉक्सी की जैसे कॉस्टिंग बढ़ गई थी या इपॉक्सी कम हो गया यार, मतलब उनको कस्टमर को ये बताना है कि भाई हमारा प्योर पॉलिस्टर पाउडर है या हाइब्रिड सिस्टम है. इसके लिए मेथड है आपके क्योर्ड फिल्म के ऊपर आप कंसंट्रेट HNO3 या सल्फ्यूरिक एसिड रख देंगे. उसको 5 मिनट के लिए एज इट इज छोड़ दीजिए. बाद में उसको एक फिल्टर पेपर वॉटमैन 40 या वॉटमैन 43 ये दो किसी भी फिल्टर पेपर के ऊपर उसको डिकेंट कर लीजिए. और जैसे ही आप उसमें थोड़ा सा टैप वाटर डालेंगे अगर इपॉक्सी होगा तो वो थोड़ा पिंकी शेड में आ जाएगा और अगर प्योर पॉलिस्टर होगा तो वो एज इट इज़ रहेगा कलरलेस. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टूल है आपके लिए. ये हाइड्रोक्सिल वैल्यू टेस्टिंग के लिए है. यानी जो PU के लिए आप लोग पॉलिस्टर है उसकी हाइड्रोक्सिल वैल्यू निकालना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि हाइड्रोक्सिल वैल्यू और जो IPDI का आइसोसाइनेट है जिस तरह से इपॉक्सी और पॉलिस्टर में एसिड वैल्यू एंड इपॉक्सी इक्विवेलेंट वेट के स्टोइकियोमेट्रिक रेशियो से निकाला गया है, उसी तरह ये OH वैल्यू एंड आइसोसाइनेट वैल्यू उनसे इनकी कैलकुलेशन होगी. दिस इज पार्टिकल साइज डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. दिस डाटा इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. यू कैन नोट डाउन. दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. परसेंटेज पासिंग थ्रू sieve 32 माइक्रॉन sieve 35 to 48% passing, 63 micron 85 to 95%, 80 micron 96 to 99%, and 100 micron 100% passing. But this is for the smooth finishes. For the texture structure, this may change. You have to take slightly coarser than this data. This is the RD bottle. So by this bottle, you can check the specific gravity of the dry powder or any raw material, even specific gravity of the pigments, specific gravity of the barium sulfate, any dry powder, you can check the specific gravity. That is very important. Even titanium also, because suppose titanium specific gravity is 4.25 almost. So if other adulteration is there, specific gravity will be different. But in some time, some people may ask कि भाई टाइटेनियम में उसी स्पेसिफिक ग्रेविटी का, क्योंकि बेरियम सल्फेट का स्पेसिफिक ग्रेविटी सेम है, अगर वो किसी ने मिक्सिंग किया हो तो कैसे देखेंगे, उसका भी है आगे. दिस इज फिनिश प्रोडक्ट स्टोरेज. यानी जो गर्मी के टाइम पे लम्स फॉर्म हो जाता है उसका आप टेस्टिंग कर सकते हैं. इसको एक छोटे से कंटेनर में 40 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पर कुछ पाउडर को लेकर और 40 डिग्री पे मेंटेन करिए फॉर 1 वीक, बट उसको डेली हमें देखना है और 1 वीक के बाद में उस पाउडर को फॉर दी फ्लूइडाइजेशन चेक करना है कि फ्लूइडाइज प्रॉपर हो रहा है या नहीं. अगर उसमें लम्प्स फॉर्मेशन है, इवन सॉफ्ट या फ्लूइडाइज नहीं हो रहा है, देन देयर इज सम फॉर्मुलेशन रॉ मटेरियल यू हैव टू चेंज. दिस इज द प्योरिटी ऑफ टाइटेनियम. देखिए टाइटेनियम का एक बहुत ही बेसिक चीज़ है कि टाइटेनियम स्टिकी होता है थोड़ा. तो अगर आप टाइटेनियम को मुट्ठी में लेके और कस के बना के लड्डू और उसको रख दीजिए वाइट पेपर पे, और अगर वो नहीं टूटा, मीन्स देर इज़ नो अडल्ट्रेशन, दिस इज़ प्योर टाइटेनियम. और अगर उसमें 10% से ज़्यादा का कुछ मिक्सिंग है तो जैसे ही आप रखेंगे वो फूट जाएगा. बिल्कुल ये बेसिक चीज़ है. तो आज हम यहाँ टेस्टिंग सारी बेसिक हमने ली हुई है सर.
Very important role. We come up with data in case somebody would like to have it. It has got a Florida approval, it has got an Arizona approval. What means is that 5 years is the minimum, onwards to 10 and 15 years. Recently, I was talking to somebody in our old office. We had one of the facades which was done out of, not the facade, I should say, it was a powder coated aluminum section. What we did with taking the powder coating from one of our friends, and we did it about 14 years back. And recently, we start to look at the color. Of course, the building has been painted 4 times since then, but that aluminum section is just like that, and it has been 14 years, and that is out of one of the pigments we are talking about here. So the weatherability is excellent. The heat stability is pretty good. It starts from 800 degree onwards to 1300 degree onwards. The minimum heat stability what you can get out of this pigment is 800 and onwards to 1300. So if you're doing powder coatings for exterior, which I'm sure you must be doing it, silicone powder coatings, for example, where you need a very high temperature resistance, Teflon coatings, muffler coatings, all of those examples where we need to have a high stability with the pigmentation, that's the pigment what we can, go for. Chemical resistance, of course, this is also a very important test in powder coating, which means gasoline resistance. One of the questions came in the previous presentation was about the gasoline, petrol resistance for that matter, acid resistance, alkali resistance. It is just perfect in all those. Dispersion, that's a very important point to cover up here. So as you can see from the slide, I move a little back. As you can see from the slide here, it is only the dyes which has got good dispersion and then CICC pigments. The rest, you need to put a lot of energy to it. And while we're putting in energy to it, sometimes if the energy varies, then probably there's a colored variation which is there. This is very easy to disperse. So while you are milling it, a homogenization or a milling as the way you would be doing it, this is very, very easy to disperse. So having it compared with dyes, all products are good, nothing against them, but if you see the weatherability versus dyes is excellent, heat stability versus dyes is excellent, and chemical is also excellent. So dyes, as we all know, that it has got limited resistance to light fastness and heat resistance, whereas in CICP pigments, this is well taken care. So the dispersions are as good as dyes, and then you get all of the rest characteristics. These are few color illustrations. These days we talk about chrome free, isn't it? We talk about chrome free, lead free, what else? Barium free. So these pigments are free from all of that, and then you get variety of colors as well. So likewise, sometimes we talk about pigments which we wanted to make it chrome free. We get 42401A is a lemon yellow color, and it's straight to give an effect like a chrome free effect. And then there are few illustrations. So this is more like pigment blue 28 is more like a color of an ultramarine blue, very bright blue color, what you must have seen on porcelain crockery as a reference point. A very bright color and with all those characteristics of heat, weather stability, and so on and so forth. These are representative examples of CIC pigments like basic chemical formula, tin, cobalt, aluminium, different products with different blends, with different color index numbers, and of course the CAS numbers in reference to that. A little bit about applications. we are talking about one of those applications which is coatings, which includes powders, the decorative, the industrial, solvent-based, water-based, you name a coating it can be used for. And the other application, the second application is ceramic. By default or by chance, if you're covering ceramics, ceramics require a very high temperature. You've got to take it on a firing range which is 800 and beyond, and it is mixed metal oxide which can be used for ceramics. Plastics, indoor components. So like I said, if you have another business activity just covering up on plastics as well. If you've got any other business activity where you are selling like PP compounds, for example, or the compounding for automotive interiors, as you know, these high-end cars, you do a color and then it's expected of the driver, the car manufacturer, to deliver a color which remains as good as the top coat, the interiors, and also the interiors. And that's where this is one of those applications where the CICP pigments can be used very, very effectively. Yeah, this is all about the advantages. A very, very important slide to pay attention and to look for, please. The dispersibilities, it's very easy to disperse. Likewise, you mentioned about dyes, it's very easy to disperse. It complies with all this, most of the safety regulations. We're going to cover up in subsequent slides. Opacity is highest. Heat resistance is excellent. I mentioned already 800 onwards. Chemical resistance is excellent, so acid, alkali, gasoline is brilliant. Weather stability, excellent. I already gave an example of something which is 14 years. This is one pigment. You do it, use it, and forget it. The color will just remain as the way it is. And you have different scopes of application to cover up. Likewise, from powders to liquids to solvent-based and all of that. It's a non-migrating pigment. So we have heard about concerns of certain pigments getting migrated, due to atmospheric conditions, due to high temperatures, due to over a period of time, the migration starts to happen. But in this case, this is a non-migrating pigment too. It's a color processing of plastic products. So I'm just, okay, so this is about the manufacturing process. The question is that how do we get that higher heat stability? So we take raw metal, we put into calcination process. Since the calcination happens at 800 degree onwards, 800 to 1300 degree onwards, we automatically get an end result or an end product which can withstand that temperature, which is 800 and onwards. And when we're talking about that, how come it gets so good a dispersion? The particle size is so fine. It's 0.5 to 1.5, builds up, mix up very fast. And that's where, these are the factors behind giving fast dispersion. This quality control and the color tone. So in fact, when you go to these slides, that's how the quality control, the quality is controlled by the factors is what is mentioned here, which eventually gives us these characteristics: chemical resistance, weatherability, heat resistance, dispersibility, and analyzation of heavy metal content. We discuss about heavy metal content free product day in, day out these days. Biodegradable product, compostable product, environmentally free product, heavy metal free products. I believe that's what we are discussing these days very often, isn't it? Yes, that's something what we are discussing around the globe, not just in India. Quality control analyzing devices. So these are the devices what's being used to see that the quality is same time after time, and there are strict procedures for that. There's a colorimeter, there's a particle size analyzer to see that the particle is always between 0.5 to 1.5, like was mentioned. And eventually, we're talking of crystal structure, the electron microsphere, the reflection and absorption measurement, which is done out of UV, vis-NIR, to scan all elements composing the metal, which means cobalt, barium, and so on and so forth. To fix quantity of ppm impurities, there is an ICP MS which is there to fix the quantity of impurities, especially alkaline elements. We make a use of AA methods. That's about the safety of CICP pigments. So it's stable crystal structure owing to high temperature calcination process. So it's very stable. It's safe is because it is already passed through a very high temperature, not dissolved in water, alkali and acid. and it's got global food contact approved, which means it is approved out of FDA, EU, Chinese regulation, JHO, SPA, which is Japan regulation. It means it meets European regulations such as REACH. That was the prior one was food contact, and the REACH and the regulations are REACH, SVHC, ROHS, ELV directive. I mean, these are the. I'm quite sure these are the regulations you must be coming across day in day out from your customers. This is a broad outlook of what all regulations we have. So as you can see, most of them, we got tick marks in ROHS. The Japanese regulation, JHO, SPA, has got full ticks. European Union, the REACH has got full ticks. And these are three major, prominent, renowned regulations which are generally asked in the industry. These are color variations, few more color shades. So one of our customer that was very interesting, I would like to share this with you. One of our customers, a few years back, they come up and said that I wanted to make a green color for garden fencing. The benches of the garden, and they wanted to do it something for Middle East. It was an export order. So they came up and said that we want to do something for Middle East, and you know what the temperature in Middle East is about, 45, 50. And the in-can temperature, once it is shipped from India to Middle East, it even gets 10 degrees higher or probably 15 degrees higher. And they wanted to have something with excellent weather stability, because in Middle East you see there are high temperatures, and also the temperature drops down, not that much, but that was the ask of the customer. And that is what they picked for. 633A, perfect for garden fencing, for exports. No matter whatever country you are thinking about to export upon, and having that apprehension that whether it will work in Middle East, or it will work in Europe, or it will work in US because of expansion and contraction, which means excessive heat and excessive winters, these pigments, all of them can work very well for that. So that was just one of those examples. Thought of sharing with you that this can be a product for garden fencing. This is actually a new product, Pigment Brown 48. I'm not sure how many amongst you, are making a brown color where you wanted to make a brown color, and you probably might be taking one or two colors to mix it. So that's one of the ways how you make brown color. You take yellow, you take black, and etc., and then you make a brown color. Now this is an independent coffee brown color, and with all those characteristics which I mentioned, heat stability, weatherability, chemical resistance, and it's a straight color. There's no mixture in it, and it gives you a coffee brown color. And you know the avenues. You can use it for fans. You can, with respect to end applications, I don't have to say much. You know where all it can be used. But yes, fan industry cross the mind, and that's where whites and browns are generally the colors which is the call of that industry. So that it can be used here. So likewise on the pointer 3, it's heat stable against heat, weather, and chemicals. And to say that again, it has got a strong hiding power too. It's friendly to human and environment, so it's nickel-free, zinc-free, barium-free. That's a physical and chemical resistance of Pigment Brown 48. So weather resistance, heat resistance, and all of that. That's advantage of new Brown 48. I already mentioned the new product in the range, dark brown shade. And in browns itself, we got about 3-4 browns, though they've been classified as Brown 48, but then there is a difference in the color tone, the color hue. The dark brown shade is supposed to give ourselves a coffee brown color. You wanted to make it more saturated brown, you add a little bit of black within the same family group of CICP, and you make a chocolate brown color. Or you wanted to make a darker color, you add a little bit of black to it. It has got high dispersion, friendly to human and environment, FDA compliant, high durability in heat, weather, and chemicals. This is a very interesting subject. I always like it out of the reasons which I'm going to share. These are IR reflective pigments. So, in country like India, where we have these high temperature, and sometimes it becomes a little unbearable in the summers. And so one of those One of those applications is that if we take it on the rooftop, or if we take it on the facade, or if we have any other application, you apply the coating on the top, so the outside temperature and the inside temperature, they should theoretically be a difference of 13 degrees centigrade to 15 degrees centigrade. What it means is, if outside temperature is 45, we got to feel as if the inside temperature is about 30 to 35. And because it is IR reflective, so the IR rays are, infrared rays are reflected, and the heat doesn't transmit inside the component. In this case, if you're talking a building, it doesn't travel through from the roof to inside the hall. So this is one of those graphs justifying that what it is. So as we can see that carbon black is within the range of 65, close to 70. Nothing against carbon black, we also work in carbon black too, though. But since we're talking of IR reflective, it is up to a scale of, it is closer to 70, I would say 68, 70. And if you talk about 707A, which is the IR reflective pigment, it is close to 58. So more or less a difference of close to about 15 degrees centigrade. Look at the first curve and look at the bottom curve, and that's where we get to have an illustration of the temperature control. Yeah, thank you so much. Quite on time. Thank you so much once again, all of you, for your time. Deep gratitude to all of you. So turning up in large numbers and being there patiently, hearing me out, listening me out. So, like I said, gratitude to all of you. Thank you so much. If you got any questions, please feel free to ask, please. If you got any questions, please? Anyone of you? So how to define that? Well, it depends upon, what are we talking about in comparison to. In comparison to dyes, I don't know. In comparison to what organic pigments you're referring to? So they are not expensive actually. Depending upon what are we referring to. In some cases you will find us more cost effective, no matter whether it is dyes or it is organic pigment. In some cases it's a bit expensive, but it is to see that whether they're offering the same color or not. That's also the case. Because some of the colors what we cover up in mixed metal oxide pigments, they're not shown up, to the best of my knowledge, in organic pigments. Let's say, for example, coffee brown color. We don't get coffee brown color in organic pigments. If we got to make it, we got to make it as a blend. And as you know, the biggest risk in making the blend color is when you're taking 3 different colors with 3 different chemistries and 3 different HR, LR, and then we realize that over a period of time, if any one color gets, deviated from its original characteristics, the entire color shade changes. Herein, like Veda said, that you use it and it's done, and the color remains just like that.
Yes.
Okay. You asking about tinting strength, right? Tinting strength. Okay, so it's pity that if I heard the question correctly, you mentioned that how good is the tinting strength of this versus iron oxide red, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's pity and that we don't have a red color in this. We don't even have a red color, so that cannot be compared. But yes, if you wanted to have it compared with, say, for example, iron oxide black as a reference point, then the tinting strength will be quite comparable. But what you get in here is the heat stability, because in iron oxide pigments, to the best of my knowledge, there is a color shift, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. There's a color shift in iron oxide pigments. The color shift starts to happen once we cross a certain temperature, for example, 240 degrees centigrade or 260 degrees centigrade, because that's where the color shift in iron oxide starts to happen. Now, in your application, any which ways, you hit the minimum temperature of 180 degrees centigrade for 10 minutes, which you probably also scale it through at sometimes at 200 and beyond. So here in the CICP pigments or mixed metal oxide pigments, having it compared with the black oxide, there's no color shift. So you can take up the temperature to whatever is the customer demand, to whatever is your product demand is, your resin demand is, or your final application demand is, whatever ways you want it, and whatever is the end application, like Vedha mentioned. You can use it for muffler applications for that matter, and muffler, you know, has got very high temperatures on the muffler coatings, and that's where it can be effectively used for. I hope that I've been able to answer that, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a separate session on question answers. So thank you so much, Mr. Bharat Arora, for your wonderful presentation. He touched upon a lot of points like comparison of color, safety of CICP, their application, quality control, manufacturing processes. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I'd request you to be seated.
Thank you so
and
much.
ladies and gentlemen, please hear it for Mr. Bharat Arora.
Thank
Let's
you so
hear it for
much.
him. Thank you.
I take this one.
Well, after this, it is now time to discuss yet another facet of powder coating. We have another session, which is a technical session on epoxy resin-free powder coating. And for this, I would now call on stage the speaker, Mr. H.C. Satyanarayan from Varna Paints. Okay, so before we move on to the next speaker, I'll call on stage Mr. Bharat Arora one more time to receive a felicitation. Can I please have Mr. Mukesh Randeria from Chemco Corporation, Mumbai on the stage? Okay, so let's have our next speaker here with us, Mr. H.C. Satyanarayan, and we'll have the felicitation later. He's from Varna Paints, Bengaluru. Well, he is a science graduate from Mysore University, and he has joined the decorative paint industry since the year 1979 and is entrusted with entire operation production till the year 1990. During 2008, Varna Paints and Allied Products received the prestigious National Award for Quality from the Ministry of MSME, and they've also won many coveted awards like Kasya Award in 2017 and FKCCI Award in the year 2018. Well, he has been a very active member with ISPA from the year 1994, and as I say, he's the industry veteran himself. It is now time to hear it from the man himself, Mr. H.C. Satyanarayan from Varna Paints. Over to you, sir.
This is for changing, no? Thank you, madam. रन करने के लिए ये है थैंक यू Are you hearing me? Yeah, thank you. Little fast करने के लिए बोला है मनीष जी ने, and also my presentation is the last one, so interest also कम होता है. That is also one of the this one. But anyhow, I will short some of the slides and go fast, little bit fast. Surface coating आपको मालूम है, जो any metal surface में आप coating करता है वो surface coating ही होता है. Then see, my subject is actually a different subject. हाँ, epoxy resin free powder coating. वो तो epoxy मुक्त करो ना powder में, epoxy free होता है. So इसके लिए ज़्यादा बात करने का ज़रूरत भी नहीं है, because epoxy free is nothing but you remove epoxy and do powder coating without epoxy. What is the options? So before removing epoxy, you have to know what is the pros and cons of epoxy removing and a comparative study of epoxy with polyester and with other system like polyurethane, polyester, polyester में TJC cross linking,
polyester में pyramid cross है, that is HA cross linking. These are the variations you can have and available in the market. So by doing that, you have to study the types of powders, properties or characteristics of powders under powder defects. Once you study all these things, then you decide yourself whether to remove epoxy or not. Why the question comes epoxy removal? Because last April, May or 21 and 22, the prices of epoxy is gone up to the level of 370 from 150. Now it comes down. That is the one of the subject. Actually, they have given this that how to remove epoxy and what is the alternative to make powder coating. So most of the people are already on that period. They have done it. Now the epoxy prices are come down to around 220 level. It is there right now. So there is no guarantee that when epoxy people are increasing. Our good friend Mr. Vermaji is here. You have to ask him when he is going to increase the price. So based on that, you remove the epoxy. That is my suggestion. Powder coating. See, basically we have to understand powder coating. Powder coating is a type of coating that is applied as a free-flowing powder. It is actually free-flowing powder when you use an electrostatic gun and apply on a surface where it is earthed. This is called powder coating. It has to be flow properly, and on a conductive surface you have to apply. Generally, powders are applied on metal surfaces. Yes, there are specialty resins are available now. That is last afternoon they have given a specialty that is for woods. That is MDF wood already there. That is 160-degree low bake temperature powder. And other powders are also they are developing from Malenex. You can contact him for those things. The main difference between the powder and solvent is in this solvent grade, we are using solvent to suspend the pigments and resin and additives together to suspend that. There should be no settling. There should be no separation. That is why you need a solvent there, and flow is because of solvent. Here actually there is no need of those things, but I will go further. We can check. These are the types of powder you can produce. One is pure epoxy. Epoxy is cross-linked with MB68, that is hardener, matte hardener, or you can cross-link with disaminide also. Then what is the plus point in? You can use epoxy resins, any of epoxy resin available in India. Then plus point is very good chemical resistance. Corrosion resistance is excellent. But what is the, actually the lowest, this one is poor in UV. You know, all know that our all type of epoxy, including liquid epoxy, you cannot use alone for exterior. You have to use as a primer coat, and then top coat will be something else. Then only the UV stability you will get. So that is why poor in UV resistance. When exposure to heat means when curing, even 5-degree, 10-degree temperature variation also, it changes towards little yellower side. That is the character of epoxy, and all other properties, surface hardness, mechanical properties, low curing temperature means 180 degree. These are moderate. Then you go with the epoxy with polyester. These are the hybrid system. A flexibility is there in this. So you will have 70-30, 50-50, 60-40, 20-80 is also there. These are the flexibility, but epoxy is required here. As my previous Mr. Vermaji is giving a presentation, acid value ke saath, they will cross-link the hydrogen equivalent value of epoxy. So many grades are available because by using the epoxy acid value of the polyester, they will cross-link accordingly, and they will fix the percentage also 50-50, 60-40, 70-30, 20-80. These are. What is here good? Its a flow property is very good. It is moderate. Even for UV also to certain extent it will be moderate. Application property is very good. All other mechanical, low color, mechanical properties moderate. Low color variation means in 180 degree no change will be there. Flexibility in formulation, very limited UV resistance. That's already told. Then ये तो नीचे का epoxy मुक्त होता है without epoxy. That is first is polyester TGAC based combination. That is 93.7. You can use, generally using 93.7. You can slightly modified also. You can do modifications for this and change. The plus point in this is outdoor durability is excellent. And then mechanical property is excellent. And you have to bake at 200 degrees centigrade. limited chemical solvent resistance, but one more, this one is TGAC, is a toxic material. It is not for, of course, like our skin, brown skin people. It is for Europeans. Rather, they only introduce this, and this HAA type is popular in European countries, rather India. India is now also, TGAC is going very good. And yes, as for the study is concerned, it is little toxic to the skin. So we have to show that also. Then super durability polyester, already somebody told that, because Mr. Shivannamalai given a better presentation in this. I put a small of the same one. See, it's 88, 12 you can do, 12 to, then 88, 15 you can go. And even with the TGIC also, this hyper super durable, you can produce 5 to 10 year outdoor durability. These are the special properties of polyester. Then if you go to polyester, that is HA combination. This also he explained, this one hydroxylamide, RB examples given. It's his product only WH125 and 96.4, 95.5 you can use. The best property in this combination is non-toxic. So almost in Europe and American countries, PP is used this grade only. Then outdoor durability is moderate. You can use for outdoor, but for high performance, you have to select a suitable resin for this. In this range, suitable resins you have to ask. Then all other properties moderate, and its baking temperature is 180 degree like epoxy or epoxy hybrid system. Then color stability is okay, good, low temperature curing and better performance. Then comes polyurethane. Somebody give the presentation of a specialty product, in that it will come polyurethane, 70, 30, 93, 7, 88, any combination. They will, depending upon the polyester, which one you are using and what is the hydroxyl value of that product. So based on that hydroxyl value, you have to cross-link with the suitable hardener, that is blocked isocyanate, is called blocked isocyanate. Those things you have to cross-link, and based on OH value and hydroxy value and with NCO component, you have to cross-link. So the percentage also they will fix. See, अपना गुरु कौन है? अपना supplier ही गुरु होता है. Because first we have to ask our suppliers कि क्या करने का है, कैसा करने का है, कितना percentage use करने का है, सभी है. So whether he is pigment manufacturer or resin manufacturer. इसलिए so गुरु होता है तो पहले हमारा suppliers है. So अपने supplier के साथ अच्छा हमारा रिश्ता हो गया तो definitely you will get most of the points from our supplier. But उनके लिए पैसा जल्दी पैसा भेज देंगे. वही प्रॉब्लम है पाउडर कोटिंग में, क्योंकि पाउडर कोटिंग में हमको आता है 120 डेज तक, हम किधर से देगा? सो इसलिए बाद में हमको प्रॉब्लम चालू होता है. सो दैट इज वाई, सो आवर गुरु इज वही है सप्लायर्स, उनके साथ अच्छा रिश्ता रखो. सो नहीं हो गया तो पैसा देने के लिए अच्छा खाना खिलाओ. सो यू विल ही विल गिव यू better performance. Then of course in this actually the special properties of this is outdoor durability is excellent. Polyurethane में mechanical properties are good, chemical properties excellent, flow property, flow and smoothness is very good, curing temperature 200 degree. But इसमें now the new generation resins which is thin coating, that is called 60 less than 60 microns, 40 to 60 micron. So वो भी next will come. I think Mr. Alex, Mr. Srivastava ji बताया है. So they are giving maybe short period, they are introducing the market also. So we will have one more range in those area. So curing is 200 degree temperature. Sublimation. Sublimation आपने देखा है, सभी जाग पे रखा है स्टॉल में. Sublimation is nothing but same one. You have to use the paper quality, good quality paper, that is sublimation paper. Either paper में होता है, नहीं तो वो PE में होता है. So sublimation करने के लिए एक बार cure करने का है, low bake में cure करने का है. Then you wrap the paper, the sublimation paper, vacuumize it properly, then bake it full baking. Then you will get a proper sublimation. उसको भी गुरु वही होता है, वो शीट देता है ना, उन पे बेसिक मटेरियल, उनसे पूछो ना, वो सभी मिलता है. अभी हमारा इधर many of our specialty raw material suppliers are already there, and they will give you all informations Only thing we have to sit and discuss with them what you want. They have to understand what you need. Then only they can be able to give all these things. So I will shortcut some of the things, sir. Don't mistake on me. In these properties, basically it is a VOC free product because powder में solvent ही नहीं है ना. So that is why it is popular, because today solvent based paints are costlier than powder coating. So then second thing is we are not discharging anything to the atmosphere. ये environmental friendly है. So इसलिए popular है. Now future generation is more of using powders only. So VOC free है, single coat, one coat finish है, around 70 to 120 micron, different pattern with different types. You can get lot of combination in this range, and only thing conventionally either 120 micron tak you can go, but above 120 micron apply करेगा तो थोड़ा problem भी आता है, because the impact fail होता है, something goes wrong like this. This less hazardous waste generated on application. हमारा liquid में क्या होता है? Actually the deposition on metal surface is 40%. Solid deposition on metal is 40%. Whereas in this you will apply 95% तक, because जो reprocess होता है वो गिरता है ना वो booth में, that you have to collect and properly clean and collect it and sieve it, asking the powder manufacturer what sieve you have to use, and once you sieve it properly, then you reuse in the same color and you don't have any problem. Up to 95% you can use the powder for application purpose. Then less hazardous application system is little costly. See, pre-treatment is common for liquid and powder. You required both there also. You required here oven is required. There most of the case oven is not required. But if you use thermosetting type of paint there, then you required same there also you required the oven. But apart from that, you required gun. हमारा liquid में क्या है? रोड साइड में 500 रुपीस गन में भी पैचअप करता है, ये थिंकरिंग वर्क करता है, बट वो ऐसा नहीं होता है. इधर एक्चुअली यू रिक्वायर्ड ए गुड क्वालिटी गन लाइक गैमा गन और मित्सुबिशी गन. दीज गन्स आर कॉस्टली, अराउंड 1.5 lakhs to 2 lakh rupees only for that equipment will cost. So that is an extra cost, extra burden for the coaters. Wide range of color patterns available, wide range of colors. Thousands of color you can create, you can make. So in our company we are making more than 700, 800 colors. And patterns, कितना patterns? बहुत pattern है इसमें. Structure है, texture है, glossy, satin, matte, then antique finish. दिल्ली side में leather finish मिलता है, crocodile finish मिलता है. जो भी मांगता है वो दिल्ली side में मिलता है वो भी. So they are more advanced than south people. So it is more advanced this type. 1 minute. Thin, only difficulty is thin film application. Powder coating may you cannot go less than 60 micron, 70 micron, less than 70 micron. Otherwise, you will have bittiness, you will have craters, or the waviness will be more. So it is difficult at present. Maybe very shortly you will get the suitable resin for thin coating also. Characteristics. Okay, these are electrostatic spray gun you have to use. Oven must required, and up to 180 degree for hybrid system, and 220 up to 220 degree for pure polyester system. Very good quality air gun, air compressor is required, moisture filtering is required, drying system is required. Thinner is not required. Difficult to overcoat. इधर क्या है problem? कुछ liquid जैसा खराब हो गया तो painting you can remove, but here once you bake and finish, it is very hard finish, very difficult to overcoat. You how to overcoat? Then yes, sometime it will happen. You have to bake it. warm condition में बाहर निकलने का है, और again you give a coat and bake. That is the only solution. Before that you have to make a hand rub with emery paper, then bake it. warm up condition में apply करोगे तो कर सकता है. But stripping is very difficult and very costly stripping. So it is not possible. So epoxy का special character क्या है? ये तो if you properly treatment made and if you apply 90 to 100 micron thickness, you will get 1000 hour salt spray it will pass. And if you come to the both epoxy and epoxy hybrid system, epoxy polyester, if you come to pure polyester, pure polyurethane, these type, you will get up to 700 to 750 hours of salt spray, but you will get 400 to 600 hours of UV test it will pass. It will be proven one. Then fluid immersion test, water, diesel, engine oil, 7 days it will pass. All system will pass. Then solvent trap test, 100 cycle it will pass. But you have to ask resin manufacturer, but solvent traps की कितना चाहिए आपको? 100 cycle चाहिए, 50 cycle, all polyester will not pass. So you have to specify those things and get those type of resins. Acid resistance, generally it will pass epoxy and epoxy hydric system around 20%. Then defects क्या आता है? Generally in powder coating, powder will concentrate on the edge due to electrostatic line of force, will tend to concentrate on edges and not penetrating inside the corners, because in the doors and other things, bottom will there is a crevices in the bottom. So it will not go, it's called a Faraday cage effect. That's one of the type of defect. How to resolve it? To reduce the voltage, electric field weakens, and increasing the little air pressure you have to increase and the powder will break the electric field and enter the corners or recesses. So then you can pass. These are the, here it will not enter the end of the that crevices, but here it will end. So these are the one picture for this. Right. Powder particles. अभी last slide में पंकज जी ने दिखाया है. So generally we cannot produce, you cannot test all mesh every day, every batch, very difficult. You can keep 63 micron and test. उधर भी दिखाया है 95. See, if you see in 63 micron mesh, you will get around 10 to 15%. But different particle, different finishes, glossy, satin, matte and structure में थोड़ा अलग-अलग होता है. जो your structure and texture में ज़्यादा होता है 15 to 20%, 18 to 25%. ऐसा residue will come होता है, and that is the residue, and the rest of the material percentage will pass होता है in the system. This is an example of a powder coating company, factory. So you will have a spray type surface cleaning, and then powder coating both, then surface clean, then oven. So the entire system is here. Application of a gun and the wraparound technology you can see there. Generally, baking and curing, hybrid system will be baked at 180 degree for 12 minutes, and pure polyester will bake around 200 degree for 12 minutes or 13 minutes. Even in polyurethane also, it will be the same, baking and curing. Yeah, normally convection cure ovens are, we are all using, that is air circulated ovens. Those are called circulating convection oven. Apart from other than that also you can use infrared ovens and laser curing type ovens also you can use, and which is cheaper actually, but the initial cost of laser curing is costly. This is a test method. Basically powder coating panel, when you boil in a distilled water, 2 hours if you boil, it should not form any blister or the film should not peel off. If it is so, then the pre-treatment is the problem. So test method, salt spray, then humidity test and UV test, QUV equipment that is. So these are the things we have to go through. Defects. So lot of defects we can find in low glass. Low glass due to mixing of incompatible powders. Different company का powder होगा, different resin system का powder होगा. Sometimes it will incompatible होता है. So you will not get a full gloss. Sharpness, you will lose the sharpness. That is why one of the reason is so different company का different grade का resin you should not mix. That is the one. High cure temperature. Temperature जो prescribe किया उसको ज़्यादा temperature में cure करेगा तो भी you will lose the gloss. Exhaust gas retention. So gas oven में या electric oven में, when you heat, gas will generate. It has to go out. The exit should be proper. Otherwise, this low glass will be forming. क्यों ऐसा होता है? So chipping powder partially cured chip होता है. Coating thickness too high also it will chip. Then poor adhesion एक panel दिखाया है इसमें. Then orange peel initial heating period of coating object is low. क्या है powder coating में? Once you पहले empty oven को full temperature heat करने का है 180 degree. Then open the oven and push the stand, the applied the hanger, those components are coated. You have to immediately push and down. So उसमें वो then in that time 20 degree तक temperature कम आता है, immediately pick up होता है. 0 से चालू करेगा तो then this problem will come. Orange peel will come because of it start from low temperature to high temperature. Film thickness is too low. Coating thickness less than 70 हो गए तो भी ये orange peel आ सकता है. Epoxy powders are properties deteriorated due to storage at high temperature. Poor adhesion, inadequate surface treatment. Generally, 90% of our complaints comes because poor adhesion because of the pre-treatment. Pre-treatment क्यों आता है? Because our coaters or our customer will not go for a proper pre-treatment. 7-tank process नहीं करता है. They will use 3-in-1 solution or something they will do. So to reduce the cost of the application and this one. So they will the oil contents or the residues inside after pre-treatment will be retaining there. So in those cases, this will happen, poor adhesion. Undercure powder, there also pure full temperature reach. Suppose thick component, if they put inside the oven and temperature will not reach, suppose 180 degree at 12 minutes, वो length में नहीं होता है, तो then also because the surface coating, if the coating thickness is high, the core temperature will absorb by the metal. So the surface, it will not retain that 180 degree temperature. It will reduce because it will absorb by the thick material. So in those cases actually, you have to ensure and make a trial first and then do whether to increase the time. So you have to ensure that thick film coating. So one of the coating. It's a defects, panel defects. Off color. Vent gas retention, you will get off color patch. Baking time is long or too short, then also there. Improper surface cleaning is also causing these craters. Craters contamination with other powder, you will have improper surface cleaning, the craters will come. Contamination with incompatible material also there. Oil and moisture in compressor air, when you do application, that time also it will be there. Remedies also I will give, and if somebody wants, you can take afterwards, because there is a shortage of time, so I am going little faster. Poor corrosion resistance, improper surface cleaning and pre-treatment. Undercure powder, not using specified required powder. These are the reasons for this one resistance. Poor mechanical properties. Undercure film again, poor surface preparation, film thickness is too high, then also it will, the mechanical property will fail. Change the object of mass, a very thick material, if you do proper curing nahi hota hai, then also you will have this problem. So degreasing, this some examples I have given. Cross-cut adhesion, then poor powder deposition. Powder deposition poor क्यों होता है? Powder delivery inadequate होता है because maybe earthing, poor earthing में, because the component has to be properly earthed. Then because when you spray the spray in the spray gun, we are using Corona type of gun. The particles are charged positively and the air will push the particles on the surface of a component. When it sits on the surface of the component, if there is a proper earthing, then only it will properly fit. Otherwise, गिरता है, नीचे गिरता है. So that is one of the reason for this. Improper spray pattern, voltage too high or too low, gun poor gun positioning, powder too fine or too coarse. Then poor powder charging. So poor earthing, one of the reason, and powder too fine, then also the charging will be less. Proper gun voltage is required, then powder chemistry not suitable. This is the Indian market, powder coating market. See, totally our CAGR 2021, it is 62,000 crores. And we have around 3,000 plus paint manufacturers in India, apart from big players and multinational companies. The total paint is distributed like this. 70% of our total volume-wise, this is value-wise, 70% is go to architectural field. In architectural, 64% is emulsion, that is water-soluble paints, and 36% is solvent-based paint. Industry paint is totally 30% out of 100. In that, 26% is solvent-based and 5% is powder. And if you, again that 30% if you divide, then 14% is powder at presently, and 32% is general industry and high performance. Auto sector is 14, 24% is auto and auto OEMs. This is auto refinishing. Others, coil coating is 6%. See, the powder is growing, but this is the loser. High performance and industrial coating is reducing now. It is last, it was 8, I have seen from 8, 10 and 10, now it is 14. Maybe now by this time it is 16 also, and this we are going to lose liquid specialty. Health and environmental issue, all are know this, I don't want to explain this. PPE kits you have to use in the factories as per the factory rules and norms. Then toxic, because I told TGAC is a toxic material, so you have to dispose, how to dispose the waste. Those items I have explained here. Static charge will be there, because if you are not properly earthing any of the machinery, one or the other day you will have a shock or you will have a spark in the wherever you touch, because of the static current produced in the machines, or in our body also static current will charge. So you have to earthing properly to reduce all these accidents. Excess air cause, अपना लोग भी करता है ना, compressor air से साफ करता है कपड़ा गिपड़ा सभी, वो टाइम में pressure ज़्यादा more than 5 pressure high, तो then it will damage the skin. So we have to insist those things. Waste treatment, then जो waste हमने wash करता है, vessel wash करता है, वो उसमें TGA से तो fail होता है. If the pollution board people collect the sample of water washed from your vessels or the factory का जो भी component use करता है powder coating का, उसमें TGIC का even very minute level में वो पानी में निकल के जाएगा, तो if they collect and it will get failed as per the norms. Thank you, and thank you all. Any question? It's there. Otherwise, we will discuss afterwards.
Thank you so much, sir. But please do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. That was Mr. H.C. Satyanarayana. And we would like to felicitate you. Can I please have on stage Mr. Ravi Raj Nair from Alanex? It was indeed a wonderful presentation, and we would want to felicitate you on behalf of Industrial Front Paint Vision Powder Coating Conclave 2022. I'd request Mr. Ravi Raj Nair from Allnex to join me on the stage. Thank you so much, and please hear it up for Mr. H.C. Satyanarayana.
Thank you. Very kind of you. I had an opportunity to take from you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And after this, it is now time to move on to the panel discussion number 1 of the day, which is on the advancement in powder coatings technology. Well, this is a technical panel discussion for new development in powder coating across the globe. Well, we have a sparkling, power-packed panel of speakers, and this is going to be a wonderful panel discussion. I'm sure all of you, including me, are looking forward to this discussion. So we would now introduce you to the speakers for this session. I would first introduce you to the moderator for this session, Mr. Manish Malhotra, CEO, Paint Vision. And the speakers for this session are Dr. Gaurav Chandra Srivastav from Allnex, Mr. Pankaj Verma from Aditya Birla, Mr. Sadashiv from Kansai Nerolac, Mr. Shiva Annamalai from We Can China, Mr. Yasser Arafat from Berger, Bangladesh, and last but not the least, Mr. Bharat Arora from IDCC Global. As I mentioned, we have a power-packed panel of star-studded speakers here with us who are all set to take the stage. And before they get onto the stage, can we have a huge round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen? Can I also have, to join us in the panel, can I also have Mr. Bharat Arora from IDCC Global? Can we please have you up the stage? Now, as our panelists get seated, well, we would like to welcome them with a bouquet of flowers. Can I please have on stage Mr. Subodh Birmole and Mr. Jigar Patel from Asian PPG to join us on the stage and welcome them with a small token of our love and gratitude for all of them. I would now request everybody to be seated. Till then, I would request Mr. Subodh Birmole and Mr. Jigar Patel from Asian PPG to welcome our speakers with a small token of our love and appreciation. Let's have a group picture with all of you. It's indeed a very, very memorable moment for all of us at a Paint Vision and a Powder Coating Conclave 2022. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Birmole and Mr. Patel. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this panel is going to talk about the advancement in powder coatings technology, and you can bombard them with your questions. Okay, can we have the banquet staff here with us to remove the podium from the stage? If anybody from the banquet staff is listening to me, Well, it will now be over to our moderator for the session, Mr. Manish Malhotra, CEO, Paint Vision. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and I hope this session will entertain you because this is very much important session as per technical question and answer concerns. And I request everybody who is sitting behind or standing behind, sir, please come over because this session is going to give you a lot of technical knowledge and maybe you have many questions in your mind which could be solved here. Please, everybody who is standing over there behind the this conclave area, can everybody come forward, please? Can everybody come forward, please? I request once again, because this is a question answers and open house kind of panel discussion, and we would like to thank everybody, technical people who are sitting here, and also मैं सभी से बार-बार ये रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आज ये जो पैनल डिस्कशन है, ये स्पेशली हमने पाउडर कोटिंग इंडस्ट्री की प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करने के लिए रखा है. आपकी कोई भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, कोई भी आपकी क्वेरी है, आज आप पूछ सकते हैं. हमारे पास इंडिया के टॉप टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट यहाँ बैठे हैं जो आपको एडवांसमेंट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, एडवांसमेंट ऑफ पाउडर कोटिंग, इसके ऊपर आपके क्वेश्चंस को आंसर करेंगे. एंड यू विल कम टू नो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग ग्लोबली एज वी हैव मिस्टर यासिर अरफात फ्रॉम बांग्लादेश. ये बांग्लादेश से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं आज. एंड मिस्टर सदाशिव जी from Kansai Nerolac Paints, Shiva Namalai, you heard him, Mr. Bharat Arora. I specially added Mr. Bharat Arora because some people are very much curious to ask question to Mr. Bharat Arora. And Mr. Pankaj Verma from Aditya Birla Grasim, and my friend, my big brother, Dr. Gaurav Chand Srivastava. Can I have a round of applause for these people, please? And I again request everyone who just want to ask any question regarding powder coating, they can come forward. तो सर शुरुआत करते हैं. कुछ क्वेश्चंस मेरे पास ऑलरेडी आ चुके हैं तो उनको लेकर शुरुआत करते हैं. एक माइक एक्स्ट्रा है क्या पब्लिक में देने के लिए? है, you have, okay. Just stand up and hold the mic. Anyone want to ask a question? They can ask. सर पहला क्वेश्चन अभी वो किससे पूछे सर, तो शुरुआत करते हैं. चलिए यासिर साहब आपसे पूछते हैं. द क्वेश्चन इज व्हाट आर द लेटेस्ट ट्रेंड्स इन पाउडर कोटिंग? नहीं, इट्स ऑल्सो ऑन. हेलो प्लीज. यस सर,
कैन यू हियर? मोबाइल फोन होगा. ओके. Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to say something about latest trend and technology in powder coating. Actually, in Bangladesh market, it is a small market regarding to Indian market. We are now sell two system powder coating, pure polyester powder coating and hybrid system powder coating. And other than we are now in the phase of developing some powder coating like super matte powder coating, wood finish powder coating. It is also already.
No, I just want to ask one thing, sir. What is happening in Bangladesh? Actually, we Indians are very much curious to know if there any development in Bangladesh regarding powder coating or something is happening. Like here's new technologies are coming, like Dr. Gaurav said, MDF, and then all you heard him. Like this, something is happening in Bangladesh.
No new development like in recent time, but we are working on like a high heat test powder coating, super matte powder coating, like orange peel free powder coating. These are new technology, and wood finish powder coating also. Sparkle metallic finish powder coating we are working, and we also launch a series, sparkle metallic series this year. And we are also planning to launch super matte powder coating, which is gloss level is below 5 in Bangladesh.
Very good, sir. Sir, यही क्वेश्चन आपसे. सदाशिव सर,
Okay.
कंसाई नेरोलैक कुछ
खैर ये क्वेश्चन ठीक नहीं रहेगा शायद पूछना, बट ये टेक्निकल नहीं है सर, ये आपकी कंपनी की एक प्रमोशन का क्वेश्चन भी हो सकता है। तो कुछ नया कंपनी लेके आ रही है क्या?
सर अभी कैसा है कि पाउडर कोटिंग में कन्वेंशनल जो भी है इपॉक्सी पॉलिस्टर 70-30 pp that will be there, but in terms of adding the new functionality to this powder coating, so in terms of functionality if you see surface के ऊपर what is meant by surface energy या which we call it as a anti gravity है, जो liquid में एक property मिलती है as a anti dust, but in order to add functionality to this powder coating there are lot many advancement is happening, means how we are influencing the surface energy of this powder coating. So there are different additives, different resin system as well as some different functional fillers are there which are going to impart this functionality in this coating. So that work is parallelly going on, and apart from this if you see the thermostatic as a market, two more things which I feel it is going to emerge in the coming future is your functional coating which is again a pure epoxy base, as well as the extension of the thermostatic is it will go in a thermoplastic way, because if you see thermoset is having some sort of what we call it as a constraint or challenges, but which can be marrying with thermoplastic as well as thermostatic, like there are certain adhesion grade of thermoplastic which is coming, which is malic anhydride grafted coating, so which will enhance the property with the metallic substrate and enhance the property of thermoplastic. Means thermoset, it can't withstand more than 20 years warranty or 25 years of corrosion, but definitely there are certain advancements is going on which will marry the chemistry of both thermoplastic as well as thermoset in coming year. And apart from this, as Gaurav has mentioned, so definitely most of this powder coating polyester resin, it is a saturated polyester, but when it comes to the advancement by Alnex, so it is basically unsaturated polyester, which is a different kind of technology and which can be cured at very low temperature, because presently whatever the technology we are having, if you want to cure at low temperature, then only option is to add the more catalyst. But when you add the more, if it is a more catalyzed system, it is having the own disadvantage. So how we are going to, means during that phase of melting, how we are going to achieve the aesthetic property. So that kind of technology advancement is going on, and definitely over a period of 2 or 3 years, it will come.
Yes, sir, definitely, because powder coating industry is growing day by day, and as per a survey, it is growing up to 18 to 20% per annum. So, Mr. Annamalai, are you looking forward the replacement of liquid paints in automotive as powder coating?
Yeah, sure, definitely. See, one of the advanced technology, what you are talking about, latest trend is liquid to powder conversions. See, how automotive industry works, they have certain mandate. So what they do is once in a year or once in 2 years, certain part of the automotive component, they has to move from liquid to powder. For example, in automotive, one motorbike, if they change one small part, they want to move from liquid to powder, the consumption would be minimum 3 to 4 tons per month. You understand? For example, India is a good example. Most of us do, we don't know. See, I spent more than 20 years, but we are all still talk about European technology and all. But India is the first country who did successfully powder coating on body applications. Tata Ace was the classic example. Even Daimler did small portion, but India mein hua tha pehle body applications ka powder. Kidhar bhi nahi hua tha. So same India, the engine blocks, cover blocks for TVS motorbikes and all, it was first powder coated. But what happened, that is I can say ignition or spark. Now many parts of motorbikes are day by day getting converted to powder coating, even alloy wheels, motorbike alloy wheels. Then if you take automotive alloy wheels, it's all multi-layer coating, powder primer, then some top coat acrylic. You won't believe there is a project in Thailand,
single coat powder for alloy wheels. Okay, so it's going well. So automotive, there are few challenges. The first one is aesthetics. So functional challenges, definitely we can overcome. So functional challenges mean if you want to achieve certain property, definitely solutions are available with powder. But when it comes to aesthetics, particularly they want flow exactly similar to liquid, or that is the one challenge. क्योंकि simple है, अगर ये पानी को अगर डाल रहे हो, the way water flows, solid cannot flow. But still, there are some work is going on fuel tank, particularly motorbike fuel tanks. They try to convert to powder coating. The projects are going on. So these conversions going to be there, and a lot of possibilities and many improvements from the resin manufacturers, curing agents or additive manufacturers, a lot of improvements. So automotive में काफी chances है, engine blocks, alloy wheels, motorbikes alloy wheels, then even crankcase, even certain frames, chassis are powder coated well.
Great answer, sir. Dr. Saab. Warranty grade powder. What are the challenges and एक ये रहता है वारंटी ग्रेड जो पाउडर कोटिंग है उसमें चैलेंजेस काफ़ी रहते हैं सर इसका डेवलपमेंट में थोड़ा इसमें रोशनी डालो सर
देखिए वारंटी ग्रेड पाउडर्स का मतलब ये हुआ कि आप एक सर्टेन टाइम पीरियड के लिए उसके एस्थेटिक लुक्स ग्लॉस फंक्शनैलिटी एडेशन कोरोजन रेजिस्टेंस इन सब के वेदरेबिलिटी इसके ऊपर एक गाइडलाइन देना चाहते हो कि इतने टाइम तक इसमें इतना ही डिटोरिएशन आएगा इन द परसेंटेज फॉर एग्जांपल इफ़ वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट कि ग्लॉस रिटेंशन वैल्यू 15 ईयर्स के बाद कितनी होगी तो हम ये कहते हैं कि अगर इसकी ग्लॉस रिटेंशन वैल्यू 25% ही सिर्फ ग्लॉस रिड्यूस होगी बाकी 75% जो भी हम ग्लॉस दे रहे हैं वो मेंटेन रहेगी 15 साल के बाद तो इसके लिए जब हम कोई भी रेजन के साथ में डेवलपमेंट स्टार्ट करते हैं फॉर्मुलेशन डेवलपमेंट स्टार्ट करते हैं तो बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है और बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक जो है वो आपका पॉलीमर होता है यानी कोई भी रेजिन जो आप सेलेक्ट करते हैं वही है तो इसमें अगर आप वारंटी बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट में जाना चाहते हैं तो आपको सुपर ड्यूरेबल ग्रेड्स के ऊपर जाना होगा सुपर ड्यूरेबल ग्रेड्स आपका कार्बोक्सिलिक फंक्शनल भी ले सकते हो आप OH फंक्शनल भी ले सकते हो जो PU पाउडर कोटिंग के नाम से है एंड देन आप UV पाउडर कोटिंग में भी आ सकते हो क्योंकि अगर आपको वेदरेबिलिटी के ऊपर अगर वर्कआउट करना है तो UV रेजिस्टेंट UV क्योर्ड पाउडर इज बेटर फॉर UV रेजिस्टेंट प्रॉपर्टीज एज लाइक UV क्योरिंग लिक्विड सिस्टम सो ये वारंटी ग्रेड बेस्ड जो है वो आपकी अपने परसेप्शन पर है और जब भी आप फॉर्मुलेशन डेवलप करें तो साथ में कंसर्न टेक्निकल पर्सन के साथ में डिस्कशन करें जो क्योंकि बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है फर्स्ट पार्ट है बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक देन उसके बाद एडिटिव्स के रोल आते हैं तो बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक अगर आप पॉलीमर या रेजिन सही सेलेक्ट करेंगे बाइंडर सिस्टम अपने फॉर्मुलेशन के लिए तो आप वारंटी के ऊपर वर्कआउट कर सकते हैं एंड देन फर्दर उसके एक्सेलरेटेड टेस्ट होते हैं जिससे आप उसको वेरीफाई कर सकते हैं और इस तरीके से हम एक फॉर्मुलेशन का डेवलपमेंट करते हैं
Well answer, sir. You want to add, please?
Yeah, I just add some point. See, whenever we hear a word warranty, okay, I can say it's like a conspiracy theory. Okay, so I can share one of my experience. मैं एक बार गुजरात में गया था. So that's the first classic experience. I had a technical discussion with one commercial गुजराती guy. मैंने बोला ये जो विंडो है भाई उसको जो खिड़की में पाउडर लगाएगा, so उसको मैंने 15 साल वारंटी है ये पाउडर इसलिए इतना महंगा है. उन्होंने बोला मेरा बिल्डिंग के ही 15 साल की वारंटी नहीं वो खिड़की में लगाने वाला पाउडर का क्यों 15 साल वारंटी है वारंटी का मतलब क्या है ऐसा सवाल पूछा सो इट्स लाइक इट ओपन्स माय आईज सी वारंटी 2 थिंग्स यू नीड टू हियर अबाउट रीड द डॉक्यूमेंट्स केयरफुली ओके अगर पूरा का पूरा पढ़ाई गया उस पर शायद कुछ नहीं होगा ऐसा भी यू मे फील इट सो देयर आर 2 टाइप्स ऑफ वारंटी वन इज कॉल्ड प्रोडक्ट वारंटी सेकेंड वन इज कॉल्ड प्रोजेक्ट वारंटी व्हाट वारंटी आर वी टॉकिंग अबाउट सो ये दोनों का फर्क है काफी लोगों को मालूम नहीं है प्रोजेक्ट वारंटी क्या चीज है प्रोडक्ट वारंटी क्या चीज है वी ऑल कैन टॉक अबाउट प्रोडक्ट वारंटी बट वी ऑल कैन नॉट टॉक अबाउट प्रोजेक्ट वारंटी मीन आपका प्रोडक्ट का आप गारंटी देते हो ये कंडीशन में मेरा प्रोडक्ट 5 साल 10 साल आएगा बेस्ड ऑन सर्टेन वैलिडेशन रिजल्ट्स व्हेन इट कम टू प्रोजेक्ट वारंटी यू आर ओनिंग द होल प्रोजेक्ट्स फ्रॉम द मेटल टू pre-treatment to everything even to applications all the complete cycle you are owning it so you will recommend मेरा A powder use करना XY suppliers they will special any XYZ supplier then approved applicator concept will be in place approved applicator mean ये powder का इसी customer के पास ही coating करना है और इसका यही एल्यूमिनियम पर्टिकुलर ग्रेड यूज़ करना है और इसको वैसा ही मेंटेनेंस करना है, then it's called project warranty. Product warranty means you have confidence on your own formulations. You have choose good resins, good additives, whatever it is. So these two points are very important. Don't go simply by 20 years, 25 years, 35 years warranty. Actually, you need to, I can say, read between the lines. Okay, आप एकदम ध्यान से वो डॉक्यूमेंट का पढ़ाई कीजिए. So मैंने तो पढ़ाई किया, काफी डॉक्यूमेंट पढ़ाई किया. Please read it. What they are really giving a guarantee about it. Okay.
Okay. You want to add something, please?
I just want to add about the warranty. Latest technology, it is FABE technology. You have the name FABE, fluoroethylene vinyl ether technology. This is the latest technology in powder coating. This coating can guarantee 30 years warranty of color and gloss. So it is invented by Japan, and there are some special resin used for that technology. If you use this resin and technology, you can guarantee your product.
This is advancement from the Japan.
Yeah, very, very advanced technology.
This is what our
and
topic is.
I can assure in some world renowned structure like Burj Al Arab, like mega structure, they use this coating as a project.
Again, I just
Yes,
add one
please.
point. What Mr. Arafat talking about is a fluorocarbon chemistry. So what Mr. Gaurav said, yes, if you talk about warranty, you need to go with a super durable system. That's very clear. Then second one is fluorocarbon chemistry, what he is talking about. But please remember, resin is the key factor, but not the only factor. Most of us are miserably failing, while choosing right pigments, particularly dark shades, bright shades. I see many of the warranty formulations, they use middle chrome, lemon chrome. Even you use best of the best resins, it is useless actually. Your product will get faded within a year. Okay, so it's not only about resin. Of course, resin is I can say brain, but heart is also important, lungs is also important, liver is also important. So आप देखिए right raw materials. Second, this kind of formulation, अभी आप 40-50% resin में formula नहीं बना सकते. कम से कम 70-80% रेजिन होना चाहिए फार्मूलेशन में, एंड वी ऑल नो दैट हमने कितना % रेजिन में आजकल फार्मूला बना रहे हैं, तो ये भी इम्पोर्टेंट है. सो इसलिए बोला वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स रीड कीजिए कौन सा कंडीशन में हम ये सब वारंटी देते हैं, तो ऐसा है. सो दैट्स इट्स लाइक दैट इज अ राइट वर्ड, इट्स अ टेक्निकल सेलिंग कॉन्सेप्ट. मेरे पास एक टेक्नोलॉजी में वो सेल करता हूँ, बट अंडर सर्टेन कंडीशंस.
वेरी गुड सर. बिकॉज वी हैव शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम, आई जस्ट रिक्वेस्ट कि जो भी क्वेश्चन है उसका छोटे छोटे आंसर आ जाएं, तो हम ज़्यादातर क्वेश्चंस को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्वेश्चन ले पाएंगे. ओके, पंकज सर, यू हैव माइक ना? ओके, ओके. सर, पाउडर कोट ऑन ग्लास एंड गैल्वेनाइज्ड सबस्ट्रेट, इसमें मैं समझता हूँ कि आदित्य बिरला, यू आर अ रेजिन कंपनी, and for glass and galvanized substrate, you can help a lot. Can you give some ideas, sir, please?
See, I will go with the main topic which we had, and most of us are from India and Indian subcontinent. So I will talk about what are the products where our powder coating players can play on, especially where the epoxies are used, since I am from the epoxy field currently, so I am talking about epoxies. The one thing which I foresee that fusion bonded epoxy or rebar, this is the area where Indian powder coating industry can work on, but there is a caveat in that, and that is the one has to be very confident about the quality. The quality consistency has to be maintained, but there is a huge business waiting for this rebar and fusion bonded epoxies, because there are a lot of construction projects which are going to come in very near future. So this is the one aspect which I felt that could be of great interest to the Indian powder coating manufacturers. The second thing which I feel could be very important is getting into electrical insulation. Electrical insulation coating, where there are very, very few players in the market. And talking about EVs coming in, and a lot of electrical things will come up. And India is going to be the world manufacturer for depending on the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So probably I foresee that there could be a good area where Indian powder coating industry can work on, and there is some money also, because the prices, probably powder coating manufacturers will know that what kind of prices these products are being sold. So there could be some margin, some decent margin for the producers. The third thing, Gaurav talked about that MDF. So I would not talk about this. This is a one more interesting field where you can work on. So there are 3-4 things which I felt could be of use for the Indian powder coating industry, where they can work on. And as far as the epoxies are concerned, in India, generally the products which are used of having a TG of 80 to 90 degrees Celsius. But there are technologies which are available. Those can go up to 110, 120, 130, 140 degrees Celsius TG as well. And we are working on certain technology where one can work on 170 degrees Celsius. This is what I am talking about for the products which are used into the field of oil field industry, where as the crude viscosity is going up, so they need to go deeper and the crude viscosity will go up, so they need to have a product which can sustain at higher temperature. So the 150, 160 degrees Celsius temperature will come in future. So this is what I thought maybe I can share with you. These are 3-4 areas where you need to work on. I think I have taken 5 minutes of yours. So
no problem sir. देखो अगर कोई अच्छी चीज सुनने में मिल रही है तो 5 या 10 मिनट 15 मिनट भी जा सकते हैं, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
And there are 2 more things if you give me 1 more minute.
Yeah.
The one technology which is not in India, which is not getting popular in India, but people are talking in Europe and all. Generally we see that we get the technology from Europe, China, Europe and USA, and then China. So the technology which is going on non-BPA, BPA and NI kind of thing. So we have the products for powder coating industry, which can be BPA free. It is totally BPA free, but definitely you need to shell out some additional money if you want to have that kind of product. So this is the product which we have, and the sustainability, which is going to be the buzz in the industry. And I know that we are getting towards it, but will take longer time for us. As Shiva was talking about, we are talking at what level of resin content. So we need to look at that also, and we need to change our mindset from a commodity supplier to a specialty supplier in the powder coating industry as well.
Cost is also a factor, no?
Cost is important factor, but unless we take some stand, we cannot succeed. So with this, I would like to finish.
Bharat sir, सीधा question, pro and cons of bonded metallic pigment.
Sorry?
Pro and cons of bonded metallic powder, sorry. Bonded metallic powder.
Okay. Not everybody probably has a technique to do a bonded powder coating. That's the con. And the pro is that, once you do a bonded powder coating, because the polymer is melted and the pigment gets stick with the pigments, you ought to get much better effect as what probably we get in dry blending is, because dry blending is at times perhaps a little difficult to control. It is not impossible, but it's difficult to control. So if you overgrind the pigment, then like as I mentioned in my slides earlier, that the particle gets broken up and then the luster goes down. So bonding from that perspective is one of those mechanism system what one should be using to get better results. I like to add here in terms of super durable, if you allow me 2 minutes on that. So likewise, the gentleman here mentioned about super durable, we mentioned about chrome pigments. It's very important once we start using super durable powders, which means we're using perhaps the best in the technology resin. And from that perspective, these high performance pigments are very important, like chrome free pigments. 1 and 2 is that they got excellent weatherability and heat resistance. So whether we are in super durable for that matter, or anything what way we intend to use it for outdoor application, I would definitely recommend try out or be with mixed metal oxide, CICV pigments, because it's worthwhile when you are using a super durable, which is definitely at a much higher cost as compared to the conventional resins, to use a pigment, otherwise the purpose is defeated.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. लेकिन अगर इतना ज़बरदस्त पैनल बैठा हो तो मेरे पास अगर मेरी इंडस्ट्री से और पाउडर कोटिंग इंडस्ट्री से रिलेटेड कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो मैं तो ज़रूर पूछूंगा. आप में से कौन पूछना चाहता है, एक बार ज़रा हैंड रेज कर दें. डॉक्टर निजामुद्दीन, कैन यू गिव द माइक प्लीज, बिकॉज ये पैनल डिस्कशन इतना स्ट्रांग है, पैनलिस्ट इतने स्ट्रांग है सॉरी, कि हमें जो ज्ञान बटोर सकते हो साहब बटोरो. सर प्लीज.
Okay, good afternoon. I have two questions to Dr. Gaurav. Dr. Gaurav.
Yeah, please.
can we have two-coat on-bake system in powder coating?
Can you repeat again?
Can we have two-coat one-bake? That means like weight on weight primer, liquid, then top coat.
Two-coat powder coating.
No, not right now.
What are the impediments? What are the obstacles? Because why I am asking you, in powder coating we are making metallics, but that is aesthetically it is nowhere near to liquid paints. Everybody will agree with me. And if we can successful in two-coat and one-bake system, the first coat will give me the opacity and the top coat will give me the brilliancy. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah,
I
Dr.
think
Nizam.
Mr. Sadashiv is, want to say something.
Yeah. Sir, two-coat, one-bake system may not be for the aesthetic look, but if you want a better corrosion or get rid of some DTM kind of application where we need to eliminate PT or some of these PTs little bit of hazardous. So if any supplier want to get rid of and go for the DTM application, then yes, the pure epoxy based primer which is having some different properties, and or either it's a polyester top coat or epoxy polyester top coat, but we need to adjust the reactivity of both base coat as well as top coat so that merging effect will not be there. So this technology is already available.
डॉक्टर साहब आप भी कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे भैया डॉक्टर गौरव
See, when we are talking about any of the coating system, it's just not only about the functionality, it also looks on the its aesthetic properties as well. So, as for the concern from the aesthetic property, still we are not able to achieve that kind of aesthetic properties with two-coat, one-bake system. But yes, if you are not thinking about any type of aesthetic property, just only the protective properties, yes, then you can go ahead. You can have, but the thing is, you have to maintain the different reactivity system.
And the viscosity and baking system, melt viscosity also.
Yeah, definitely melt viscosity as well as the curing temperature and the curing reactivity system.
Yes.
By
in my opinion, in two coats on bake system, what we have to prevent is the migration, the merging of the two coat. So if my undercoat is of low bake system and low viscosity, then it will form the film very early, and it will prevent the merger of the top coat.
See, principally, if you are talking about this type of technology, then I would suggest you can go with the UV coating system, because it has a different kind of photoinitiators for different depth of the curing. So yes, you can go ahead, you can have that kind of system for this successfully. But when we are talking about the thermosets, yes, we need to think about this migration of one coat to other,
Yes.
and it requires a lot of trials and formulation development, modification, and chemistry-wise development before getting a successful result on the surface.
Yes. Second thing is, you have talked about your low bake and ultra low bake. Okay. Can we process it in our existing conventional extrusion system?
Yes.
Because
See, low bake systems
viscosity will be very low, so dispersion of pigment will be very difficult.
Yeah, there are certain limitations with the pigmented system. There are certain pigmented system that can only be worked out right now with ultra low bake system. Not all the systems works very well, of pigments work very well in ultra low bake. But yes, with the conventional system, we in ultra low bake means low temperature curing system, we have a successful result. So we can say, yes, you can go ahead with your current system. There is no problem in that. But while we are talking about the ultra low bake, since it is a curing temperature is at 100 to 130 degrees centigrade. But while we are discussing ultra low bake system, you see there are three components. component A, component B, and component C. Component C is a catalyst package which has accelerator as well as the retardant. So you can adjust the reactivity of same binder system with the help of accelerator and retardants. So when we are talking about this curing profile, from first 3 minutes or 4 minutes, I will say, there is no curing happens, unlike to conventional thermosetting powder system.
Yes.
So curing graph will go from down to up and straight up.
Yes.
And while we are talking about the convection system, it goes from up to down, and the curing will happen gradually. It is not at an instant point, it will go to 100% from 80%, means 0%, 20% to 100%. So in that way, if 3 minutes time is available for the reactivity, then in your extrusion system, it requires only 20 seconds to pass the system.
Yes.
So there is...
yes, concept-wise, the ultra-low bake is okay, fine, because you are putting the three systems separately.
No, this is not concept. It is a proven product. We have done a few trials, and we did have a very good result on this. But yes, there are challenges with ultra-low bake on metal right now, but on MDF and other substrates, we have got very successful results.
For low bake systems, do we have the your AC storage system, or the ambient temperature of 30 degree and 60 degree?
See, it will depend on the binder what you are choosing. There are different binder systems available with different type of TG. And while you are formulating your product, when you add different kind of pigments, extenders, fillers, and additives, cross-linkers, that will also affect the TG of the final paint. So we need to check on that. But as far as the storage stability, yes, till now, we have not, I have not seen anybody has gone to 120 degrees centigrade, and the TG of the powder below, with this kind of system, TG below 48, 50 degrees centigrade. So there is no storage stability issue right now. But yes, if you talk about the summer time of this North Indian, when the storage area temperature reaches up to 55 degrees centigrade atmospheric area, yeah, that time you may require some sort of cooling arrangement, not the AC arrangement, but some sort of cooling arrangement to keep that environment area around 40 degrees centigrade, which is workable for workers as well.
But in India, it is, the customers are very reluctant to storage in a AC go down. Like
Yeah, definitely. See, this is a very niche technology. For any niche technology to start from a small scale to a very large scale in the production value. So first we need to educate the system. We have to implement the system, then everything will follow on.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we have some short of time, because next panel discussion is also...
One question to Mr. Siba.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Sir, in India, the challenge of use of polyurethane coating to super durable polyester coating is the cost inhibition. Polyurethane is costly, and comparatively super durable polyester is less costly. So can you give me some information regarding the cost performance of polyester, super durable polyester vis-a-vis polyurethane, so that I can convince my customer to use polyurethane?
I can answer question. Before that, I want to ask you questions. Which segments you are targeting? What is your end segments, end applications?
End segment is, suppose the cycle industry, where the good finish is required, two-wheeler industry, where good finish is required.
Okay, so the first question is, polyurethane resin is not costlier. The curing agent is costlier, number one.
Overall formulation
As a combination, it is costly, but generally polyurethane resin, but compared to the curing agent, is very costly, number one. But for cycle industry, or if you go for as long as any reasonable interior or exterior performance, standard polyurethane resin is okay. Otherwise, you need to, of course, you need to go with super durable system. Okay, the 2-3 points you need to consider. Even super durable alone can give you the best flow.
But super durable, the mechanical properties, you need to, little bit compromise. I mean, you cannot have 150 kg impact and all, okay? So super durable alone will give you a good one. For example, I was talking about body applications for commercial vehicle. It was super durable, not polyurethane. Okay, super durable, good super durable will give you the best flow. But only thing is, the basic thumb rule in powder coating, we say, every formulation is a compromise. But what you compromise, that matters. For example, there is a golden triangle I was supposed to present golden triangle. One, you keep flow, one, you keep leveling mechanical property, another one is storage stability, reactivity, like that. If you try to achieve one property, you are far from the another property.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, if you ask me, super durable resin is costly, but polyurethane hardener is costly. You need to take a via media approach. Okay, in my view, the difference should be reasonable, not very much.
Now, quantitatively, can you just differentiate one or two parameters? Suppose weatherability. So the QB test.
You want performance comparison, right?
Or the DOI.
Exactly. Do you want performance comparison?
Yes.
So as far as performance flow is good, I can say rating 1 to 10. If I give 9 or 8 or 9 for super durable, PU I will give you 9 plus 9.5. So definitely PU could be the best one. Remember, it is good only whenever you use E-caprolactam or any blocking agent based IPDA. If you use blocking agent free IPDA, even PU system flow may not be as good as what you are expecting, number one. So flow means the best is PU. Super durable is very, very good, very good, but PU is the best. But when it comes to weathering, standard PU is not good, but super durable is very good, even for warranty kind of applications. So weathering performance, super durable resin is very good. Okay, cost-wise, resin cost almost similar. Resin cost में ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं है. In fact, super durable is little costly, but powder formulation cost, powder formulation cost is little high because you are using more IPDA hardener. IPDA hardener cost is very high. Okay, so you need to decide the performance. If you want to go for cycle kind of things, you no need to go for extremely good super durable grade. You can mix super durable and standard durable. You can get some medium range of performance.
सर अब तो सर आई हैव शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम आई एम रियली वेरी सॉरी और पानी भी वो आ गया वो कह रहे शायद लंबा चलेगा तो पानी पिला के आप क्वेश्चन पूछते रहे सो वी आर क्लोजिंग दिस क्वेश्चन आंसर राइट नाउ एंड आई सर ये थोड़ा सा टाइम शॉर्ट है मेरे पास इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन यू कैन आस्क पर्सनली नो प्रॉब्लम दैट आई हैव शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम रियली वेरी सॉरी लेकिन ये आपसे प्रॉमिस है नेक्स्ट ईयर व्हेनेवर द पाउडर कोटिंग कॉन्क्लेव और पेंट विजन विल हैपन ये वाला जो सेशन है हम लोग इसको लगभग 1.5 घंटे का रखेंगे बिकॉज आई एम गेटिंग टू नो दैट क्यूरियोसिटी इज देयर और बहुत सारा कुछ लोग जानना चाहते हैं और मैं इनसे प्रॉमिस लेना चाहता हूं कि नेक्स्ट जो हम कॉन्क्लेव करेंगे तो ये पैनल एज इट इज यहाँ पर रहेंगे और आपके बाकी क्वेश्चन का आंसर देंगे सो नाइस ऑफ यू थैंक यू थैंक्स अ लॉट थैंक्स एवरीबॉडी थैंक यू वेरी मच
Thank you so much. As I already said in the beginning that this is going to be a power-packed panel discussion. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I would request all of you to be seated. आप सबसे गुजारिश है कि अपनी अपनी कुर्सियों पर बैठ जाइए और हम चलते हैं आज के आखिरी पैनल डिस्कशन की तरफ. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now move on to the last panel discussion of the day, where our panelists are going to talk about how to maintain powder coating application equipment. आप music थोड़ा सा कम कर देंगे please? Thank you so much. So, we've discussed about different facets of powder coating, and it's now time to introduce you to this panel who's going to talk about how to maintain powder coating application equipment. It's a technical session on the maintenance of powder coating equipment and plant. So, let's now welcome our panelists for this session. Can I please have on stage Mr. H.C. Satyanarayan from Varna Coatings, Mr. Nazimuddin from Uday Color, Ludhiana, Engineer Kuldeep Verma, our Conclave Coordinator, also from Sai Consultancy, Mr. Anil Kachru he's the plant head, Arhan Industries, and our moderators for this session, Mr. Sunil Kumar, BSc BTech Chemical Technology, and Ms. Kanish Malhotra, Editor, Industrial Front. Can I please have all of you up the stage? I would also request Mr. S.S. Dagar from Prominent Powders to please welcome our panelists with a bouquet of flowers. So Mr. S.C. Satyanarayan is here with us. Can I please have Dr. Nazimuddin from Uday Color, Ludhiana, Engineer Kuldeep Verma, along with Mr. Anil Kachru, Plant Head, Arhan Industries, Moderator Mr. Sunil Kumar, BSc BTech Chemical Technology. I request you to welcome our panelists with a bouquet of flowers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last leg of our conclave of the conference and technical sessions, but there's a lot more, so please do not go anywhere and attend yet another Power Pack session. And let me now hand it over to the moderator of the session. But before that, let's have a group picture with Mr. Dagar. Can we have the entire panel here with us step forward for a group picture along with Mr. Dagar? Thank you so much. I'd request all the panelists to be seated. And now let me hand it over to the moderators for the session. Let me hand it over to Ms. Kanish Malhotra.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Sound.
Hello. Hello.
This is one of the panel. We are discussing the equipments which are used in production as well as in the application time. You very well know there are so many complaints are coming from the application industries. I think 98% because of the misuse of application. Maybe they are not knowing how to use the applications. 98% complaints are coming because of that. Once you approach there, आपने देखा होगा वहाँ उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं स्प्रे गन में, टेम्परेचर में, कहीं ना कहीं प्रोसेसिंग में उनके एप्लीकेशन में प्रॉब्लम होती है और वो कंप्लेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के पास आती है. यहाँ पर पैनल हमारा बहुत सी कंप्लेंट्स यहाँ पे सीनियर्स हैं, काफ़ी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं, तो इन्होंने काफ़ी कंप्लेंट्स अटेंड किया है. तो हो सकता है कुछ लोगों को हमको नहीं पता होता है और वो हम कंप्लेंट को एक्सेप्ट करते हैं. तो इट इज़ द वेरी राइट टाइम कि यहाँ पर ये हमारा पैनल है ना, उन चीज़ों को आपके क्वेश्चन को सॉर्ट आउट करेंगे जो नॉर्मली कंप्लेंट्स आती हैं और कई बार हम उनको एक्सेप्ट करते हैं और वो पेमेंट का प्रॉब्लम, कटिंग का आता है, जबकि वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती हैं. तो प्रॉब्लम का ये सॉल्यूशंस हमारा पैनल अभी आपको ये बताएगा कि वो कंप्लेंट्स को किस वजह से कंप्लेंट्स आती हैं, कैसे जो स्किल पेंटर या जो भी वहाँ ऑपरेटर हैं, बूथ हैं, वो कैसे यूज़ नहीं कर पाते प्रॉपरली, तो इन्होंने वो फेस की हुई हैं. तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट है एक डिस्कशन का कि अभी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का सब पार्ट था, अब एक एप्लीकेशन का पार्ट है जहाँ पर हम प्रॉब्लम को फेस करते हैं. तो मैं अभी अपने जितने भी मेंबर्स से, ऑडियंस से ये कहूँगा कि जो अपनी कंप्लेंट्स हैं, जो आपके क्वेश्चंस हैं, वो हमारे पैनल के सामने लाएं और पैनल हमारा उन चीज़ों को सॉर्ट आउट करेगा. Please have a question from audience.
Thank you so much, sir. And in the meanwhile, I would remind all the audience to please pay attention to this wonderful session, because this is at yet another very special facet of the powder coating technology, which is the maintenance of the plant and maintenance of the equipments. तो आपके जो भी सवाल हो वो आप यहाँ पैनल से पूछ सकते हैं. Please.
Secondly, अभी I'm over to you that Ms. Malhotra, you look the, some have the questions also we have noted, then you go for the, ask the panel.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have jotted down some questions for this panel. And the first and the very basic question I would like to ask would be that what are the measures to be taken to run a smooth application process of the powder coatings plant?
Satyendra, please.
Please, sir.
For a coating plant,
Yeah.
see, first of all, they have to do, if the components comes for application, they have to take care of from the cleaning, basic cleaning itself. From there, they have to do all type of pre-treatment, that is degreasing, rinsing, derusting, rinsing, phosphating, rinsing, then pickling or stabilization, then dry air karne ka hai, because to remove the moisture. This is the basic. This is the basic. Without that, you cannot go for a coating. So this is very important. Pre-treatment is one of the most important thing. Then your gun adjustment, the voltage adjustment, flow adjustment, then the earthing in the component, the hangers or conveyors, whatever is there, for that they have to take care of those part also. And basic, this much if they ensure and oven temperature, whether the core temperature will reach us the required level or not, and the time whatever the company give, that much time they have to keep inside. This much first they have to ensure before starting any coating. Once they ensure these things, then they can take for production.
So this is the step-by-step formulation of
yes.
that proper.
Regarding the spear gun, there are so many problems coming from the spear gun, how to...
In electrostatic gun, basically, you have to check the flow level, the fluidization level, and whether it passes properly or not. A very important thing. And how much flow you require. What is the voltage you have to keep. These are the things you have to keep in mind for gun flow. Earthing is very important thing. Earthing for components. Because in my presentation actually defects and resolving the defects that I was given, but there was no time to explain those parameters. Only I have highlighted those things. Otherwise, I give every point in that. What are the defects for pinhole? What is the reason for pinhole? Pinhole is creating because either the pre-treatment, the residues of the acid oil and grease, which will not entirely removed from the surface, that is why pinhole aata hai. Nahi to second thing is there, if the air while compressor, in the compressor moisture is coming, sometime oil content is also coming. That is also creating a pinhole. Those are the factors you have to take care. Once if it is there, you have to check the compressor, you have to check the air, the drying system, air drying system is also provided there. These things have to clear first. Then you have to go for the next pre-treatment. So you have to check one by one. So in my presentation it is there, but I could not able to explain because of the time constraint.
Actually, with the pre-treatment, you have to just use the component within 24 hours so that the rust part should not be start, because after 24 hours the rust part will start, and then you won't it won't be visible, but within some time you will find the rust particles there on the surface.
See, any pre-treatment, after pre-treatment within 6 hours you have to coat.
Even, sir,
Maximum 24 hours. No, you should not resist that for more than 24 hours.
Even other, what are the you feeling, what are the other parts in the equipment, so we have to look after the thing so that we can get a better result in the equipment parts, in the processing part.
Equipment parts, you see, the cleaning should be very proper. Cleaning is the most important part.
He is talking about the spray gun or
Spray gun,
Booth and everything, yes.
Basically, the spray gun basically you know, the airflow.
Please have it.
And the powder flow, the both should be proper. It should not be very high, because sometimes some people used to make the productions, they do the very fast airflow and the powder flow. So with the result,
powder is recycled very fast. So with that result, dust particles are coming on the surface, on the powder, that mix up in the powder.
Kuldeep ji, you want to say something regarding?
I've never not heard the
Okay,
Acha, yes,
sir, please.
Yes. To get the better powder coating finishes, some checklists are there for application plants. First, you have to check in the morning itself, at the start of your operation, the moisture content of the air. Simple method. Take a blotting paper and put your air. The blotting paper.
They have to remove the compressor water
First, yes. Second thing is, the most important part is the jig cleaning. The jig, what is jig? The component on which the coated component to hang on it. If it is not cleaned properly, so the electrostatically earthing will not be proper. So earthing in powder coating application is very, very important. Very important. So because if you do not earth properly, the Faraday cage effect played a major role, and the corners of your component or the complex the component of complex geometry cannot be coated uniformly. Okay, and third, the most better way or the best way is to use the automatic applicator, because in manual system you cannot control the variation of your film thickness. It is started from 45 degree to 80, 90 degree, 100 degree. But once you start the automatic reciprocator system, it gives the very good systems as well as the very good coverage of your powder coating, because the thickness is uniform. And बर्मा साहब बहुत अच्छा दिया है कि specific gravity and transfer efficiency के ऊपर है. हाँ, transfer efficiency
He
and
is giving the
thickness.
very
Thickness is a very important
how the changes
parameter.
with the susceptibility and how the changes of the acid value and everything, that how the changes the performance.
Basically, this
Thickness
specificity
is the
changes.
denominator. So if thickness is high, suppose you want to coat at 60 micron DFT, but ultimately you come at 95 or 85 degrees. So 20% coverage you lost. So then powder manufacturer will be blamed that तुम्हारा powder में coverage ही नहीं है. ठीक है. Second thing is the distance of the gun from the object.
Okay.
Generally, realistically it is around 6 inches from the component. Yes. So all these parameters are.
The gun is also very important.
Gun is very also
Yes,
important.
because if you take very
Gun
local
is important. Voltage है, electricity, that is other
गन में
part.
actually
How
वो
to
चार्ज
manage.
जो ट्रांसफर एफिशिएंसी है वही बहुत कम होगा, तो आपका पाउडर नहीं जाएगा वहाँ पे, चिपकेगा ही नहीं।
yes. So otherwise you will not get the
gun should
most
be very.
Most of the use applicator right now, they keep the recycled powder open. They absorb the moisture, and its fluidization impaired, your the transfer efficiency reduced, and consequently you will not get the good finish and good coverage. So the recycled powder should also preserve as a fresh powder. It should be kept in a tight condition.
Yes.
so that
Moisture should
cannot
not
enter.
catch moisture.
This is a very practical and useful practice for any good applicator.
One more question. We formulate everything. You have given the how to formulate, how to we can get the result. But sometimes proper formulation is there. Even some in manufacturing process, sometimes there is some problem in the manufacturing, then we are not getting the proper result as we are the formulate the things.
Maybe.
So how to do things looking in the processing system?
Suppose
In the machine defect or the in machine problem, sometimes there.
Suppose you have set your classifier to get the desired particle size distribution at your production level. But suddenly there is a power cut. So again, you have to start your generator or reset your equipments. In the meantime, it may happen that one or machine is switched off or switched on. So the voltage of the generator is not proper. So your classifier speed may be increased or decreased. So you will not get the desired particle size as earlier. Okay. So consequently, what happens? Powder may be fine. If powder may fine, then during application, the powder starts splitting. Splitting means the powder is not atomized properly, and it will give a lump of powder coming from the gun. Can I
So we also have one question about cratering.
Crater?
Cratering after the
This is
curving on the surface.
Craters on the
Craters.
coated
Yes.
film.
Saab told very categorically that generally craters is a surface tension phenomena. Once the powder melts, the powder will flow from low surface energy to high surface energy. Okay. So if a localized point has a low surface energy, the material will flow from that low surface energy area to high surface energy area, making or resulting a cavity in the paint film. And this cavity is known as the crater. And any surface active agent, any contamination of your component with this surface active agent, whether it may be grease, whether it may be oil, whether even in some molding system, they use the silicone oil.
There also it will come.
There is a silicone oil, and that portion is situated at the end of our boundary wall. From there, they are thrown by the air and deposited on your paint.
So it's basically contamination of
yes.
external particles. Basically.
Once you notice that there is a crater, so you have to search whether my powder or whether my powder coatings component is contaminated locally by a surface active agent. This surface active agent may be your oil, grease from the surface itself or from the atmosphere.
डॉक्टर साहब पीछे जो आप अभी डिस्कस कर रहे थे हम लोग फॉर्मुलेशन का, उसे हम थोड़ा सा ऐड करना चाहते हैं कि बिकॉज हमने दिखाया था आपको एसिड वैल्यू चेंज होने से स्टोइकोमेट्रिक रेशियो चेंज हो जाता है हमारा. सो कोशिश ये करनी चाहिए कि जो हम पूरे बैच का फॉर्मुलेशन कर रहे हैं उसमें एक ही बैच का पॉलिस्टर यूज हो. अगर नहीं है
दिस इज द आइडियल सिचुएशन, बट
अगर नहीं है आपके पास तो आप दो बैच के लीजिए, बट फ्रॉम द फर्स्ट ट्रायल बैच दोनों सेम रेशियो में एज ए रॉ मटेरियल ए एंड बी उनको यूज करिए सो दैट लास्ट तक भी वो सेम जाए.
Actually, this type of problem faces with a small premixer system, 10 kg, 20 kg, 40 kg. When you go for the 500 kg premixer, in extrusion as well as in grind system, at least 2 panels are applied and tested.
No, sir. Actually, we are a manufacturer, no? See, suppose if I take 5,000 kg batch or 10. Hello. Yeah. Or you keep, sir. Or 10,000 kg batch. Then for every, if it is a 10,000 kg batch, every 500 kg we make a panel and we bake it and we test the impact. We check the craters. We check the other defects. Then only we will continue the batch. So every 500 kg, if it is a very big batch, if it's a 500 kg batch, then every 100 kg you have to make a batch, make a panel. So panel करवा के check करवा के even color matching भी test करने का है, इतना करने का है. That is very much because if something goes wrong, you can stop at the stage. Your powder will not waste, because at flaking stage you can stop, or even pre-mixing stage you can stop. Even at the stage of pre-mixing also you have to make a panel and check, and then after grinding also you have to make a panel and check. That is the process, and you have to make a checklist. You have specified in the beginning itself. For manufacturing also, there is a specific checklist we have to make, and at what case, how much quantity, what are the tests you have to conduct, in process tests. All these are called in process tests you have to do.
Yes.
Frequently.
That's why in a nutshell, in powder coating process, there is there is nothing in between, either pass or
Or
fail.
fail, correct.
That's why my suggestion is, in a manufacturing process, you have to have a very good in-process control. Not the
In
final
process,
product.
in process and in process.
In-process control.
Sir, you
The
must
in-process
have a
control only
work instruction.
give you the good result.
Work instruction should give in each machinery.
Yes, yes.
Process machinery, and each process machinery man operator has to visually go that every day, and process has to follow accordingly. Then only it will be through.
You have to have a good and stringent in-process control system. Otherwise, you will make a rejected powder.
Yeah. Next
So
one.
I have this last question of this evening for this panel. So the question here is, what should be the pre-mixing timing?
Premixing timing depends on the nature of the machines, nature of the product. Okay. As for example, if it is a Mixaco type or inverted type of premixer and it is 500 kg, so the ideal time is 3 minutes. Okay. If it is a 40 kg, the 60 minutes or the 60 minutes is sufficient. And for your white system, you may reduce some. Matte system, you have to reduce. Otherwise, if your matte system contains the epoxy and if your mixing time is 3 minutes, the resin particle size will be very
It depends
less
on the
and
machine to machine
output,
also.
Yes, machine to machine also.
Yes, if
Output
this is a
will be
high
low.
speed disperser,
Yes.
the time will be 1 to 2 minutes.
Yes.
And if it is a slow mixing, it may be half an hour.
No, half an hour.
For
too
double
much.
cone, yes.
No, double cone.
Double cone, yes.
Double.
So nowadays all
No,
premixers
double
are
cone
high
is
speed
not
only.
for premixer.
No, double cone, yes.
Very
Very
primitive.
rare use.
Primitive,
Yes.
sir. Now actually all premixers are high speed only. It depends upon the quantity batch size, 3 to 5 minutes maximum. Three
For
to
the
5.
HSD, yes. That.
HSD for white you may reduce some time.
Sir, actually
For-
there is a one very big
For color-
manufacturer, and he takes 1 ton mix on the double cone blender only, and the full lot he takes 4-5 kg. Then he tests all these things. Then if it is okay, through, no problem.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Is there any advancement in the machine, manufacturing machine or in application machine are coming in future?
See, in premixer actually you have the container mixer already there. All big people are using container mixer, where it is a bezel type, it's a capsule type, and you have to transfer the capsule, fill it, mix it, disperse, fill it, mix it, keep. So it's a container mixer. The latest one is container mixer.
But in the extruder, yes, there is some modification.
That is
Right now we are using, suppose, flow additive, that is a liquid flow additive and absorbed on the silica. But there are extruder available from APB. You can use liquid flow additive also. The dosing system is there from the in the barrel. From the side they have put the system. Yeah.
Yes.
So because in the glossy finishes, suppose if you use flow additive absorbed on the silica, sometimes it may reduce the gloss also.
For that, nowadays the master batch of flow additive is very popular.
Epoxy and resin master batch,
Epoxy
yeah.
or resin master batch is very
That is
popular.
true, that is
And very effective also.
Thank you. Thank you.
So if anybody is having any question related to application or plant maintenance of powder coating, you may ask.
Yeah.
Please, sir. Can we have mic, please? Yes, sir.
Most of the time, sir, good evening, sir. Most of the time we are using the maroon, burgundy, inadequate are using. Is the shades and coverage is most poor. What is the reason?
Sir, once more.
Maroon color, burgundy, inadequate.
the coverage
like
is
that.
poor.
So Rubine toner you are
Complaint,
using? Rubine toner you are using?
Maroon toner.
Maroon toner or Rubine toner?
Maroon toner, organic pigment.
Yes.
Basically, you are using organic pigments.
No sir, इस आप end user applicant इस complaint आता है powder coating का plant.
That's why in the formulation to make a powder coating, you are using the organic pigments.
नहीं
You are the application.
applicator
No, no. If it is a problem, you are not getting the proper flow coverage. First, check your thickness. Coating thickness should be minimum 50 micron.
नहीं
If it is less than, the coverage will
Normally all powder depend on all the powders we are using. All the companies are similar issues are coming.
Yes sir, the question answer for that is any your burgundy or this type of shade we have to use rubine toner or some organic pigments which have a very high oil absorption, which prevents me to use more than a certain percentage in my formulation. Otherwise your flow will be bad. Okay, so that's why we have to make a compromise with the color strength or the opacity or hiding of the product along with the flow of the product. Okay, so there is a compromise. So there are certain shades, particularly burgundy, it will give you a bad hiding at lower DFT. So please sacrifice little coverage and make it to 70 to 90 micron DFT, the thickness. Then your customer will not complain. So increase your thickness.
Generally what happened, this to achieve the particular color, you have to use minimum of that pigment. These organic pigments, though the spreading capacity is very high, but the hiding power is very low in organic pigment. So what happened, to achieve exact your burgundy color, we may use 5% maximum in organic pigment. So more than that you will not get that color, less also you will not get color. So to make that color, you have to fill that much only organic pigment. So organic pigment has a tendency not to hide the background. So hiding problem is there. It is not the covering problem. It is basically hiding problem. That is there. Not you are rightly told that whether you take any brand of the same color, it is poor in coverage. That is the reason actually.
Okay, thank you sir.
I hope you are satisfied with your answer.
Yes ma'am.
Are we having any further questions?
सर नमस्ते, विजय वर्णा कोर्स बेंगलोर। ये मेरा एक प्रॉब्लम है, अभी हम लोग पाउडर बना के रख देता है, कोई कस्टमर पूछेगा नहीं, मतलब मेरे को ये पाउडर कोटिंग करने का है, वो लेके जाएगा, वो कभी जीए में मारेगा, कभी एसएस में मारेगा, कोई एमएस में मारेगा, नहीं तो एलएम में मारेगा, बाद में बोलेगा ये उन्होंने ये क्रैक हो रहा है, फेल हो रहा है, चिप ऑफ हो रहा है बोल देता है। इसलिए एक ही फॉर्मेशन में सबको पास होने के लिए बना सकता है क्या?
बना सकता है, लेकिन आपको गुड फॉर्मुलेशन बनाना पड़ेगा विद गुड रेजिन, गुड अमाउंट ऑफ रेजिन,
good quality of resin. Yeah, because there are so many, you can say local resins are also available and good quality from branded companies also. So you have to take that resin cures on time, because for the resin gel time is the very important thing. It should be gel for 120 seconds if it is epoxy polyester.
और एक है, अभी हम लोग अभी पिगमेंट यूज़ करते हैं सुदर्शन का, अब ऐसे ही है 4-5 कंपनी का पिगमेंट है, वो कोई भी हम लोग अभी पाउडर बनाए तो हम लोग एक ही कोई भी पाउडर किसी का कंपनी के साथ में मैच होता है, मतलब सीमेंस वो क्लासिक वाइट हो, कुछ ग्रे कलर हो, दूसरा कलर कंपनी के साथ में मैच होता है। ऐसे पिगमेंट वाला क्यों एक ही तरफ क्यों नहीं बनाते हैं? अभी जो कुछ भी हो 3-4% आगे पीछे अलग अलग रहते हैं।
नहीं देखिए, अब आप यू आर पाउडर मैन्युफैक्चरर?
हाँ सर।
So there are so many companies also, Rapid, Sharp, Nivera, and you are also there. So but आपका सबका अगर सपोज आइवरी ग्लॉसी लेंगे, या सबसे ज़्यादा दिक्कत आता है रॉयल 7032 में, किसी का भी दूसरे से मैच नहीं होता है, एवरीबडी इज लिविंग RL 703।
1-2% में नज़दीक रहता है, मतलब कोई
नहीं सर, ये नहीं हो सकता है, क्योंकि हर कंपनी का अपना अपना स्ट्रेंथ है, उनका प्राइस है वैसा, वो आपको फॉर्मुलेशन के टाइम पे करना पड़ेगा। किसी का स्ट्रेंथ ज़्यादा है, आपको डोज कम लेना है, किसी का डोज स्ट्रेंथ पुअर है तो आपको डोज ज़्यादा लेना है, ये है।
Thank you, sir.
So I think we are done with the question answers for this session. Thank you, the panelists of this session. I would like to call off this session now. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of this session. Thank you so much to all our panelists for joining in for this session. And let's have a huge round of applause. Let's hear it for all our panelists. But if you ask me, do we come to the end of this conclave? No. The answer is no. We here break for high tea, but then we're going to meet again at 7 p.m. with a wonderful closing ceremony where we would like to felicitate a lot of special people. So please join us back at 7 p.m. for the closing ceremony, followed by a Sufi night, because conference hai, conclave hai, but entertainment bahut zaruri hai. So please do not go anywhere and join us at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Check. Okay, so it's now time for the closing ceremony. It's 7 o'clock on the clock. उससे थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा. तो आप सब जितने भी लोग कहीं भी हैं, stalls के आसपास हैं, कुछ लोग बाहर हैं, please join us inside the hall as we will now be starting with the closing ceremony. I would request all of you to please be seated. सभी से मेरी गुजारिश है कि आप लोग बैठ जाइए. जो लोग पीछे बैठे हैं वो थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए. And please be seated so that we can get started. सभी से मेरी गुजारिश है कि आप लोग बैठ जाइए अपने अपने कुर्सियों पे. And please be seated so that we can get started.
Sit salat.
Once again, I request everybody to be seated. सभी से मेरी गुजारिश है कि आप लोग अपनी अपनी कुर्सियों पर बैठ जाइए. I request all of you to be seated. Please be seated so that we can get started with the closing ceremony now, because we are starting now with the closing ceremony of Paint Vision Powder Coating Conclave 2022. और उसके बाद आपके लिए है entertainment का धमाका. तो बस अब से कुछ ही देर का इंतजार है. I would request all of you to please be seated. Please settle down so that we can get started. Once again, I would request all of you to be seated. जितने लोग मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं इस हॉल के अंदर से या बाहर से, आप सबसे मेरी गुजारिश है to please be seated, please settle down so that we can get started. आप सब जितनी जल्दी बैठ जाएंगे उतनी जल्दी हम इस क्लोजिंग सेरेमनी की शुरुआत कर सकेंगे और उसके ठीक बाद होने वाली है सूफी नाइट आप सबके एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए. Okay, so once again, anybody who is near the stalls, I would request all of you to please be seated. Please settle down because we are starting now. आप जितनी जल्दी बैठ जाएंगे उतनी जल्दी हम शुरुआत कर पाएंगे. और जो कोई भी मुझे कहीं से भी सुन पा रहा है, I would request all of you to please be seated, please settle down because we'll start with the closing ceremony now. Okay, once again, a very good evening to one and all. A very good evening to all of you. Well, सबसे पहले तो म्यूजिक थोड़ा सा कम कर दीजिए क्योंकि मैं खड़ी हूँ स्पीकर के पास शायद और मुझे म्यूजिक के अलावा कुछ भी सुनाई नहीं देता है यहाँ से. ठीक है, बढ़िया. थैंक यू सो मच. कल पे सवाल है, जीना फिलहाल है. कल पे सवाल है, जीना फिलहाल है. इस खूबसूरत सी शाम में आप सबका इस्तकबाल है. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to one and all once again in this closing ceremony for Paint Vision presents the Powder Coating Conclave 2022. This is the first edition और आप सब ने इतने बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लिया है आज के इन technical sessions में that we are so happy, so delighted and proud to have each one of you here with us. Thank you so much for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host MC Dharna और एक बार आप सभी के लिए तालियां बजा के आप शुरुआत कर लीजिए इस सेशन के लिए because you've been a wonderful audience. Come on, let's hear it for all of you. Well, as I say that this day is all about you and you've been wonderful. All of you have participated so well and that's the reason we are now here at the closing ceremony and we are all set to move ahead in this Powder Coating Conclave 2022. Well, सबसे पहले आज की इस सेशन को मैं शुरू करती हूँ. सबसे पहले उन्हें बुला लेती हूँ जिनकी वजह से हम सब यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं. As I always say, the heart, the brain, the soul behind Paint Vision. Can we have him on the stage? Let's have Mr. Manish Malhotra, CEO Paint Vision. आप सबकी जोरदार तालियों के साथ let's call him on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, trust me, I've been saying this time and again that it is not easy to manage and organize something like this. एक ऐसा platform create करना बिल्कुल आसान नहीं होता जो कि आज मनीष जी ने किया है. So over to him.
मैं अपने दिल से आप सबके लिए $3.5 महीने पाउडर कोटिंग कॉन्क्लेव 2022. कितने लोग हैं शुरुआत से लेके और आज तक. मैं उन हर एक शख्सियत का बहुत दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं. स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम कुलदीप जी थैंक्स अ लॉट. जैन साहब बहुत बहुत आपका शुक्रिया. मयंक भाई, सतीश जी, संजीव जी का एक इनॉग्रेशन था इनके प्लांट का, रेजिन प्लांट का. वहाँ पर उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया जहाँ से एक्चुअली एक शुरुआत मैं मानता हूँ शुरू हो गई. और मैं एक शख्स का नाम बहुत ज़रूरी लेना चाहता हूँ यहाँ पे, जिनके एक फ़ोन कॉल ने मुझे इतना मोटिवेट किया. क्योंकि जब हमने सोशल मीडिया पे एक अनाउंसमेंट किया था कि ये पाउडर कोटिंग कॉन्क्लेव 2022 होने जा रहा है, तो हमारे भाई सुनील गर्ग जी का मुझे फ़ोन आया. बहुत अच्छे से इन्होंने पूरी अंग्रेज़ी में मुझसे बात की और बड़ा मोटिवेट किया और उन्होंने अपना सपोर्ट देने की बात की. थोड़ा मैं हेजिटेट हो रहा था कि भाई इतना पढ़ा लिखा इंसान मेरे से बात कर रहा है, लेकिन वो हमारे जैसे ही है, मुझे बाद में पता लगा. तो थैंक्स सुनील भाई, थैंक्स अ लॉट. ललित जी किधर हैं सर? आपका शुक्रिया अदा, क्योंकि सबसे पहला सपोर्ट मुझे, अगर मैं सच्चाई में बोलूं तो ललित जी का आया. उसके बाद में आप सब ने, मैं मयंक जी के पास गया, आनंद भाई, जब भी मिले भाइयों की तरह मिले. ऑल्दो कहते ना कई बार तूफान भी आता है, कई बारी पतझड़ भी आती है, कई बारी सूखा भी पड़ता है, लेकिन आज जो हरियाली हुई है सर, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. हर एक व्यक्ति का जिसने मुझे इतना सा भी सहयोग दिया है, चाहे घर बैठ के ब्लेसिंग ही दी है, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कई लोगों ने मुझे दिल से ब्लेसिंग दी है और तभी हम लोग पेंट विजन का ये कॉन्क्लेव कर पाए हैं. एक छोटा सा शेर लिखा है और मैंने खुद ही लिखा है. थोड़ा बहुत मैं लिख लेता हूँ, याद नहीं रहता इसलिए लिख लेता हूँ. लिखा भी मैंने है वैसे, तो आपके सामने पढ़ना चाह रहा हूँ. अदब की दहलीज पर आ गया हूं, अदब की दहलीज पर आ गया हूं, आपने फर्श से उठाकर अर्श पर बिठा दिया। थैंक्स अ लॉट, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और इसी तरह से हमें आप हमारी पेंट विजन की टीम को, पेंट विजन को अपना सहयोग देते रहें, अपना प्यार देते रहें। और एक स्पेशल अनाउंसमेंट यहाँ पर हम करना चाहते हैं, आप लोग देख भी रहे होंगे। May 26, 27, 28, we have a program on Liquid Paint Vision Conclave and Award Show 2023. And September 16, 2023, इस पाउडर कोटिंग कॉन्क्लेव का सेकेंड एडिशन हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं। आप सबका जैसे आज सहयोग मिला है, मैं ये विश्वास रख रहा हूं और मैं जानता हूं कि 2023 में आप सबका कम से कम 10 गुना ज़्यादा सहयोग, ज़्यादा सपोर्ट, ज़्यादा प्यार, ज़्यादा ब्लेसिंग ये मुझे मिलेगा। एक बार सर अपने लिए एक बार ज़ोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए। बहुत बहुत आप सबका धन्यवाद। एंड मैं यहाँ पर कुछ हमारे गणमान्य व्यक्तियों को, अपने बड़ों को, अपने जो इस इंडस्ट्री के पिलर्स हैं, या मैं बोलूँ कि इस इंडस्ट्री के अंदर एक अच्छी पहचान है, उन कुछ लोगों को बुलाना चाहता हूँ फॉर द अनाउंसमेंट ऑफ दिस शो। हमने एक कुछ क्यू कार्ड बनाए हैं, तो उसके साथ एक फोटोग्राफ भी चाहिए। कैन यू से द नेम प्लीज?
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for Mr. Manish Malhotra once. Let's have a huge round of applause for him, because he's one man with a vision, one man with a vision. As I always say, he has a vision and a mission. So now it's time for the announcement of the Industrial Front Paint Vision Conclave and Awards 2023 and Industrial Front Paint Vision Powder Coating Conclave 2023. और इसके लिए, इस बहुत ही खास अनाउंसमेंट के लिए मैं स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर रवि राज नायर फ्रॉम ऑलनेक्स, मिस्टर सदाशिव फ्रॉम कंसाई नेरोलैक, Mr. Ashish Agrawal from Ashish Polymers, Mr. Kuldeep Verma from Powder Coating Consultant, Mr. Sunil Kumar, past President ISPA.
ये पहले अनाउंसमेंट हम लोग पाउडर कोटिंग का कर रहे हैं, तो जिन लोगों के नाम लिए आई रिक्वेस्ट फ्रॉम बॉटम ऑफ माई हार्ट, काइंडली कम ऑन द स्टेज प्लीज। कुलदीप जी प्लीज। आशीष भाई के पास मैं बहुत बार गया और उन्होंने जो मुझे एक कहते सजेशंस के तौर पे जो समझ दी इस कॉन्क्लेव को अच्छा करने के लिए, आशीष भाई थैंक्स अ लॉट, बहुत बहुत आपका धन्यवाद। आशीष भाई हैं क्या इधर? आशीष भाई थैंक्स अ लॉट सर, प्लीज आप थोड़ा आगे आ जाएं प्लीज। आशीष भाई आई वांट यू ऑन द स्टेज प्लीज सर, प्लीज।
Let's welcome Mr. Sunil Kumar, past President ISPA, Mr. S.K. Watts, past President ISPA, Mr. Sanjay Mehra, President Chhattisgarh Paint Association, Mr. Sanket Agrawal, Sri Sham Global. दोस्तों बहुत ही ख़ास ये लम्हा, बहुत ही स्पेशल मोमेंट है ये हम सभी के लिए एट इंडस्ट्रियल फ्रंट पेंट विजन, because this is the auspicious announcement of the Powder Coating Conclave 2023. And ladies and gentlemen, for this
एक जोरदार
auspicious
तालियां बजा दीजिए
beginning,
प्लीज अपने लिए और हमारे इस टीम वर्क के लिए प्लीज। थैंक यू।
इस जबरदस्त शुरुआत के लिए आप सबके साथ के लिए तालियां होनी चाहिए।
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks for coming, Sadashiv ji. And really obliged. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. आप ही बोलो।
थैंक यू फ्रेंड्स। जैसे कि हम पहले भी थोड़ा सा इमोशनल हो गए थे स्टार्टिंग में, बट क्योंकि हम लोगों ने एक सपना देखा था आज से 4 महीने पहले, और वो आज सक्सेस हुआ है केवल आप लोग के प्यार और सहयोग की वजह से, जो कि आगे भी हम मिलते रहेंगे। और इसमें हम अगेन जैसे मनीष जी ने बोला, हमारे जैन साहब और आशीष जी का सहयोग है। हर जगह ये हमें बताते थे कि आप इस चीज़ को और कर लो तो और इम्प्रूव हो जाएगा। हम लोगों ने वैसा किया और वास्तव में होता चला गया। तो थैंक यू जैन साहब एंड आशीष जी, थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. Can I now have, for the next announcement, can I now have on stage Mr. Sachin Arora, Freedom Chemtech, Mr. Yogesh Singhal, Chemiline, Mr. Amit Gupta, SM Polymers, Mr. Sanket Agrawal, Shri Sham Global, Mr. Sanjay Mehra, President, Chhattisgarh Paint Association, Mr. S.K. Vats, President, ISPA. Can I please have all of you up the stage?
I want some people here, क्योंकि कुछ लोग यहाँ पे नहीं हैं. क्रांति चावला जी, प्लीज सर. क्योंकि मैं अब कुछ पेंट वाले ढूंढ रहा हूँ, यहाँ पे कुछ कम है. सो लिक्विड सर आओ प्लीज प्लीज सर. सौरभ भाई प्लीज डू कम. रजत जी प्लीज. कुछ लिक्विड वाले जो बेचे हैं उनको सर उनको बुलाना जरूरी है, प्लीज आ जाइए. बिकॉज दिस शो इज ऑफ लिक्विड पेंट. एंड संजय जी प्लीज, संजय गिरी जी प्लीज.
So this is yet another very special moment as this panel of gentlemen announce the Industrial Front Paint Mission Liquid Coating Conclave and Awards 2023.
डॉक्टर गौरव है क्या?
और दोस्तों ये जो सन्नाटा है ये बिल्कुल जायज नहीं है. Can we have a huge round of applause for this announcement?
सर तालियां कुछ कम आ रही हैं, हमारी कोई एफर्ट में कमी रह गई हो तो बता दो. तो आप थोड़ा सा तालियों के साथ एफर्ट दे दो, बस इतना बहुत है. प्लीज सत्यनारायण सर प्लीज. सॉरी सत्यनारायण सर प्लीज कम, प्लीज कम, प्लीज डू कम, प्लीज डू कम, प्लीज डू कम.
So please join us on the stage. This picture is never complete without you. Please.
थैंक्स अ लॉट सर. और एक वादे के साथ कि ये कॉन्क्लेव अगले साल 16 सितंबर को इससे एटलीस्ट 10 टाइम्स बेटर करने की हम कोशिश करेंगे आपके सहयोग के साथ. मुझे एक बार ताली बजा के आशीर्वाद दे दो सर, ताकि हम लोग इसको और अच्छे से कर पाएँ. मयंक भाई बहुत बहुत थैंक्स आपका. संजीव जी, सतीश जी, जैन साहब, बिना आप लोगों के सहयोग के, आनंद भाई, ललित जी, सुनील जी, अगेन मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है, बट मैं आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ. बहुत बहुत मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूँ. थैंक्स अ लॉट सर. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malhotra. Thank you. Okay, so before we move on to the sponsorship memento distribution, एक बार करते हैं positive energy का circulation. सभी को clap करना आता है? Everybody knows how to clap? Come on, एक बार clap करते हैं. एक बार clap करते हैं बस. Okay. Everybody knows how to boom. Boom. Come on, let's do this together. Boom. Okay. अब जब मैं बोलूं clap तो clap कीजिएगा और मैं बोलूं boom तो boom कीजिएगा. So clap. Boom. Boom. Clap. Boom. Clap, 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 clap. Okay. Well, एक छोटा सा सवाल था मेरे दिमाग में. Since we have people from the powder coating industry, यहाँ पे सारी fraternity के लोग हमारे साथ हैं. What according to you, आप सब पूरे दिन से हमारे साथ हैं और कुछ लोग हैं जो पिछले 4 महीने से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की प्लानिंग में भी हमारे साथ हैं. What according to you is the best thing about the powder coating conclave 2022? Anybody who'd like to answer anything? What according to you is the best thing about the conclave? Anybody? I'm looking for some honest answers. सब इधर-उधर देख रहे हैं. So we'll start with the conclave coordinator. Okay, somebody has an answer. Okay, yes.
the best thing about the powder coating conclave is the powder coating conclave itself. It's a niche market. Paint is a big industry. Powder coating is also a kind of paint. But a conclave specifically for the powder industry has made it fantastic, and we all are seeing it over here. And 2023 seems to be 10 times more larger than this.
Thank you so much. Anybody who would like to give us any answers? आपके according इस powder coating conclave में क्या सबसे अच्छी बात है? कोई भी जो मुझे कुछ बताना चाहे. Well, I got a very yes sir.
सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है इसमें फर्स्ट टाइम इन्होंने पाउडर कोटिंग स्टार्ट किया और इतनी बड़ी गैदरिंग को इकट्ठा करना ये एक बहुत बड़ी अचीवमेंट है और आई थैंक्स और मेरी विशेष हैं कि नेक्स्ट जो कॉन्क्लेव होगी वो इससे कहीं और ज़्यादा होगी. थैंक यू.
Well, somebody said it is the conclave itself. Somebody said इतने अच्छे scale पे organize करना is the best thing. Well, let me tell you something. It is not just what you guys mentioned. It is you people who make this conclave what it is today. आप सबके support से आज ये possible हो पाया है, and we are truly thankful, truly delighted, and truly blessed to have each one of you here with us. So एक बार फिर से आप सबके लिए जोरदार तालियां, क्योंकि हम जितना शुक्रिया कहें उतना कम है. And with this, let's now move on to the sponsorship memento distribution ceremony. Well, can I please have on stage Dr. Nazimuddin from Uday Color to felicitate our conclave coordinator, Mr. Kuldeep Verma. I'd request Mr. Nazimuddin to please join us on the stage. Mr. Nazimuddin from Uday Color. Can I please have on stage Mr. S.S. Dagar to do the honors? Mr. S.S. Dagar, please join us on the stage. We'd like you to felicitate our conclave coordinator, Mr. Kuldeep Verma. Can we please have you up the stage, sir? And Kuldeep, sir, can we please have you in the center? और दोस्तों, ये आप सबके अचीवमेंट्स की सेलिब्रेशन का मोमेंट है, तो तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए. Come on. Thank you so much. Can I please have Mr. Mayank Goyal on the stage for the next felicitation? From Sharp Coating, Mr. Mayank Goyal. Can I please have on stage Mr. Amit from Nivera? Mr. Amit, can I please have you up the stage? And we would want you to felicitate Mr. Mayank Goyal. He's been here since the start of this conclave from Sharp Coating, Mr. Mayank Goyal. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this. Can I please have on stage Mr. Sunil Jindal from AMP Pigments? Mr. Sunil Jindal, can I please have you up the stage? And to felicitate him, can I please have on stage Mr. Sunil Garg from Bharat Coatings? So this is Sunil felicitating Sunil. Okay, so Mrs. Sunil Garg is here. Mrs. Sunil Jindal is here. Ma'am, please join us in the center. And I'd request Mr. Sunil Garg to please do the honors. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being a part of this powder coating conclave. Thank you. Can I please have on stage Mr. Siva Annamalai from VCAT Chemicals, China? Mr. Siva Annamalai, can I please have you up the stage? Can I now have on stage Mr. Bharat Arora? He's delivered two wonderful presentations. Can I please have Mr. Bharat Arora on the stage? Mr. Bharat Arora, can we please have you up the stage? Okay, Mr. Siva Annamalai is here. Yes. Can I please have Mr. H.C. Satyanarayan, Varna Coatings, to join us here on the stage to felicitate Mr. Annamalai? I'd request Mr. H.C. Satyanarayan to please do the honors. I'd request Mr. Bharat Arora, if he's here, please join us on the stage. Anybody from the team IDCC Global? I'm sure there are a lot of people. Can I please have on stage Mr. Anant from Nivera Paints? To do the honors, can we please have on stage Mr. Anant? Well, congratulations and thank you so much for being a part of this. और तालियां बजाते रहिए दोस्तों. Can I now have on stage Mr. Sanket Agrawal from Sri Sham Global? Mr. Sanket Agrawal, can we please have you up the stage? And to do the honors, to felicitate him, can I please have on stage Mr. Lalit Ahuja from Rainbow Coatings? Mr. Lalit Ahuja, please join us on the stage. I'd request Mr. Lalit Ahuja to felicitate Mr. Sanket Agrawal. I'd now call on stage Mr. Sanjay Garg, Raj Scientific, on the stage to receive a felicitation. And I would request Mr. Sanjeev Goswami, Jai Bharat Chemicals, to please join us on the stage and do the honors. Mr. Sanjay Garg from Raj Scientific is here with us, and Mr. Sanjeev Goswami to do the honors. Well, congratulations. Can I now have on stage Mr. Mukesh Randeria from Chemco Corporation? Mr. Mukesh Randeria. And to felicitate him, can I please have on stage Mr. Amit Gupta from SM Polymers? Can I please have on stage Mr. Satish Gupta ji from Haryana Coatings to do the honors? Mr. Satish Gupta, can I please have you up the stage to do the honors? Thank you so much. After this, can I now have on stage Mr. Ashish Agarwal from Ashish Polymers? Mr. Ashish Agarwal from Ashish Polymers. I would call on
आशीष जी प्लीज आ जाइए आशीष पॉलीमर से आशीष जी
Can I now have on stage Mr. Anuj Gupta from Rapid Coats? Mr. Anuj Gupta, can we please have you up the stage? Mr. Anuj Gupta from Rapid Coats. And to felicitate him, can I please have on stage Mr. Pankaj Verma from Aditya Birla? Mr. Pankaj Verma, can I please have you on the stage? Can I now have on stage Mr. Lalit Ahuja from Rainbow Coatings? Mr. Lalit Ahuja from Rainbow Coatings. And to felicitate him, can I now have on stage Mr. Kiran Pal Singh from Rishichem? Mr. Kiran Pal Singh from Rishichem. और दोस्तों तालियों का ये जो दौरा है वो बनाए रखे. Can I now have on stage Mr. Sunil Garg from Bharat Coatings? Mr. Sunil Garg from Bharat Coatings. Mr. Sunil Garg, if he's here with us. I'd request Mr. Sachin Arora from Freedom Chemtech to join us on the stage to do the honors. Mr. Sachin Arora. Can I also have on stage Mr. Jaswinder Singh from Metatech? Mr. Jaswinder Singh from Metatech to do the honors. Can I now have on stage from Classic Solvents, Mr. Krishna Bhuta? Mr. Krishna Bhuta from Classic Solvents. Can I now have on stage Mr. Pradeep from Varna Paints to do the honors? Mr. Pradeep, can I please have you up the stage from Varna Paints? Can I now have on stage Mr. Sanjeev Goswami, Jai Bharat Chemicals? Mr. Sanjeev Goswami, Jai Bharat Chemicals. And I would request Mr. Krishna Bhuta, Classic Solvents, to please join us back on the stage. Well, from Nivera Paints, can I now have on stage Mr. Amit and Mr. Anand? Can I please have you up the stage? Can I now have Mr. Kranti Chawla, CJ Shah, to please join us on the stage? To do the honors, Mr. Kranti Chawla. और दोस्तों ये सन्नाटा बिल्कुल जायज नहीं है. Come on. Can I now have on stage from Metatech Mr. Jaswinder Singh one more time?
चेक हेलो सर, बड़ा ठंडा ठंडा लग रहा है, थोड़ा सा तालियां हो जाए ताकि और जोश आ जाए सबको, प्लीज.
Can I also have on stage Mr. Sunil Jindal from AMP Pigments to do the honors? Can I please have Minu Bhai here with me from Indian Chemicals? Thank you so much. And Minu Bhai, I would request you to please be here because next award is yours. Indian Chemical Corporation, Minu Bhai, and I would request Mr. Mayank Goyal, Sharp Coatings, to join me on the stage and do the honors. Can I now have on stage Mr. S.C. Jain, Micro Powder Tech? Mr. S.C. Jain, can I please have you on the stage? And can I also have on stage Mr. Siva Annamalai from VCAN? Mr. Siva Annamalai to please do the honors. Can I now call on stage from Prominent Powders, Mr. S.S. Dagar? Mr. S.S. Dagar from Prominent Powders. From Durolac Paints, Mr. Dharampal Goswami. Can I please have you up the stage, Mr. Dharampal Goswami from Durolac Paints? And to do the honors, can I please have on stage Mr. Satish Gupta from Haryana Coatings?
मैं एक नाम अपने जो मैंने स्पीच दी थी उसमें रह गया था और वो धर्मपाल गोस्वामी जी का है और मैं आपको सबको एक चीज़ बताना चाहता हूँ कि इस कॉन्क्लेव का पहला रजिस्ट्रेशन धर्मपाल गोस्वामी जी का था. एक बार जोरदार तालियां आप सब इनके लिए बजा दीजिए. थैंक्स अ लॉट धर्मपाल जी, प्लीज़.
Sir, can we please have you up the stage? I'd request Mr. Satish Gupta to do the honors. Can I now have on stage Mr. S.S. Dagar from Prominent Powders? Mr. S.S. Dagar, and can I also have Mr. Kuldeep Parma to do the honors? Sir, can we please have you up the stage? So much. Can I please have on stage Mr. Mayank Goyal from Sharp Coatings one more time to do the honors? And this next award is for Radisson Blue, Paschim Bihar, our hospitality partner.
Hello. Anyone from Radisson Blue? Anyone from Radisson Blue? Okay, the next name I have to announce because this is the award. Mangji, kahin jana nahi hai sir, please. Next award is for the beautiful lady standing just left to me, MC Dharna Mehrotra. Please.
Okay.
A round of applause, please.
Before I take an award, if you had a good time from the morning till now, then give us an applause. Okay, let's now have Mr. Manish Malhotra to do the honors. And let's now have Mr. Sumit, the sound engineer. Mr. Sumit, can we have you here with us? And Manish ji, can we have you in the center?
ये जितना आवाज आप तक जा रही है, ये हमारे साउंड इंजीनियर जी हैं, सुमित जी, सुमित भाई. Next name.
Mr. Neeraj Mishra, Faytech Services. Mr. Lokesh Kapoor, SPTV live coverage. मैं सुबह से बता रही हूँ that we've been streaming live on the Paint Vision
Mr.
YouTube
Lokesh Kapoor,
platform.
चिंटू भैया, I want to tell you one thing. पिछले बार भी हमारे को लाइव जो फीड दिया आप सबको पहुंचा, ये मिस्टर लोकेश कपूर जी हैं. एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए इनके लिए. इनकी जो कवरेज है, ऐसे माहौल में जहाँ पे इंटरनेट की प्रॉब्लम हो और वहाँ पर लाइव फीड देना, वो भी एकदम ऐसा कि अपलोडेड लगे. लोकेश कपूर.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd request you to felicitate Mr. Kapoor.
Lokesh Kapoor.
Can I now have on stage Mr. Sumit, our sound engineer? Thank you so much, Sumit. So these are the people जो आपको कभी stage पे नहीं दिखते. You always see them backstage doing a lot of work. Thank you so much for being a part of the powder coating conclave. Can I now have on stage Mrs. Mona Malhotra to give away the next set of awards? Let's have Mrs. Malhotra here with us. Can I now have on stage Mrs. Geeta Pal, Mr. Rahul?
हम लोगों का मानना है जो टीम हमारे साथ दे रही है, उन सबको भी मान सम्मान देना हमारा फर्ज है. तो ये जो लोग हैं, ये हमारी टीम का हिस्सा है, तो इनको भी हम लोग फेलिसिटेट करते हैं. एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए. ये बैक स्टेज सारा काम हमारा राहुल जी संभाल रहे थे.
ऑल्दो मैं आपको इनका एक परिचय दे देता हूँ, इज अ वेरी मच टेक्निकल पर्सन। लिक्विड के अंदर हमारे पास R&D सेक्शन जो पेंट विजन का है वो राहुल जी संभालते हैं, लेकिन इनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है कि हमारे प्रोग्राम्स के अंदर भी ये इवेंट मैनेजमेंट में हमारा साथ देते हैं। राहुल जी, थैंक्स अ लॉट।
Thank you so much. And can I have Mr. Santosh Shukla?
संतोष शुक्ला जी, ओम मिश्रा जी, ये हमारे जो ये हमारा प्रोग्राम होता है इसकी भी एक तरह से रीढ़ की हड्डी है, क्योंकि ये दो लोग ऐसे हैं जो सारे मल्टी टैलेंटेड लोग हैं और सारे काम ये करते हैं। संतोष शुक्ला जी, मिश्रा जी, जल्दी आ जाइए, जल्दी आ जाइए, जल्दी आ जाइए।
ये वो लोग हैं जो अभी अगर स्टेज पे नहीं है तो पक्का कहीं काम करने में बिजी होंगे।
नहीं, ये बात तो सच है सर।
मिस्टर गौतम नंदा। Mrs. Geeta Pal, can we also have you up the stage?
जितनी रजिस्ट्रेशन हुई है सब गीता जी के थ्रू ही हुई है। एक बार जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए बजा दीजिए प्लीज। दैट्स ऑल फॉर नाउ। हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन क्लोजिंग सेरेमनी यहाँ पे ख़त्म होता है। दोबारा आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अगले साल 16 सितंबर को एक नई जगह पर एक नए माहौल में एक बहुत सुंदर तरीके से आप सबसे फिर मुलाकात होगी। अब सूफी नाइट आप लोग एंजॉय करें। वी हैव अ ग्रेट सिंगर मिस्टर तरुण सागर, हाउसफुल 2 में इन्होंने अपने आवाज़ का जादू फहराया है, फ्रॉम बॉलीवुड। एंड थैंक्स अ लॉट सर। ड्रिंक्स आर ओपन, स्नैक्स आर ओपन। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Well, thank you so much. Once again, thank you so much. On behalf of the Industrial Front Paint Vision team, we'd like to thank each one of you for being a part of the Powder Coating Conclave. Thank you so much for being a part of this. And now we have the Sufi night where we have Mr. Tarun Sagar. He is the reality show champion. Mr. Tarun Sagar, सारेगामापा से आप लोग इनको जानते हैं और पूरी दुनिया में अपनी आवाज़ का जादू चलाने के बाद आज हमारे साथ यहाँ पाउडर कोटिंग कॉन्क्लेव को और भी खूबसूरत बनाने के लिए और भी ज़बरदस्त बनाने के लिए हमारे साथ यहाँ मौजूद हैं मिस्टर तरुण सागर। So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of your evening, enjoy your drinks, enjoy your snacks, and we really hope you had a good time at the very first edition of the Powder Coating Conclave 2022. So let's now hold your breath and let's get ready to welcome the very talented, the one with a melodious voice, the magical voice, I should say, Mr. Tarun Sagar, Sufi singer, Mr. Tarun Sagar. I'll request the band members to join us on the stage, and once again, we'd like to thank each and everyone for joining us here today. This is your host MC Dharna signing off for the day, and please make way for the very talented Sufi singer, Mr. Tarun Sagar.
check. Hey, hey. Hey, Ali. Check, 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 check.
test, test. Check, check, check. Check, one test. Hello, hello. Smith. Check, check, one. Test, test. Hello. Hello, hello. Check, one test, test. Hello, hello, hello. Check, one test, test. Hello. Check, one test. Hello. Check, one. Check, check, check. Check, one test, test. Hello, hello, hello. Check. Check, check, one.
हेलो 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 आइए आगाज करते हैं उस सूफी शाम का जो थोड़ी देर बाद सूफी नहीं रहेगी। सूफीज्म एक ऐसा नशा है क्योंकि जो सूफी होकर भी सूफी नहीं। मुझे नहीं लगता पूरी दुनिया में इससे मशहूर कोई सूफी कलाम होगा। स्टार्ट करते हैं, बाकी मैं तो शुरू करूंगा, एंड आप करेंगे। अपनी छव बनाई के मैं जो पी के पास गई, जो छवि देखी पीहू की। वाह वाह, नजराने शुरू हो गए। अभी तो आप सूफी हैं तो ये हाल है। जिस तरह धीरे धीरे गला गीला होगा, तरुण सागर आपकी नजर में शीला होगा। अपनी छव बनाई के जो मैं पी के पास गई, जो छवि देखी पीहू की मैं अपनी भूल गई। अजी छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे उस नैना मिला के, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे उस नैना मिला के, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोसे नैना मिला के, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोसे नैना मिला के, 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 अपनी थी रंगली रे मोसे नैना मिला के, छाप तिलक सब छीनी रे मोसे नैना मिला के। बल बल जाऊं मैं तोरे रंग रजवा, बल बल जाऊं मैं तोरे रंग रजवा, बल बल जाऊं मैं तोरे रंग रजवा, बलिहारे रंग अपनी सी रंगली नीरे मोजना मिला के छाप तिलक साबची नीरे मोजना मिला के छाप तिलक साबची नीरे मोजना मिला के खुसरो निजाम के बल बल जाइए 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 मोहे सुहागन कर दी रे मोटे नैना मिला के आप नैना मिला के साप तिलक इश्क की वारदात कुछ भी न थी, बढ़ गई बात, बात कुछ भी न थी। इश्क की वारदात कुछ भी न थी, बढ़ गई बात, बात कुछ भी न थी। मेरे पीने के थे ये सब झगड़े, मैं न पीता तो बात कुछ भी न थी। ऐ गुनाहों को जांचने वाले, अगर बख्श देता तो बात कुछ भी न थी। मोहे सुहागन कर दी नैना मिला के खुसरो निजाम के बल बल जाइए मोहे सुहागन कर दी रे नैना मिला के छाप तिलक नैना उन सभी लोगों का धन्यवाद करता हूं जो फिलहाल सूफी हैं। रब बंदे दी जात को जिवें कपड़े दी दाते रू रब बंदे दी जात को जिवें कपड़े दी जाते रू कपड़े दे विच रूए लुकिया बंदे विच तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया ओ तू माने या ना माने दिलदारा। अमित मुझे लाउड आ रहा है, मुझे मेरी वॉल्यूम दे मॉनिटर में दे। तू माने आना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया तू माने आना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया। दस होर केड़ा रब दा दवारा ओ होर केड़ा रब दा दवारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया तू माने आना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया तू माने आना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया। अपने तन की खाक बनाई अपने तन की खाक बनाई देखिए मैं इश्क की बात करूं आशिकी की बात करूं इश्क होता आशिक और माशूक में पर जिस तरफ से प्यार ज्यादा होता है वो आशिक होता है और सामने वाला माशूक कि मैं मतलब से मिलता था आयो डोलावे तुझ बिन जीना भी क्या जीना तुझ बिन जीना भी क्या जीना ओ तुझ बिन जीना भी क्या जीना तुझ बिन जीना भी क्या जीना ओ तेरी चौखट मेरा मदीना तेरी चौखट मेरा मदीना तेरी चौखट मेरा मदीना ओ कहीं और ना सजदा गवारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया ओ माने आना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया। दस होर केड़ा रब दा दवारा 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 असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया ओ माने आना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया ओ माने आना माने दिलदारा असां ते तैनू रब मन्निया। महफिल में सब उन्हें देख रहे हैं महफिल में सब उन्हें देख रहे हैं हम ये देख रहे हैं कि वो किन्हें देख रहे हैं। अपने तन की खाक बनाई 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 ओ तब ये इश्क साडा गवारा असा ते तैनू रब मनिया
वाले आला मारे दिलदारा असा ते तैनू रब मनिया
दस होर केड़ा रब दा दवारा
होर केड़ा रब दा दवारा
असा ते तैनू रब मनिया
वाले आला मारे दिलदारा असा ते तैनू रब मनिया
आपकी पुरजोर तालियों के लिए बहुत बराए मेहरबानी। ए लाल मेरी पत रखियो बला झूललालण सिंधड़ी दा क्योंकि शाम धीरे धीरे रंगीन हो गई है। जब नजरें बदलने लगे तो जान लीजिएगा कि असर होना शुरू हो गया। मेरे साथ बैंजो पर संगत करने चुन्ना भाई, मैं चाहूंगा आप खैर मकदम करें, इनका स्वागत करें जोरदार तालियां बजाकर। ये बड़े आला फनकार हैं, अपने इल्म से बड़ा प्यार करते हैं। बैंजो को सरंगी का रूप दिया इन्होंने, वाह। ए लाल मेरी पत किया बाला झूले लाल सिंधड़ी दा सेवण दा सखी शाबाद दमादा मत कर हरी दम दे सखी शाबाद नाना दे लाल ओ लाल मेरी ओ लाल मेरी। मनीष जी, जो महफिल में फिलहाल जवान हैं, मैं चाहूंगा वो लोग आगे आ जाएं। जो महफिल में जवान हैं, कौन कहता है कि बूढ़े इश्क नहीं करते? कौन कहता है कि बूढ़े इश्क नहीं करते? अरे इश्क तो करते हैं, लेकिन लोग उन पर शक नहीं करते।